down on them. And it's a wake-up call to the rest of the lobby. Final Dream looking to be here to play. Even the time to reset those shield bats. Aimbot though, being down now. LGD still fighting for their lives, but eventually Final Dreams got this one.
Let's take a look at exactly where they are. Bearclaw Gaming still out in front with 49, but again, Serenity absolutely moving up the leaderboard from that exceptional game.
Boland not going to be able to have time here to get that res off. Dexter will not let him.
Yeah, Thermite also to try and cut off a rotation path. Bolin desperately trying to get their res going.
Really?
Dexter, he's reloading right now. There's the poke on out. Bolin still. He's hitting too much of the knockdown shield. Tries to go for the shield core here. It's intense. This one doorway is all that is providing cover here. Dexter still finding an angle now. The double time to just go for the wraparound again. Encirclement here by Dexter. We climb to the roof, and it's Bolin who falls.
But here we go. Bearclaw Gaming still out in front of 51. Serenity on 39. Final Dream still holding that third place.
Yep, Vegas Inferno with the roof here. Makers went underneath to finish off the last member of Boogie Borders, but is giving up that high ground. Well, I guess they never really had it, but is playing from the low ground here. Doable. Can they actually come out? Could this be a back-to-back on Storm Point from positions that looked ugly? They did it last game, Dax. Maybe they can do it again.
Micro in these fights have been so strong from Makers. Vegas Inferno, they have guns to work it, but the devotion's not enough. Makers again looking to make magic happen.
Here we go. I want to talk about Makers. Tied there with Bearclaw Gaming, who had exceptional games on World's Edge. Look at them go from 20th place.
You can smoke off the other team without a Beast of the Hunt of their own. Incredibly hard to trade damage effectively against this Bloodhound.
And here comes the MDY Classic now. The stone wall of Augenstern does come on up. The Beast of the Hunt is there with the Kraber. And MDY, they know that this is a possibility for them to take the dub here. As Scan gets confirmation, LGD looking to fight from the low ground. MDY's crafted this so well. Spikes now to get a good position. Leon has the off angle too. And it's just a killing floor here. Courtesy of MDY. And trapped now for LGD. MDY will take this one. Bearclaw Gaming, because of MDY stepping up so well in that final fight, they prevent Bearclaw from getting that full 25. Finally, Makers. Now, game one's looking always good for them. Bearclaw though still with the setup. You see a remarkable team just trying to lie in wait with the Caustic. Here comes Nicholas yet again. Lime the first to fall. The rest of Bearclaw will follow on suit. This time around, nothing can stop Great Fanta. This is their game to win, and they will get it here. Great Fanta takes map number 1.
Oh my god, they had so many kills at the start to close that out with a win. These guys are going to be on top of the world. This is the potential we were promised.
Sorry, 27 points with 15 kills.
Stick a fork into it, Lace. Look at the kill points right now. Multiples of 3. Great Fanta getting 15. Remarkable team. And interesting enough,
underneath the bridge from the caravan. Epic timing by Outside. I really like their use of ultimate there. Does the job. But still, all 3 teams do not want to fight first, but Barbecue are going to force it.
Barbecue, a fighting squad pushing the limit versus Vegas Inferno, but now they can't handle the heat. It's Outside the ring. Get in there to get the dub. A win for Outside. Map number 2 is theirs.
Big stuff there from Outside. I really loved how they, both teams were kind of looking. We're saying it only gets tougher as the day goes on. The fact that Legends had a pretty mid first series means that, well, it's only going to get harder for them to push through that. But remember, as you said, the win condition, taking down that pylon. If they get rid of that, all of a sudden, 6 Arc Stars and a Fuse ultimate to contend with.
Yeah, it's going to be raining soon for Vegas Inferno. That drops. And the Evil's Predator doing a respectable effort. Just be responsible with the resources, but now the fights will fall so quickly. A 1-for-1 as Evil's Predator was ready for it. But Vegas Inferno, the damage has been done. Bounce off of it and covered by the knockdown. But Vegas Inferno, look who's now on top of things. The ones who climbed the mountain, truly, Lace. Vegas Inferno in first place.
Climb the mountain, climb the leaderboard, and have a nice little shuffle around with great theatre.
And with just 2 barbecue members trying to rat it out, and Evo's Predator trying to get the revives in. I think X and Y have just about wrapped this one up, Dax.
A mixture of aggression and decision making. That's what X and Y is known for. One more squad in front of them. They've gone back to the fuse. They brought it out before, and now they're gonna go back into winning ways.
Not enough to take out Vegas Inferno off the top, but that's only 1 point difference, Gino. If Evo's Predator really bringing in the heat.
We're gonna get next. Chill.
I think we think.
Just chill.
Anet on the left. Anet left side.
Yeah. Right. Get. No, our left.
Sided.
On me. Behind knock. Thank you.
Anet. Burn it. Farming.
Oh, I had 3 shots, man.
It sure is, with the 57 points there. 7-point lead against Vegas Inferno. Vegas had about 3 kills on the board there, but didn't really place in those top positioning teams. So it was only a matter of time before Evo's Predator took that over.
Are they actually going to let them revive?
Oh,
this is
it's for KP.
Interesting here. I guess if the downs came from MDY, then the res means that they do get the kills if they get brought back up. Legends Gaming.
Now, there you have it. 66 points for Legend Gaming. That's 2 points the gap. So the res was enough for them to boost themselves up.
undisputed champions of APAC South in the ALGS.
Such a good spot here. Provides any much coverage for Popcorn. Ravi kicks down and out already. Critical strike there.
Got him down. 1v1, 1v1.
Oh, what? Oh, Shady finds the target.
Hey, that's going to be a punishing blow.
Tree is covered. Fly high to Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Look to overextend. So does Kashira.
Does get spotted out. The pins go down.
Oh my God! It's the 360! What a beast!
Hello and welcome everyone to the Split 2 Pro League, where we'll be covering all the Apex Legends action here in Apex South. My name is Lace, and returning this week is our wonderful caster. So let me once introduce you again to the man, the myth, the legend, Dax, and the ever so exuberant Elfish. Elfish, it's so good to have you back with us today. Are you all kept up on the split? Are you ready to see how our teams perform today?
Mate, I'll tell you what, I'm just really ready to do a broadcast without Genome for once. That's fantastic.
Hey!
That's the biggest dub of my weekend. As far as ever exuberant is concerned, I don't know. We'll see. That kind of depends on how these games go today. But I'm feeling good to kick things off. And yeah, we'll see how we go.
Well, if you've been watching the game so far, I definitely feel like you're going to get a little bit passionate soon. But Dax, it's so nice to have you back once again. As you can tell, we got no Genome today, but that is A-OK because we have the pizza-fueled Dax for another 12 matches. How are you feeling today, Dax?
Look, Lace, I'm just gonna take your word for it. I know you said something else to me before we went into this broadcast, but yeah, the truth is, I'm really hyped up to go for another week of ALGS. The games have gotten even more exciting, and we got some big pickups for teams getting sponsors, so it really goes to show there's a lot more eyes here on the ALGS APAC South.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some epic-defining moments, and I know everyone at home can't wait to see some more, so let's take you through how the Split 2 program will work.
Let's jump straight into Split 2 of the Year 4 Pro League. Here's a quick reminder about our format. Each region is made up of 30 teams. 8 of those teams battled through the preseason qualifiers, and 22 earned it through established winning form, invites from EA, or by being the best of the rest. Those 30 teams will be split into 3 groups of 10 teams and play a triple round robin, with each group playing the others 3 times. At the end of the regular season, the top 20 teams in each region will play a match point regional final, where a number of the top teams of each region will then advance to the Split 2 playoffs. Looking forward to the second split, we're going to find out if the teams that topped their regions have what it takes to make another deep run.
And as we just blink through the schedule today, we're on day 4. It's June 16th here. Nice and bright and early, nice and chilly, but we are over halfway of our split, Dax. I feel like this has gone super fast. We've been commenting on it and saying this is probably one of the fastest splits we've had.
This is like, what, the 3rd week? Basically, we had the super weekend to start things off. We had last week with a doubleheader, and now we're gonna go for a little bit more. And interesting enough, you're right, because after this one, we're not gonna be seeing the A versus B matchup anymore next week. It's gonna finish off here, and then we'll take a little bit of break straight through to July, and then suddenly it's that finals for the region.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. First up, we'll have groups B and C for about 6 matches, and we move on to groups A versus B. So a lot of Apex South games for you guys today. Last week we had some fresh faces rise to the top and some legends dominate. So hopefully we can go take a look at our scoreboard so far and see exactly where everybody is standing, because those games coming out of yesterday, Dax was just incredible. And as we can see, Legends Gaming right on top. Elfish, you're obviously joining us today. Take a look at this. We've got Legends just on top. They've won quite a few games so far, and following along with Makers, and then Guild Esports, which I know we're going to touch on with you shortly.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess it's really not too much of a surprise at this point anymore, is it? Like, Legends continue to come in and they continue to impress. 3 out of the 4 lobbies that they've played, they've won. So, I don't know. Can you really say a bad word about this team? Obviously, expecting them to kind of continue to dominate. Won't get to see them in the first group of today, but for the second group at the very least, they'll try to hold on to that top spot. And it is hard to imagine that anyone's going to be able to catch up to them today, let alone maybe throughout the rest of the weeks. But I'm kind of looking at teams like maybe VP, Weibo, Dreamfire down there in sort of the bottom 10 and thinking that's a little bit surprising to me, but I don't know, should I be surprised at this point? Dreamfire struggling a little bit? That's kind of becoming a little bit more of a trend than anything else, so I don't know, a few of the big names may be missing out, but definitely got some moving and shaking that can still be done over the second half of the season.
Yeah, we've Dax and I have been touching on. It's been super exciting, sort of watching some teams that we don't usually see in the top there. I know Kill Devil have been performing extremely well, and Dax's favorite X and Y are also doing extremely well. So you know what, we've got so much happening, so it's going to be awesome to see exactly where everything is. But you know, now what is Apex without some major changes? And who better to introduce the biggest change to our format so far than Rain Day? Let's take a look.
Hey Legends, today I'm here to explain the new ALGS POI draft system. This format change aims to even the playing field while challenging teams to adapt to different POIs and different playstyles. How, you might ask? Well, this is how it works. Prior to the Pro League regular season, each team receives a random assortment of draft picks for match days 1 through 9. The assortment is perfectly equal, meaning if a team receives the first draft pick, they'll also receive the 40th draft pick on that match day. This draft style is called a snake draft, and the order of draft picks changes with each match day, which means that teams may not always get their preferred POI. On draft day, each team will make 2 draft picks, 1 Storm Point drop spot and 1 World's Edge drop spot. Strategizing is crucial, as drop spots on both maps are up for grabs at the same time. There will always be more drop spots than teams, which means that even if you're the last pick, you'll have multiple options to choose from. Once a POI is chosen, it's off limits to all other teams for that match series. On match day, each team is dropped from an individual dropship above their drop spot. It is a whole new ALGS. Well, I hope that explanation clears things up on how the POI draft system is going to work in the ALGS. If you want more detailed breakdown, check out our latest blog post and follow Play Apex Esports on X to stay up to date with all things ALGS.
And the POI draft system has been such an exciting change for us. You know, we see different teams with different play styles and our teams having to adapt to different landing spots. You know, we love that epic entertainment as we flip the script for us today. Our first 3 matches will be on Storm Point. So we had World's Edge starting at last week. So we're back on Storm Point to kick things off. Then we'll head over to World's Edge after that. But, you know, we have obviously our draft system in play. So let's have a look at exactly where our teams will be landing. And Dax, we're going to go through this together because you know what? It's so exciting to see some of our juggernaut type teams taking POIs that you won't necessarily, you know, think to take, but we have seen a lot of teams prioritize Storm Point.
Yeah, and with that being said, coming into this lobby, 11 teams first picking their draft here on Storm Point itself. Most notable have to be the ones at the top of the leaderboard here, Lace, and especially my eyes are on X and Y. Yet again, they prioritize Cenote Cave, a place they love to rotate from and just make wonders with the Trident, with the push, especially whether you need to run towards the north, towards Mill, or head south over onto Echo HQ. Elsewhere, Dreamfire actually taking away Pylon from Weibo because they use their first pick on World's Edge. They're gonna go for Launchpad instead. Elsewhere, Guild still sticking on around there by Checkpoint, formerly known as Serenity. They got a sponsor. We're looking to see what they're gonna do. Elsewhere, Evo's Predator, one of the most impressive teams we saw from last week with the addition of Nutsuru-sama. They're gonna actually head over to the wall and try to make a play there, especially when they're given a chance to get elevation, give some Evo because of the snipers that Nutsuru-sama loves to run, and give them a chance from that point on.
Yeah, also really awesome to see, I guess, True, one of our teams that, you know, still need to sort of make their way up the leaderboard, getting second pick on the Mill, you know, that's a very sought out spot, Elfish. So having that team to be able to go from there is absolutely exceptional for them. You know, we do see sort of everything pull over, you know, more to the right side of the map and, you know, making those rotations, I guess, like Dax said, with the Trident through the ocean there is something that a lot of our teams have been doing, I guess, coming into these games. So we always see a little bit of a scuffle happening or outside of Barometer when they make these rotates, so it's always been quite exciting for us. But Elfish, how are you feeling about, I guess, these draft picks and going into these games?
Yeah, I'm actually really glad that you mentioned True, because that was the team that kind of piqued my interest as well, taking a look at that drop map. I mean, again, this is one of those teams that you'd look at and say, well, they would literally never get to drop at the mill. Like, in the previous format, you're just not allowed to do that as that team. You come in, you're like, you're someone that gets the last pick of whatever, and you're probably out on the outskirts of the map somewhere in some bad drop location, and you're already one of the weaker teams, like in theory on paper, right? You come in and you're like, well, we're kind of cooked here. There's just nothing going our way. But in this format now, that gives you a little bit of a helping hand. Is it going to be enough to make a difference? Well, I mean, based on how things have been going for them so far this season, maybe not, but it does definitely help you to at least get a decent drop location, and we'll see what they can do and whether or not they can run away with a good performance here on the mill. So I'm kind of keeping my fingers crossed for them, and I kind of like it, right? This is where things change up a little bit.
Yeah, that's what Dax and I have been sort of commenting on. A lot of teams that we haven't seen sort of, skyrocket to the top of the leaderboard are getting this chance and opportunity. And we're thinking, is that because of this new POI draft system? And it's just been super nice to, I guess, see these teams be able to adapt and rotate out of different zones. But there is a team that you would like to talk to us today, Elfish. And, we're so thrilled to have you back and get all your information here. So tell us one of the teams that you're keeping your eye on today.
Well, I'm definitely keeping my eye on Guild. Obviously, they've got 2 lobbies to play today, so that's the first port of call that you're going to have to touch on. They're in third overall for the moment, so the fact that they're sitting in third and still they've got more games to play than most of the teams is obviously a fantastic sign for them. We've reiterated a couple of times that they've gone from Serenity into Guild Esports, and they've sort of been picked up pretty recently. So if you're wanting to have a good performance in your first outing in the new sort of organization, so that's definitely something to keep an eye on. And on top of that, right, the B and C lobby, that was the lobby that they were able to win earlier on in the season as well. So kind of all eyes pointing towards Serenity for today. I think they're a team that can probably not top the leaderboard at the end of this week. Obviously, it's going to be tough to get the better of a team like Legends, but maybe jump into second. I'd give them the benefit of the doubt there. So we'll keep our eyes on Guild most definitely.
Yeah, no, it's interesting you say that, because we have Makers playing in the next lot of lobbies who are currently sitting second in the leaderboard. And yeah, I guess if Guild sort of get themselves some juicy wins today, they can definitely put themselves into second place. But, then Makers, I guess, come along and play again. So it's a matter of time there, Dax. But, I feel like today they might be able to do something like that today. They have been performing extremely well throughout this split.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Guild Esports, this is their perfect chance to get that second place, since we did see Makers struggle in their last lobby, only netting 3 points from there. I think really the biggest point of contention here for Guild Esports is they're in top 3 with only 3 sets, and they've been the most low-key about it. They've been a little bit more quiet, but they take the smartest fights, the best decisions. And the last time we saw this BNC matchup, it was Jesco really putting his foot forward, getting 13 kills for the team. Also elsewhere to watch out for in this lobby, you need to see if Weibo is gonna try and make a rally here. Virtus Pro, it's crazy to think 2 teams that went to LAN last time around have a big chance of not making it to the first place. But on the other hand, some upstarts here, X and Y, I've always harped on how good they can be, and the potential is being more unleashed here. Evo's Predator, we see them as a trio. And right now, Grape Soda, formerly known as Grape Fanta, Lace, right? They're always good with game number 1, so I'm keeping an eye out on them, even though we're starting off in Store Point instead.
Yes, I'm not sure if I gave them a bit of the caster's crutch, I got a wonderful message from Niklaus actually saying, thank you so much for supporting us. And, I was just super excited to see that. But, the way that they, I guess, played in the first couple of weeks, Grape Soda, and then they came back and really took that knowledge and did so much better. It was just really exciting to see, a team really adapt and make changes throughout it. And it has, really pushed them up with the big contenders, which has been exceptional to see. Elfish, I don't know if you've seen too much on Grape Soda, but, they were a team that were evidently at the bottom of the leaderboard and made their way up to about 5th place. It was a skyrocket of a game. So they really, I guess, turned around, watched their VODs, had some conversations, and did amazing. Yeah,
I think it's one of those games, right? Like Apex Legends, where if you have one good weekend, you can really go from, 0 to hero in a sense. The season isn't that long. There aren't that many opportunities to get points on the board, which kind of means that every individual lobby is worth quite a lot if you can get towards the top end of things, right? 25 points, the gap that you can sort of close. And so if we look at, who, if they were to get 25 points out of a lobby today, could go from, maybe 7th, let's say X and Y, for example. They're another one. X and Y, MDY, KD, all these kinds of teams. If they were to win, they basically go from middle of the pack teams to top of the pack teams in one lobby. So very much a possibility, and there's not that many opportunities to kind of sponge up those points. So yeah, everything's on offer for everybody, and that's kind of good to see, right? Like, you don't want to really say necessarily that anyone's out of the picture.
Yeah, no, another team that we've sort of seen that has really skyrocketed to the top is Remarkable Team. You know, I haven't seen too much, I guess, from them until about last week, Dax.
Yeah, I mean, Remarkable Team, they actually missed out on their very first game within their first series, but they've really shown up with such a different composition compared to everyone else. They love to run the Valkyrie and the Caustic. They're the only ones that have been running those legends together, and it's been such a good showcase. They've always made it within those top 10s, have some good performances, especially with the faster rotate enabled by the Valkyrie, and they're really one of the two teams that came in from the Pro League qualifiers that have made waves. The only other one, I dare say, that have those eyes on them is Vegas Inferno. So it just goes to show there's so much talent as available coming up from the lower leagues here in APAC South.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting you say actually about those teams. You know, obviously our meta that we're following through is the Bloodhound. I guess even Fuse is sort of rising up at this moment in time, and Bangalore. But yeah, just to see them sort of play that different composition has been awesome. But let's see exactly what our teams have been playing for and are playing for. Not only a spot, I guess, in the regional finals, but a little bit of cash. Money is always nice as well. $20,000 for our first place, all the way, Elfish, to, you know, 21st to 30th, get some money as well.
Definitely goes a long way in a game where you've only got 3 players on the team as well, right? Like, it's a pretty decent split for those guys. To be fair, it seems like Legends are sort of farming the region for cash at the moment, which always tends to be the case for APAC South. It's funny, isn't it? Like, when one team departs, like, we used to have Reignite, and then they left, and then it was like Moist that was kind of dominating, and now that Moist have gone, it's sort of like, well, Legends seem to have been the one that have kind of moved into that, what would you call it? Like that bully position, maybe? You know, they're kind of punching down almost.
Right? I just want to chime in that was pretty much the case in point that Legends wanted to do from split number 1. We were expecting them to be at the very top. It was a slow start for them, and it was Weibo Gaming, formerly known as Wonton Dumpling, taking that top spot. But now, Legends is in the position that we all expected them to have, especially after that incredible run back in Landed Championships as Black Hand. And given the scoreline, guys, come on, it's crazy. 3 25-point lobbies for them, and especially that last one where they rallied in the final game, took down Makers, who was rampaging all throughout the lobby. Played so smart versus MDY, letting them bring Ulti back to life just to get 4 KP, and took the lobby by 2 points over Vegas Inferno. It's crazy to think how smart and how sound Legends Gaming is looking at right now.
Yeah, I don't want to say that that's like a pub style mentality so you can get that 20 bomb, but it was absolutely so thrilling to see someone like Legends Gaming just farm kills right in that final zone. You don't generally see that in, I guess, Pro League or these professional games. And, you know, I guess Legends Gaming, you know, has taken the throne, and we are looking at, you know, what team is going to be in second place. You know, I feel like it's a fight between Makers and Guild Esports at the moment, so we're always going to be keeping an eye on them to see who takes those top 2 positions. And as you know, APAC South, we've only got 7 teams moving over. I think we had 8 last split, so you know it's going to be a little bit more of a crunch time for these teams losing that extra slot. So you know they're going to be fighting tooth and nail, Elfish, just to try and get, you know, that ticket to LAN.
Look, in saying that though, it is still a pretty good spot to be in. You know, go back in the day, it used to only be 5 teams, and then you had Reignite that was basically guaranteed. So really, if you were someone trying to make it through, there was kind of like 4 spots that you could be playing for. Here, it feels like there's a little bit more of an opportunity. So, you know, like, let's not complain too much. It's definitely better than it used to be.
That's like a back in my day kind of speech. Back in my day, we had teammates like Chicken Sandwich and Team Burger, and we liked it.
And dial up. No. Everyone play. Make sure mum's off the telephone to grandma because we're playing on some dial up. But look, guys, we had a quick little lobby reset. We'll be getting to the games ever so shortly, so don't go anywhere. Just chill out and relax. But you know what? We're going to, I guess, have groups B versus C today. So there's going to be some amazing games coming forward for you guys. We're obviously going to be keeping a very close eye on Guild Esports because we're going to see if they're going to be able to take over Makers today. So let's find out exactly how that plays out. We're going to head over to our first match on Storm Point. Let's take it away.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, if you want to go back and do another little back in the day discussion.
Yeah.
Let me just fire this one back at you.
Feel free.
Back in my day, the teams they just used to be called Grape. They didn't used to be called Grape Fanta or Grape Soda. They just used to be called Grape. So there's that.
Yo, I was saying chicken sandwich, team burger. Come on, those names were absolutely top tier. But gotta say, Elfish, it's a good day for APAC South in a way because you have teams like Guild Esports popping up. They have an org now. Boogie Borders has been picked up as well to really wanted to watch out for. Lightning Unicorn was picked up there by Evo's Predator. So Heroes was formerly known as Tom Yong Kung. It just goes to show there's so much more support right now coming into APAC South. But I'm so excited because BNC means there's no Legends Gaming and someone else can try to take a whole 25 right here, right now.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of hoping it's going to be Guild just so that I look pretty smart. We'll wait and see. The thing is, obviously, you know, there's as you say, a lot of investment coming into APAC South, but I don't know if that's like, what's the word? You know, that's not unexpected, right? The performances of the APAC South teams when they go internationally, like someone's going to notice eventually. And look, we've been sort of harping on about it probably for the better part of a couple of years. That the APAC South region has always been a little bit unloved in the sense that we have some really good players, some of the best in the world. In fact, at times you could make the argument that they have been the best in the world, just not necessarily playing in the APAC South region. But it's always a case of an APAC South team moves over to North America, and then there's another APAC South team that's like, oh, these guys are pretty good. So
yeah,
I've been very positively impressed with the performances of the teams from this region over the last couple of years of ALGS, and finally now they're starting to get that recognition as well from the organizations, which are starting to pick them up and give them a bit of a helping hand. So
yeah,
take a look things here for the first zone shift over towards Stormcatcher, and as far as the Legends compositions are going to be concerned, very much in the same vein as previous weeks.
Yeah, and not only that, given that ring pull right now, it might just be heading a little bit more south compared to the usual hillside that our teams expect. I do have to say though, it really has just been APAC South, a melting pot of good teams, of good talent. Then they move over to NA and make bigger waves. I will use our platform to just get these guys more money. They deserve it. But Virtus Pro, it's been struggles all throughout their set so far, and it continues now right outside of Launchpad. It's Weibo Gaming nearby, and Sharky's already gone from the fight.
Yeah, this is definitely not the start that Virtus Pro would have been looking for. Looks like Wei and Pricey might be able to get out of there okay. They do have the beacon as well, so they'll be able to get that revive. Heroes, another team that we mentioned at the start of the day, they're very quickly gone.
Yeah.
That is at the hands of Akuma. A lot of early fighting happening here. And actually, it's a question that I have for you. Have you found that with the new drop format, has that led to a bit more of an early game action just because teams are maybe not as comfortable with their rotates out of their drop locations?
The safe answer is it depends. But truthfully, it really does depend on how it looks, right? In terms of the map draft itself, who is close to one another. We saw Weibo Gaming and Virtus Pro nearby. We expected them to run into each other, and exactly what's happening. Same could be said with Akuma a while ago over at Heroes contesting Barometer after their initial drop. As Can comes on out, Wei's already down there by Peak God, and here we go again. Weibo Gaming, a start they've been looking for all throughout the split. 2 KP to begin the action with.
They've got to be a little bit careful though, because Final Dreamer on the other side of this engagement, they were sort of coming up from Devastated Coast. You actually get that final elimination onto Pricey. No contest in the direction of Weibo, it looks like, from Final Dream. They're not going to try and get too aggressive out of it, but they'll be happy to at least take one of those points away. Weibo, yeah, as mentioned as well, Weibo, you know, they kind of in a similar position to Virtus Pro, where their first few weeks just haven't really been up to scratch, especially considering how well they performed in the previous split. So they definitely need a good start today, and they probably need more than just a good start. They're going to need probably those 25 points if they want to get back into any kind of a discussion. So got to start well, got to finish well, and got to find some of that pizzazz that they used to possess.
Absolutely. They need to have those monstrous 30-point games that they did last split. And it's crazy to think you see a defending champion of the region struggle like this right now. There's so much to play for Weibo Gaming, but another one we have to watch out for. Evo's Predator, very hyped up to see Nutsuro-sama. Actually, he had the most damage, I believe, during his debut. He had the most damage all throughout their lobby over the likes of Legends Gaming and Strafing Flame especially. And Nutsuro-sama has been a streamer for a while. His sniping talent is still there. And look at go. Longbow in hand as Evos have a half of Thunderwatch right now. Or rather, of Stormcatcher here.
Yeah, always have to keep an eye on him when he's got a sniper in hand. But nothing doing just yet. Grape Soda at the top of command center.
Oh, like the
taking
rebrand.
things slowly.
Come on, like, where's Grape Fanta? Why do
Yeah.
I get Grape Soda now? It's like we went to the bargain bin convenience store and just got a knockoff brand. Oh.
What's the best grape flavored treat you can get that's not
Okay.
actually grape?
I mean, to
Bubblegum?
be fair, here in the Philippines, we actually have a Grape Fanta, actually.
Right.
We have, it's called Royal True Grape. It's like a different rebrand. But Bubblegum's a really good flavor. I've also had, like, watermelon soda that's pretty good, too.
Just think about, like, I don't know what kind of grape flavored things there are. You know that fake grape flavor that you can get from, like, anywhere? I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyway.
the juice box?
Yeah, juice
Yeah.
box or. But I think grape bubblegum's kind of goated. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying. I don't know. Well, maybe we should make grape toothpaste or something like that. Maybe that's a thing. But I digress.
Whenever I go to Korea, I'll get you those grape gum jellies, and you're gonna see it's really good.
Wait, is
But
that
we
a
got
fake grape? I've seen a fake grape
Yeah,
that looks
it's
like
a
a grape,
fake
but it's not a
grape.
real grape. It looks like
Yeah,
a grape.
it's-
It's made to taste like a grape, but it's not a real
Yeah,
grape.
no, it's like a fake grape in
Yeah.
a bubblegum packaging.
That's
Wow.
wild.
So guys, there you go, your grape bubblegum lore. Now we go back into Apex Legends, and interesting enough, VK Gaming and Remarkable Team taking one of those tunnels for themselves. Now we see the ring pull even closer and narrower, and with that being said, this is a compound to the east here, Elfish, which means SWQ in a good spot. LGD also hedging their bets and staying in secret facility just to have elevation if that ring pulls a little bit more north than expected.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of compounds like this in my time, kind of reminiscent of a Dark Zero compound back in the day. Let's see what that ring pull is going to look like for MXF. I think this one's a little bit further out to the eastern side than that famous sort of Dark Zero win, but it still could go in that same direction. LGD as well, not going to be too disappointed by things either. It sort of really depends on where things are going to pull for the next couple, but gives you a lot of room to work. And for the teams in Stormcatcher, it gets really messy, right? Because there's so many teams that are having to inevitably exit Stormcatcher at the same time, and even those teams that have to come across further from the west. So
yeah,
keep an eye on that, how that plays out. X and Y having a little bit of a back and forth right now against True, but nothing really coming of it yet.
I mean, speaking of the teams from the west, these are two teams right now that we're watching at the south side of Stormcatcher, right? X and Y and True, both coming in from Cenote Cave as well as the mill, respectively. It's something you tackled a while ago. Teams have been taking the mill away from Dreamfire when they have draft priority. Exactly like you said, the lesser teams, the teams that are a bit newer to ALGS, given that chance to have a better rotation path moving forward. Let's see what True can do with that one. X and Y, though, on the other hand, there's only their fourth series, and they're within the top 7. I've seen them, though, multiple times die in this area once they transit trying to make their way to Stormcatcher, so they need to be careful after that first fight versus True later on.
Yeah, I don't hate it as a concept, right? It sort of feels like everything's against you when you're a new team into the ALGS,
Yeah.
so
Just get bullied.
you maybe deserve a little bit of a helping hand, and hopefully that'll help. You don't necessarily need to make the rich richer and the poor poorer. In this case, it's almost like stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, maybe a bit Robin Hood-esque. With True being given the mill. Dreamfire, I don't know, they seem to be struggling again a little bit this split, so maybe they're not too happy with things.
Oh, but keep going gaming. Bit of engagement versus Guild, and this is big as KPG have found a team that loves to play a bit more into the late game. Tree Cleaner and the rest wipe the floor out of Guild, and I'm sorry about your scouting report, man, because you have just cursed them to begin this game 1 with.
Yeah, rough rotation really for them coming out of the zone and running straight into KPG, and honestly they didn't really have anywhere to go because they had Grape Soda right behind them as well. If they would have stayed in the ring a little bit longer, it was going to be problems anyway. Back over to Stormcatcher, and imagine that there's no shortage of teams having a little bit of a stoush here. Evo's Predator trying to lock it down for the moment. More of
The
a...
pylon.
Yeah, I mean, it's really more of just like a presence showing kind of engagement rather than an actual fight. They're just trying to sort of keep one another at bay for now.
I agree with you. Just because Eva's Predator, they don't want to give a priority exiting Stormcatcher later on. But with the knock onto Nutsur-sama, that's a go signal here for Dreamfire to try and take the fight. No Nim wanting to go for the push. The Havoc doing some immense damage. 3MZ Back to cover though, a bit of a reset, but while this happens, it's Evo's being picked apart even by no credit. Evo's Predator, they are gone now, and Dreamfire still hold off anyone coming their way.
Yeah, big dub for Dreamfire. Obviously clears things out pretty substantially, but also some much needed upgrades. The Evos helping them out. And, well, Sloan said he wins the race for Dreamfire, although maybe that's not necessarily true to form for a team such as them. They do tend to have those big games here and there. Could be the start of something special for them. And they're not going to have to move just yet. They've got some time to buy. Have to wait and see where that next ring is going to end up pulling. We're obviously fairly well aware that this one was going to go out toward the east, but next ring will be an interesting one. Could be a big deciding factor. If it goes back over Stormcatcher, then it gets pretty chaotic as well.
I agree with you, especially if it shifts back right to that southern building into the compound, it's going to get wild. But right now, it's so much more out in the open. And MXF, as well as Weibo Gaming, who has been lying in wait there by Launchpad, will actually get a good spot to make their way into the ring. Also, keep an eye out on the Legends. You still see a lot more fuses compared to other regions here in APAC South. Only second, perhaps, to APAC North themselves. Barbecue, though, in Final Dream, a scuffle now as it's Papa bringing in the pain. Ronin onto the floor, but King trades it evenly. Now, Final Dream trying to get a bit of cover. Papa's really low. 7-Ed has been down 2, and Barbecue has been a team really good at the fight from the qualifiers. They keep that pressure on now here in the Pro League, and they will get the wipe, but they're under duress because of another squad.
Yeah, it gets pretty busy now that the zone's starting to get pretty small, and I'm even kind of keeping an eye on Weibo Gaming at the moment as they are starting to push their way forward. We've jumped over to an MXF inside of this orange. I don't know if there's going to end up being a fight, or if Weibo Gaming are more than happy to just take control of the roof. You can kind of coexist in the circumstances like this, and if you're either of these two teams, it's definitely in your best interests not to fight right now with the zone pulling in this direction. In saying that, though, neither team actually aware that the zone's going to end on top of them. It looks like they're both happy with the real estate that's been acquired, and so nothing too crazy to happen over the orange just yet.
While this happens, Dreamfire fighting for their lives in Stormcatcher and winning Weibo MXF. This is just them holding the same nut together, and at least they're gonna just try to wait out the rest of the ring. It's getting crazy though in Stormcatcher. Grape Soda's nearby, you have Fruit Salad win it, and while this happens, WBG, once they see at least any kind of weakness here, Elfish, they're gonna go for it. Barbecue though, they got the respawn going, they're back to a 3-0 and flying in to where the rest of the chaos is unfolding in the lobby here.
Yeah, Barbecue also haven't got the next ring information, which is gonna mean they'll pull up short. I'm not too confident about their chances. They've got teams below them, down the hill, they've got teams above them. They're gonna go right in the direction of Akuma, and surely this just does not end well. They've been popping damage from every direction, and I'm starting to see them drop now as well as we back over to Stormcatcher. A bit of damage going down there as well, but yeah, touching on Barbecue, it's just not going well.
That's been their struggle. When they go for the rotate, they do put themselves in bad predicaments. When they go for the 3v3 fight, it's all good for them. But a team who's wisely lying in wait is XNY. JR yet again, his stats don't lie. He's been incredible, already getting the down onto King. XD wanted to go for the call and push. They're playing yet again onto the fuse, something that they've innovated really within APAC South. Fruit Salad, Barbecue, both eliminated. It looks to be lunchtime here for the lobby.
Yeah, the XNY roster, they kind of continue to plug away, don't they? They've been quite solid, quite consistent over the last couple of splits, and already a pretty decent start to the day. Who are trying to keep themselves pretty healthy as well. They've got the 3 members alive still, though Granny Smith needs to be careful with that forward position, the point man type position. I'm interested to see how these teams are going to get out of this sticky situation, though, because it's a pretty messy spot to be in. And they have to rotate up and around Stormcatcher.
Ooh. First goal was the Dark Veil, but we look at Dreamfire, who have been fighting for their lives. 8 points right now on the board. They're in the tentative lead, but with Pete the only one still standing right now, it's very difficult to try and get those banners and look to reset Dreamfire back into the action down below. X and Y have been waiting for this fight. They've been goading through. Come on, fight us. Let's go already. But an evac tower being set by Granny Smith. This might just be a bailout here from True instead.
Yeah, it's exactly what they need, isn't it? Right, it was always going to be a bit of a tough run to make on the ground. Granny Smith,
oh no.
Oh, unfortunately not quite getting out of dodge in time. Still, it'll be enough for the remaining 2 members to cross into central position, though this doesn't really give you a whole lot of cover, and you want to keep your heads down I don't know that that's going to be too easy. There'll be a lot of teams still rotating their way in. Keeping an eye in particular on Akuma, who are flying through the air at the moment.
They just use the evac tower. They're really chasing True right now after getting that knock. On the other hand, though, KPG have rotated their way towards the north side of the ring, and you can see that this is going to pull towards MXF and Weibo Gaming yet again. We watch the action here. SWQ noticing Akuma nearby. Donut and the rest looking to find any kind of fight within the smoke as X and Y eliminated again in that position. LJE gone to Donut now down to the ground, and SWQ just getting eviscerated here. Cut the ribbons by Rogers and the rest. Akuma is gone here. Same can be said for the rest of SWQ. A single member left as True takes advantage and wipes him out.
Man, look at that kill feed. Akuma, Dreamfire, Grape Soda, SWQ all eliminated in the blink of an eye. That rotation was rough for everybody. Unless, of course, your name is Weibo or MXF. They're both holding on to that eastern or southern side of the next zone quite nicely. KPG, to be fair, hold up on the cliff as well, though they are really copping the beating from Jackie Chen.
You want to farm damage? Just press Q on the fuse. Do you like fuse here, Elfish? Because we have decided to adopt this for quite a while, especially with the evac tower, with the ultimate combo. But VK Gaming, it will be easy for them to find. True, make it now 4 squads remaining.
He's definitely not the legend that I choose to play, let's just say. But yeah, I think he's definitely getting a bit of work done here. Given the circumstances, you can't be too disappointed by it. But VK Gaming, 13 points on the board already from game 1, and a chance to get even more than that. They have cleaned house coming out of Stormcatcher. They've got the entire western side of the zone under their security, I suppose. What's the word for that? Under their watchful eye. Let's just go with their watchful eye. How about that? But it's really awkward still having to push their way down the hill here.
Oh, that is not good for Tree Cleaner. A bit of a struggle here for VK as they look to move into APG. Struggle right now. Starts getting lobbed. Nade's gonna be the play too. KH into cover here with a shield battery, but VK is piling that pressure on towards Keep Going Gaming. Tree Cleaner set up with a wall. It's not enough to transition from VK finding a squad to fight, and Tree Cleaner is just cut down. Timber goes Keep Going Gaming as VK Gaming is rampaging here. MXF now a victim too. Weibo taking the fight to them, but this is well played by AoE. He is just holding steady here within the corner. Arturius is set up, keeping MXF alive.
Perfect opportunity, though, for VK Gaming to kind of keep an eye on things. They're waiting for that fight to ensue a little further, and it's kind of not, right? Weibo have lost a player, and MXF have at least managed to get the revive onto Asaran. VK Gaming not too eager to push in off the back of that just yet. There hasn't been enough damage done as far as they're concerned to make this an easy one to finish off. So they'll play it slow. They're picking up a couple of death boxes. And they'll be ready to go once this actually kicks off. It will certainly be MXF and Weibo running into one another a little quicker than VK Gaming, who have a bit more room to play in the next zone.
11 kills on VK Gaming right now. They've already hit double digits. We're gonna get a lot of points from this lobby. But MXF happy to stay inside their orange for the time being. Weibo, though, is right beside them. You said effectively 2v3, and this is going to be a fight for second place. VK Gaming have all the setup that they would like here right now.
Yep. Look at it. It's perfect, right? They've got the crossfire angles, they've got the zone control, they're fairly central. Going to be happy with the setup, and Weibo, I don't know, they're going to be under the pump at the moment. Pete, God, he's gone for the double! No way! Oh. There might still be a world in here. MXF trying to hold on, but Weibo managed to grab the second, and, well, ultimately we knew it was going to be VK taking the dub, but Weibo have to be happy with that.
Yeah, they played for second, they got second, and wow, doing some immense damage as per usual. Well done by VK Gaming, though. They carved the path from a Stormcatcher. They took the fight towards every other squad along the way, and with that being said, Lace, that's double digits kills for VK Gaming.
Yeah, what a good start for VK Gaming. I feel like they sort of kept their wits about them and just had to, I guess, wait a little bit patiently for, MXF and Weibo to sort of have their slight little fight and just come in and just take that win. But Weibo, I just want to have a little bit of a comment on them, Dax, being able to, I guess, to focus on the rotate quite early on and hold that position for such a long time. You know, we've been talking about them often, saying that they really need to take the win today to become, back into the top couple of squads. But what a good start from them. It was absolutely exceptional being able to collect a little bit more KP right at the end there and take second place. This could be a good day for them.
Agree. Just because they played so well with the ring that was given, especially with the POI, they started courtesy of Launchpad, right? They effectively looked for Virtus Pro, took that fight, played priority, and made sure that they would be in position to keep the pressure on the MXF. Them losing a member, though, versus MXF in that fight did hamper their chances for taking the dub. Instead, those honors go to BK Gaming. 11 kills, first place. That's over 20 points right now coming their way. I also want to say, we didn't see too much of it from Dreamfire on the feed itself, but they got 8 kills, holding off the likes of Evo's Predator,
no credit.
Teams, I believe, no credit.
Remarkable.
Yeah, like you mentioned. It was just a good showing from Dreamfire and some of these Chinese teams that we've been waiting to see wake on up within the APAC South lobbies. Maybe today is their day.
Yeah, no, I was kind of keeping an eye on the kill feed there for you, Dax and Dreamfire. They're really turning up today. They had such a long fight with no credit. You could just see them sort of trading knocks and no credit. Sadia can just hold on for dear life. Then I think Remarkable was kind of joining in on the action as well, but Dreamfire managed to come out on top from those 2 squads, but at the cost of 2 players. But, taking away some awesome kills there as we see VK Gaming with 11 kills. Didn't really get to see too much of, I guess, them sort of playing, but, stealthy sort of action from them and be able to take out that dub. But then Weibo coming with 5 kills with this second place. Like we said, they sort of held their position for quite a long time. I think they are probably going to focus on the rotate and getting those top placements because they are sitting quite far down over on our overall standings, and they really need to do something today to be able to climb up to the top.
Yeah, and I just want to say a quick little shout out to True, top 5 with 5 KP. That is a good start for a team that is looking to make a case within the Pro League lobby. Surprisingly enough, Lace though, Grape Soda, because of the rebrand, they don't get their first map win or first big game as per usual. I'd say it's because we started Storm Point rather than World's Edge, but we go down the leaderboard here right now and struggle still. Virtus Pro, what is going on with them? Guild Esports, surprisingly enough, getting caught out early. Evo's Predator also outmaneuvered within the POI too. So those names, we're looking to see if they can rally moving forward into the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, Virtus Pro about 28th on our series standing, and MXF, who absolutely had a cracker of a game just there, sitting in 5th place. They're going to definitely take over Virtus Pro with ease. So these teams at the bottom really need to do something today, while our juggernaut team of Legends Gaming is sort of a little bit out of the way, along with Makers. We're saying this is going to make a little bit of room for Guild as well to sort of maybe take that second place. But that's only match number 1, guys. There's still plenty of matches here for Grapes B versus C. So we're going to take ourselves a short little break and we will see you after it.
This is the Split 1 playoffs, and this is Los Angeles. We have the 40 best teams from around the world, 120 of the greatest players to ever play the game, all fighting for their chance to win a LAN and to hold up that ALGS trophy. Every single one of these players have given everything they have for months to be up on the stage. Because this is ALGS.
A violet sky for Rex. PK grabs the second, makes it a 2-pop, launches it. But there's no way he hits that Sensi shot.
Nasky moves in there. He has to reload. It's fine though. He beats them both. He's just better. There's Yuka. Can he hit the braver shot? Micah, can he clutch it up right behind him? The melee.
Hackett swings through the smoke. Beast of the Hunt is activated. He is farming.
Crack back. Go to 1. Follow that. Kill the bang.
I win it.
2 dead. 1.
Lying in wait, and we are just sending it. Sauce the IGL finds him, and here comes BR Demons for the fight of their lives to clean up ground.
To at least clear space. Yeah, nading. Oh my God. Huge nade.
One point not going to be maybe the guns to use in this situation, but the Peacekeeper certainly is on the contest.
Something go through? Is this really happening?
Shoot the cold knockdown. Shield comes back. Roller in hand. He can do it. Cloud9 are down.
3 days ago, we started with 120 of the greatest players from 6 different regions from around the world. and now we're down to just 60. Their journey started back in January, and this is everything that they've been fighting for right now. Only one team will be crowned our newest ALGS LAN winner, but all 20 teams will be fighting for their share of $1 million.
And the question that everybody had coming into this week, can anybody dethrone the dynasties? Boys, we're here comes Legend Gaming! And remember,
Can they get the final kills? Yes, they can, but sadly, there is always one more, and it's Cloud9.
but this is just opening the door for VP to come in. Sharky's return to the finals!
You see the pink here, he's trying to heal up. He gets a one-shot, the Design goes knocked. I mean, they found the crevice, but right now they knew that they weren't going to win in their positioning because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated and Reject Winity. Clean up shot. They drop down, knowing to fully swing it onto them. The trade though, as Zyno gets a knock onto Slayer. Frex is the last one alive. He gets a knock afterwards, and LG.
To talk about Dark Zero again, we're talking about match point teams. This could be their opportunity to hit match point here. 190!
Okay, I'm pushing.
One more placement is all Reject Winity need so far. And there we go, as Serenity and Dark Zero eliminated, Reject Winity will cross that threshold.
Two teams already at match point, but we need to get that dub. They think they're safe, but they're waiting for them. They're waiting for them. The jump from Elevate to catch match pointing Dark Zero off guard. No banner for you.
They don't make match point. Elevate come in.
And Elevate from 0 to 100.
Fnatic have moved up to match point here, but that might be it for them in this game. Zero goes down to Koiful.
Legends may have saved the day.
And now they're pushing down to keep it going.
Following up with Jens, the last one alive. Legends try to fully send it. It's up to them, but they take out Dark Zero.
The full 307 are back up, and they're gonna send it in. Nasky stands up.
No way!
Bang! Minus! Go again! Dead! I flicked! I switched after switch!
Here come SSG!
SSG to deny Dark Zero the chance of victory. Reject Winity now getting involved.
They want to clear out this side. They see kills available. They see an opportunity to clear out SSG and take control of this side of zone.
5 remain. Fnatic still alive and still approaching from the south here. And Aurora just lost one of their rotation. It might be 2. It could be all 3. And another match point team goes down.
Fnatic are thinking the same thing at the moment, trying to get Leica back to his feet, but UKF will go down as well.
Yeah, all us, ready. Inting. Barrels.
07 eliminate, but it's all up to Waltzy now. Fnatic will go down! No! Not much will fall as well. We're down to 6 squads.
But it's disguised that they're fighting up against another match point team, but Reject Winity have the extra player.
They have 2 down. They just need to find the third. It's going to be disguised down as well. They took that fight a little bit earlier. They win the fight against DSG, and now it's about winning one more.
Look at C9. Look at the position Serenity are in. Everything falling into place. Reject Winity are just going to watch this unfold in front of their very eyes. Surely it's going to be the moment for APAC North here.
Biding their time, waiting for their moment. As all of Reject Winity find themselves at Red Evos. It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North.
It will be Reject Winity that will ring around this arena, that will ring around the Apex scene.
Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Reject Winity.
Straight from break to game, here we go into map number 2. Thanks to Lace, of course, breaking down the action with me within that post-game But Elfish, exciting times as we go straight into another one, and it's VK Gaming on top of things with 23 points.
Yeah, that's what we love to see. Don't need anything to do with that break. Straight into game. Happy to do it. Happy with that. Quick and dirty. VK Gaming were pretty quick and dirty actually through that first game as well. 23 points. 11 KP. Pretty insane from them, but does also have to be said that Weibo are kind of coming back into their own a little bit. They did have a pretty decent game there as well. Took that second place by the skin of their teeth, and we saw, again, Gugu, you know, with a little bit more of that characteristic display from previous splits. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that that's going to continue throughout the day, because Weibo, they're in that position where it's like, well, unless they really have a stellar day, they're probably out of the conversation for the rest of the split. But
yeah,
who knows? We'll see what happens.
I mean, Gugu has been very consistent still with his performance. Same couldn't be really said with the rest of Weibo. And looking at this ring, center of the map towards Lift perhaps, maybe can shift towards Jurassic itself. But I do want to point out with VK Gaming, it has just been many eyes actually on them, especially the fact that they have that new coaching structure with, I believe, Razy in it, having QQ from AGL. It's done wonders for VK Gaming within the Pro League and even before it.
Yeah, definitely. One team that I'm kind of keeping an eye on, again, going into this game, obviously, is VP. Bit of a bad start for them on game one. Should be a fairly straightforward adaptation for them to make and say, okay, well, we're not going to run into Weibo Gaming at Launchpad. Or if we do, you know, maybe we're going to approach it in a bit of a different way. But certainly can't afford to be dropping out quite as early as they did in that previous round. So see how they adapt to things.
And also to take note, we saw a while ago by Barometer, Akuma, a new trio, Walsh, Crusader, and Snoop together, because we did see a movement actually within the rosters. Grape Soda has a new third. Love to see if we can actually focus on him being there. Fussy of Onyx Esports fame, being within Moist Esports, Boogie Borders. We all remember how much he has accomplished within his career. So interesting to see Akuma try and find a little bit of impact with a few more newer players coming into this one. No credit, no hand. Watching their POV, seeing some teams fly on by. They came from Jurassic. POI that Savior loves to run whenever he can. And the rest of the teams already realizing a ring very familiar to many. This can just pull towards the compound where No Credit and Remarkable team are stationed to.
Yeah, very central ring pool. It's pretty standard stuff here on Storm Point. You saw a couple of teams flying through the air. One of them was Guild. Highlighted them at the start of the day, and they also, similar to VP, didn't really have a very good start in game one. So have to do a little better this time around. VK Gaming into an early Stalshin. It seems that their run might be coming to an end a little earlier than they would have liked. 23 points in the frame, but the average might be brought down pretty substantially if they get knocked out here.
Yeah, QQ in danger as LGD have two still standing. Ming Yue happy to play within the zone immediately. We've seen from LGD, they've had incredible second place runs within lobbies with almost no KP. Most of the points come from placements, but if you run into them early, they're very deadly. And as we can see, they're securing points early on.
Yeah, big points required from LGD as well, sitting overall on the standings in a fairly precarious position, 17th at the moment. VK Gaming down to just QQ. We'll have a little bit of a look to see if maybe he can recover his teammates, though I'd say it's wishful thinking. I'm not imagining that LGD is going to be moving at all, so not really sure what the avenue of attack is going to be here for QQ, short of maybe just trying to rat it out as a solo.
You've missed some of the most incredible rat games we've seen so far within APAC at Elfish, like minutes after minutes, especially with the new draft system. I've seen teams res, lose 2, come back for another respawn beacon, do it all over again, get chased in a trident. It gets pretty crazy sometimes when you're a solo early on here.
Yeah, not going to be too fun, especially when you're in the center of the zone. Like, if you're a solo out on the edge, sure, there might be a bit more of an opportunity, right? To just go out inside the zone and do some work.
He's so sneaky. QQ has taken a banner right under the noses of LGD. But he has been spotted, so he has to run away. LGD giving chase while we're watching Barbecue also transition. QQ, though, he was very, very sneaky there in 5s to keep the fight going for VK.
Yeah, down to about half HP, but has gotten out. I don't know where you get the res, though. That's the thing. Like, okay, getting the best one thing. Oh, but he was spotted. Spotted by Dreamfire.
Like you said, middle of the ring is so difficult because teams are just going to run into you.
Yep. Yeah, they heard those shots. They must have been looking in that direction and just sort of picked him off. He was down to half HP, so it was an easy, clean couple of shots in there. But unfortunate, VK can't go back-to-back. They can't even remotely close to go back-to-back. So ends up being 23 points out of 2 games, which is just not as impressive as 23 out of 1 by any stretch of the imagination.
Just bring the point average a little bit lower than you would expect if you can actually play longer here. But Barbecue, they've been trying to get this house away from KPG. They've done so. Many of our buildings now relatively occupied. Dreamfire, one of the teams that have realized, okay, there's no vacancy at all. But Evo's Predator, anytime you give them height, you know they're gonna take it. Nutsuru-sama and the rest, scopes ready, just pinging enemies and looking to see who they can farm Evo from.
SWQ taking it slow in command center. Seems like they're pretty aware of Grape Soda's positioning. This crossfire setup that they've established. Both teams actually quite aware of one another by the looks of it. No one getting too eager to take the fight to one another. And to be fair, there's not really much of a need. But SWQ hold up inside of command center. Maybe don't have as many options as what Grape Soda do.
They can exit from the south though, and perhaps that's what Grape Soda wants. They just want to confirm that they're going to be a team rotating the latest from the north. They start from Zeus Station, if I remember correctly. And with that being said, SWQ has to back on the way, and if it's interesting, if they decide to play outside that ring and wrap around Grape Soda, maybe they can surprise them, but it's looking unlikely. They'd probably run into MXF and Evos instead. On the other side of the map though, True had a good showing a while ago, and they're just gatekeeping Final Dream and Fruit Salad across Jurassic here.
That would be a pretty hectic rotate that SWQ would have to make, though I am kind of watching them run into the ring.
Oh.
So
they can
I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it and see what happens. I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch just yet. And to be fair to their own right, Grape Soda aren't really moving just yet either. We'll turn away from that discussion for the moment, though, as X and Y Trident in tow are going to start to push their way in as well. Fair bit of distance to cover for them, but it's a fairly empty side of the zone, so nothing really happening over there. Weibo, though, yeah, they spotted. It's MXF.
MXF, their victim yet again. And Weibo Gaming have a handle of the east side of the map. Given that they play Launchpad so well, they're just effectively making it bothersome from any team that's from Devastated Coast within the Eastern Trail towards their Lightning Rod Stormcatcher. And Weibo right now, smarter calls coming into today. They're just not... They're keeping away from the usual action and taking the standard 3v3 fight that they're a lot better at there, Elfish.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, some good shots. Weibo happy with the points that they're getting. A decent day so far. Virtus Pro highlighted them a little bit earlier on in the piece. They might actually be aware of Artorias' position. Most certainly are now. Sharky wanting that information. A couple of shots do go off. Artorias is going to keep his head down as much as possible. But the good news is VP is still alive. Okay, so they're in the discussion, at least for the moment. Hasn't, it hasn't turned into a fantastic game for them. There's still 19 teams alive, but it is better than the first game. So you kind of got to take the small wins when they come.
It's been a nightmare for Virtus Pro, really. After such a good showing back in LAN in LA, especially with Sharky's incredible return. I still remember the game that they took over Dark Zero, especially. It's making Sharky have a little bit of a smile there versus former team. It's just not happening as soon as they got back within the region. And on the other side, too, keep an eye out for Grape Soda. Again, I mentioned a while ago, Fussy, a veteran, being brought into the roster. There's a lot of talent, really, for Grape Soda. Loki, from coaching back to playing, looking to do even better again in another run here, the Pro League. Arcstars being lobbed past the waterfall. As it stands, Grape Soda taking the fight now. A quick low grab lift. They're giving chase to Eva's Predator here.
Yeah, take the elevator up the cliff. That's all good. You have to be a little bit careful because SWQ did end up making that rotate in around behind to the north. Not in a position really to pressure Grape Soda at the moment, but if this fight would take a little too long, or maybe Grape Soda would lose a player, you know that SWQ would be headed in that direction. And in fact, they are kind of hanging around, having a bit of a look. It does have me somewhat worried. That'll be a conversation for later on as we now take a look at Fruit Salad. Yummy, yummy. Down toward the southern side of the map.
You fans?
So, yeah, I mean, a couple of shots with this triple take, and Tell you what, I'm always a fan of a food-related name. I think
Okay.
that's always a dub as far as I'm concerned.
Dude, you've been here for years now. Which has been your favorite food to team, basically? Like, it doesn't matter who's on the team, but which food has been your favorite, favorite team, basically?
I mean, it's hard to kind of go past Tom Yum Kung, I think.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
that's
so good.
That's just... It always is the thing is, I hated saying it, because it's a hard name to, like, throw in as you're doing play-by-play. But Tom Yum Kung, they had a great name. They had a great logo, too. So I think they, for me, get the nod.
The happy shrimp with the gun. I will never forget that one. But now let's see the ring, and actually it just goes straight into the middle again, where no credit to the Morpholess team we're betting on to begin with. Virtus Pro, though, still hunting for anyone nearby. Akuma effectively encircling them right now in a bit of a triangle formation, but VP is the one altogether to run into Walsh here, who's alone, isolated from the rest of his roster. Sharky also catching out Snoop, and this is perfect for Virtus Pro, but the problem is Dreamfire is also nearby, knocking on their doorstep.
Yep, most definitely. Dreamfire have heard the dinner bell being rung, and they want to have a look back. 3MZ is holding the flank, making sure there's no push coming in Dreamfire's direction. And all is well as far as Dreamfire are concerned. I wonder, though, how the rest of this engagement goes. I mean, Virtus Pro, even if they do win this fight, are going to have a pretty tough rotate to make. And SWQ, where have they ended up? Still in Cascade Falls. Actually, holding on to the same building as Guild at the moment. Guild are on the roof.
Do they know?
Surely.
Quick little scan will confirm those intentions. Akuma eliminated also off screen, but Guild biding their time. They don't want to get eliminated too early on before this ring closes. That being said, SWQ gonna set the wall. Now Guild have the advantage from above. Go for the scan here. Rolling Thunder also gonna be the call. And Guild would have to back away, let SWQ loose.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, SWQ do have to invest quite a bit for that rotate, and to be fair, they've run into a bit of trouble. It's Heroes on the other side of this engagement that they're going up against. And already SWQ so low. Donut having to pop a bat, healing down to the Rolling Thunder. And Crazy Kong might not last too much longer. A sliver of HP for him. He's the last man standing. Guild are going to take the opportunity to push their way across as well. Running straight in behind SWQ, but we'll hear from Guild as they perhaps get wrecked. Never mind, they're done. We don't even get time to throw to the listening until Heroes end up being the ones on top.
That is so unfortunate for Guild. They had such a good call to go for the third party. Darkbay also to isolate the fight, but they lose out versus Bastions and the rest, who've been trying to find their form within these games too. But here we go, Dreamfire, more notable today to the happiness of the DF faithful. 3MZ and the rest now pushing forward. Jackie Chan getting down here by LGD elsewhere. And LGD, we're seeing more of a fight from them today. It's a 2v3 right now as LD looks for the angle, but Gugu still making them work for it. Feiju also into trouble. Virtus Pro eliminated the off-screen. It's LGD still with the advantage, pressuring Weibo Gaming. Peak God, what can he do? No 1v2 for you, good sir, as LGD will take that one.
Yeah, always going to be scary, though, when it's Weibo Gaming on the other side of that fight. Obviously, we saw what they could do up against MXF in that second versus third fight in the previous game. LGD not going to make the same mistake, and have done a very good job now of clearing the vast majority of that northeastern side out. So their rotation into the next zone would be relatively unhindered, which is not the same that can be said for X and Y. Dreamfire down there on the south as well. This will get pretty busy as they start to try to work their way in through that smoke.
Yeah, and they're stalking Dreamfire here. I dare say, though, LGD and Dreamfire, they probably just got a swift kick in the head coming into today, effectively. They know they need to make some big games if they still want to make a chance towards land. Dreamfire also using a Respawn Beacon to try and bring themselves back to full. While this happens, Grape Soda, they've spotted out Heroes. They're ready to go for the push. Let's listen and see how they hound the opposition.
He's on me somewhere.
Save scan, save scan.
I don't want to get clipped by him. He's
hitting
me.
Quick. Ready, scan, scan, scan. Scan as soon as you finish, and then we go.
Knocked him 165, 165 on that
kill. Yeah, we walk up.
We're in here, we're in.
Nice.
I'm looking for that fucking kill, he's one.
Just care left.
He's right in front of me. One shot.
Yeah, same. Dead.
Nice. I got fucked by that.
I'm chilling.
I have no bats again.
It's like safe enough on me. I have 2 bats, I can drop you 1. Claps, you have bats?
They're fighting, I think they're fighting on the right.
Right, yeah, we third right. Any ult excel?
No, they're not.
No.
I have to go back.
Killing again. I got a bat.
No big meds.
I have 1 bat left.
There's a box there.
Giants,
Running
Miles.
uphill. 3 kills.
Give me.
Yeah.
Farming on them.
Right's fighting now.
Flash.
No, they're trying to fight us. No. We're good. We're good.
On
Keep
cannon.
left.
Any syringes?
Yeah, dropping.
On cannon.
I'm
There's a
also
team on
selling
cannon. Like in front of us somewhere.
Can we triple peek right?
Yeah.
Don't peek it yet.
Yeah.
Swing on 3. Ready?
They're getting
Ready?
deaded.
3,
One might
2,
have died.
1. Go. This corner. Crack blood.
Massive
We wiped
blood,
that.
massive
Do you have ulti?
No.
I'm nading.
I'm one. I need the armor swap from the box.
Good nade, 100 dip.
Yeah.
100 map.
Yeah, nading as well.
We're gonna fight. We wipe this. Wipe this.
60.
30 flash on 1. You gotta hard wipe it.
And so unfortunate. Grape Soda falls there, fizzling out, even though we hear them a lot more vocal within the comms with their new addition. But we see KPG just hiding, lying in wait. LGD just above them right now. Arcstar's being thrown. It's danger here for Bible and the rest, and he needs to get the cover, but it's CK who finds him from afar. X and Y also finding Dreamfire, eliminated off stream. KPG next to be gone. We're down to the top 5 here as LGD, they're hurting, and Remarkable Team are trying to find the advantage. Feiju has to get back into cover. It's delicate. It's such a decisive fight from Barbecue 2, finding X and Y action from both north to south as we are left to 4 squads here.
Yeah, perfect description from you there. A very decisive fight indeed from Barbecue, pushing their way forward and recognizing their advantage. LGD on their attempted rotate haven't quite managed to make it into the ring. So top 3 now. Of course, Barbecue, as we mentioned, Remarkable Team and No Credit, the last 3 standing, all at full strength. And it is only Remarkable Team outside the ring at the moment, though they'll be able to push their way in on the northern side relatively easily. Good damage down. Very cheeky indeed with that Havoc. Starting to run out of energy ammo though.
No Credit has been working on a famine effectively. They're still on blue-purple compared to the full purples on one side, and then Barbecue having some reds within these next few bullets. Scan comes on out, very cheeky indeed, looking for the opportunity. But while this happens, Barbecue is actually angling themselves a little bit more to the middle of the next ring of how it closes in. Remarkable Team, the ones looking at them, and there's a small chance here for No Credit to take a better spot and move forward.
Golden City wins the race though. You never want to be that first team taking the fight. And there's 3 remaining. Open up the door for a third party to come through and have a good time. Barbecue. Some chip damage. I have to say that maybe Barbecue holding on to the best position in the zone at the moment. They're certainly the closest to the center, which will become more valuable as time goes on.
It's good cover. Oh, but Remarkable Team, yet again, always different, always trying to be innovative here with the caustic traps being set on up. Watch out though, Turtle's in trouble. No Credit also spotting that, and all forces are looking towards Remarkable Team right now. Effectively, Remarkable Team, the spotlight's on them, and they're gonna be the ones in danger here.
Damage back and forth, but nothing doing so far as the knocks are concerned. Barbecue still holding on to their position pretty nicely. Who's going to be the first one to move? It kind of surely has to be No Credit at this point.
Yeah.
Remarkable Team have got a little bit more room to work with those rocks, and soon as the wall is out of play for No Credit, I mean, they're going to have to go. They are now pushing their way across. They've managed to make it.
Great timing. And especially once we did see King trying to go for the shield bat to bring his armor back to life. This one rock is separating both Barbecue and Remarkable Team. No Credit taking advantage of the chaos. Just hugging the wall. So a sliver of hope here for No Credit. They've upped the purples, giving themselves a chance. So many fences right now set on up. And it's Remarkable Team who has to navigate through the labyrinth here. Turtle trying to push on forward. Gas for cover. Here he goes now, peeking out as it stands. None of the squads have that priority to push into.
But Remarkable Team still have some room to work behind the rocks for the moment, so they're going to get themselves some extra time to heal on up. No Credit. I was thinking about taking matters into their own hands, and now the fight really starts to ensue. That's some great damage down from Lux. First knock already. Barbecue down to 2.
Remarkable Team also taking this opportunity. They find the opposition cornered. Big Z now has been felled by the Peacekeeper, and it's Barbecue gone from the fight. No Credit on the opposite end. It's a battle for the rock, and we'll see who'll take the game with it. A slide in from very cheeky indeed, and that's very much so effective. No Credit takes map number 2.
Yeah, really could have been anybody's game though, to be honest. It was a fairly equal 3-on-3-on-3, but no credit, do it pretty comfortably and get themselves right back into the swing of things.
Yeah, no credit being in not the worst position, but, you know, having that a little bit of a longer move into zone there, but being able to sort of hide behind that rock and just aim down sights to make sure Remarkable doesn't peek there is quite surprising, I guess, to see Barbecue actually being taken out first. You know, Remarkable had, I guess, the decision either to swing and take out No Credit, but good job to No Credit to be able to move on in and take that win, Elfish. That is something that they have been desperately chasing. You know, they've been doing extremely well throughout the split, but they have not been able to secure a win, you know, up until this point. So huge from that team.
Yeah, well, I suppose the name is ringing true in that sense, that they're not really getting the credit for the hard work that they're putting in. Still, I think there's more that's going to be required today from No Credit. If we take a look back at their previous couple of lobbies, you know, they haven't really like stood head and shoulders above anybody just yet. So they'll be looking for a high placement, and one win over the course of a day is not quite going to give you that, although it does go a long way across the 6 games. Fairly solid display from Barbecue as well. I thought I really liked how they were kind of controlling the late stage zone, and obviously they didn't get the win converted, but they get a lot of kills on their way through that match. And I don't think they should be too disappointed with how things played out there either.
No, they had a great position there, and, you know, obviously collecting a little bit of KP along the way. It was just a bit of a tough situation, you know. It was either one team was going to swing or which way or the other, and Remarkable, I guess, chosen to sort of swing onto Barbecue was a bit of their downfall, and then No Credit being able to clutch this up and just take the win and just playing it a little bit patiently, but huge damage coming from them with No Credit just taking it out on top. I guess it was a little bit sad, actually, a little bit of a tough start. I want to touch on VK Gaming, Elfish. You know, they took out the win in the first match, but a good job from LGD being able to, I guess, solidify that selection and take them down, which, you know, has put them into the 4th place there with a fair few kills. Also, I guess, being able to, you know, take out the likes of Weibo along the way as well, who came in second in our first match. So huge from LGD. Barbecue, again, touching on them. Great game from them. Look at all those kills, being able to get into that 3rd place.
Yeah, 1.9k damage as well. So got some individuals popping off, and take a look at the scoreboard overall. VK Gaming haven't moved. They are still in first, but they got all those points out of game 1. So still a bit more work to be done on their behalf. You can't have every game going perfectly. In saying that, 2 games that have gone poorly in a row for Guild Esports. They were the team that I highlighted at the start of the day, and I don't know if I've cast a curse them or what, but it hasn't really been their day. I want to see them step up for game 3 and at least get themselves back into maybe the top 8 with like a decent sort of game. At the very least, you know, Virtus Pro, we highlighted them going into the 2nd game there as well, and they managed to get those 7 kill points out of game 2. So starting to get the ball rolling a little bit more. It's been a bit of a rougher season for VP, but maybe they're back to it.
Yeah, they moved up about 6 places there. So, you know, getting a few kills along the way, but it was a bit of a tough rotate for them to sort of move into that zone. But, you know, that is a little bit better than what we've seen, Elfish. So maybe you're giving them some, I guess, some good magic today. But, you know, No Credit, just moving up about 10 places. This is huge from them. You know, they have been struggling at the start, but, you know, they are such an exceptional team. And, you know, they've definitely taken something back to the drawing board. So an excellent job from them. We're going to take ourselves a short little break. That was only game number 2. So don't stress. We'll have another match for you after the break, so we'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. We have groups B versus C showcasing their talents today, and we just saw No Credit take out the win in game number 2, moving them up about 10 places into second place. They're already about 4 points under VK Gaming, who had a huge game in match number 1, Elfish. We're seeing some lower ranking teams rise up today.
Yeah, Weibo is one of the ones that seems to be kind of coming back into their own. They're sitting in third overall at the moment. They've had 2 pretty solid games. Kind of feels like, you know, there's a big one bubbling away under the surface, and that's kind of what this team is known for. So I'm kind of waiting for it to happen. I mean, Dreamfire, you maybe put that in that same discussion. So those 2 teams definitely ones to keep an eye on going into the 3rd game of the day.
Yeah, Weibo is sort of known to be like such an aggressive team where they was, you know, solidify a lot of kills. But it seems like today they're focusing more a little on the rotating, getting those, I guess, placement points, which is something that they need to be able to do being so far down on, I guess, in the rankings. So, you know what? It's been exceptional to sort of see them today. I feel that you are right. I feel like they've got a win in them today. You know, the second game there wasn't up, you know, to, I guess, their standards, being eliminated by LGD a little bit earlier on. But I feel like today is their day.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, even that second game, though, like, they still keep the scoreboard ticking over. They got 4 kill points out of it, 1 placement point. So it's definitely not the worst in that respect. So I think you have to sort of take it as it comes. And sometimes you have a good game, sometimes you have an average game. As long as your average game is still keeping, you know, 4 or 5 points on the board, then you kind of can be happy with that.
As in, I guess as we head on over to game number 3, VK Gaming as well, we're going to see if they can keep their top spot. Let's take it away to match number 3, the last one on Storm Point.
Yes, indeed, the final game of Storm Point, at least for this lobby. We'll of course have another whole lobby after this one, but that's a whole discussion for later on down the track. We'll get back into it. No Credit here to kick things off after a big dub.
That's a nice intro. That music's good. Even a prod liked it. But you said it. No Credit. Just so smart. I really want to look back at the last ring, right? We thought that they would have a disadvantage. They had the lesser armor, but the timing on the push, them getting the elevation going, and really is always some smart decisions from Savior and the rest. Say what you will about Savior, especially when he loves to play that Watson, right? He has been a mainstay within APAC South Pro League for such a good reason, and consistently within those kind of spots, I've made sure that No Credit is still around. I would love to see if they can make a rally for LAN, but look at this ring. We're gonna be seeing Dreamfire, Fruit Salad, Coastal Camp, maybe likely, Barometer, also consideration moving forward within these Southern Pools.
Yeah, bit of a change up once again. We've had a fairly good spread. I mean, to be fair, like Stormcatcher and then fairly central zone pool, but now we go a little further south, and I'll keep my attention turned on to True. They were a team that we highlighted at the start of the show, going in that pre-match, about the fact that they were able to take a pretty strong drop location, and have they been able to convert off the back of that? Well, taking a look at the scoreboard as it sort of scrolls through the top there, still waiting to see them pop up, so it doesn't really seem like it's really coming together for them. 11 with 10 points. I mean, it's not awful, but still leaving a bit to be desired.
It's better than some of their performances so far. We've highlighted True to be a very strong team on macro coming out from the qualifiers, but in terms of the fights themselves, it's been a bit of a struggle. Rogers and the rest, I love the calls, especially with Granny Smith moving around different legends from Caustic before to Catalyst now, if I remember correctly. But let's watch this squad fly on by. Dreamfire. Man, Elfish, you just came back in a team, a legacy team like Dreamfire. They're also coming back into the lobby. Top 5, one of their best performances so far, and they're looking for more here.
Yeah, the old boys got to stick together, you know? We get to sort of roll in here and be like, yeah, back in my day. Back in my day, I was the best.
Dreamfire.
That's right, exactly. And Dreamfire, you know, back in my day, Dreamfire were one of the best, and hopefully that'll continue today as well. I mean, top 5, you're right, and they haven't even had like one of those big sort of outstanding games just yet that we know that they can pull out when the circumstances line up for them. So kind of still keeping that one away, bubbling away under the surface, same as sort of Weibo Gaming, as Lace and I were talking about on the desk there.
It's gonna get sighting real quick here at Coastal Camp. Heroes using Trident. Rotate towards the south side. They're under pressure though from Dreamfire, who is taking the position above them. This will mean Lahim and the rest maybe just go around the rock, find the eastern side towards Echo HQ instead. Problematic though, Final Dream is there. Virtus.pro has also made their way in, and Heroes is the one who has to crawl their way towards the Harvester, especially Final Dream might see them coming here.
I don't know just yet if they've got the information. It doesn't seem like Final Dream are aware. They certainly don't have a sightline. I don't think they've actually seen them.
He's picking the Harvester though. He wants to go for it, and now they notice it's 7ed who actually sees it coming.
Yeah, that could have been awkward though. The timing definitely could have got the better of him. Luckily, Spots Heroes out, and surely if you're Final Dream here, you just back away, especially considering VP's coming in from the other side as well. They are hunting for some points. VP desperate to do better than they have been over the first 3 weeks of competition, or the first 3 rounds of competition. Has been neither here nor there today, really, it has to be said for VP so far, but better game 2 than game 1 if they continue to put those improvements together. Maybe there's still something to be said.
Yeah, from 0 points to 8 points real quick, at least Virtus.pro on the board. But exactly as you said, Final Dream wisely backing away from this fight. Echo HU getting pretty crowded, but Virtus.pro coming into this one, I do believe they have ring console information. Yes, they do. So they know they're gatekeeping both Final Dream and Heroes right now, here in this position by the cannon.
Patience of virtue. It's actually quite a tough rotate in for Heroes and for Final Dream. And look, to be fair, they could choose to go south, wrap back around, and come in from the more southern side, but then they're going to run into Dreamfire anyway, and at least in the case of Heroes, they're aware of that possibility too. So it's sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're going to have to push through a team one way or the other.
If you notice, actually, I wanted to point out real quick, Sentinel, for so many players right now, coming into APAC South, it was popularized, I dare say, by really Player K coming into week number 1, and then you bring Nutsuro Sama in, all of these other squads willing to play snipers a lot, and it's very interesting because it's always been a rifle meta, if you notice here, Elfish, with the Havoc, with Hemlock especially, but that extra bit of burst damage, very good at poking and finding a way to actually push into a squad with perhaps a man advantage moving forward.
Yeah, it definitely has its place. I think you can really afford to have at least one player on a sniper. You probably wouldn't want much more than that. LGD, in the meanwhile, going to see where they end up. They're already inside of the ring, so they wouldn't have necessarily had to have rotated like this, but they prefer to end themselves up in Barometer. Mingyue quite low. Looks to have gotten down to the ground okay, so it's all good. Decent rotation from LGD, all things considered, and they'll be hoping for the pull to come back in that direction toward Barometer.
Gotta agree with you. A little bit awkward to land at the bridge, but with KPG nearby, it's the best that they can do. It's such a safe game from LGD as much as they can. If you notice how they played that evac tower, they even smoked it, just realizing SWQ was within the orange right in front of them. Very much so fight adverse until they get into the right position that they want to call their home.
Yeah, the bridge is a playable position, but you often see it be a little difficult to kind of lock down until the zone shifts in a couple more steps, and it's not even going to come into play here. As we can see, it's gone hard south instead. So Dreamfire, we've been talking about them a little bit today, more so than usual. Maybe they got something cooking up in the lab here for game 3 of the day. Zone's certainly favoring them.
Yeah, and look, also X and Y. This team has always been very sneaky at these fringe case rings. I've seen them sneak their way past the other side of Northpad to take a dub. Right now, their biggest threat is Dreamfire, like you mentioned. But so many other squads are going to be in an awkward spot moving forward. Fruit Salad ready to watch for anyone coming in from Barometer. VK Gaming within that position too. And like we said a while ago, Virtus.pro, they want to collect that KP onto Final Dream themselves. Dreamfire, though, just happy to stay here in Coastal Camp. They're going to have most of this spot for themselves for a long while here.
Yeah, very patient, really. I don't think that they need to be doing too much at all. VP's kind of having a look in their direction. Some chip shots getting tossed back and forth. BMZ on the receiving end of that, but you know, he's got 8 cells, 4 bats. He's happy enough. Although holding onto the Sentinel, but not going to be wasting any of the shields just yet. You have MXF pushing their way in the direction of Dreamfire, and Barbecue's here now as well. Okay, all of a sudden it kind of pops off. They've taken a lot of damage on their rotate, by the way, from X and Y, so this could get very awkward indeed for Barbecue, who at the moment hiding inside of that smoke, but once that dissipates, then they're at the mercy of Dreamfire.
Yeah. They are too. X and Y finding the first knock. And that's the thing. Barbecue parking their car in the garage of Dreamfire. And now Dreamfire and X and Y working together to evict this squad away from the fight. But XD taking too long within the fight. The IGL forgetting the call of X and Y to play into cover. And with that being said, X and Y left to a duo. Heroes on pounding onto their position. So much pressure onto YC and JR. They need to get back into cover, but Dreamfire also chipping in with the damage. YC fighting for his life. He's been good within the league, but Heroes have the one with the advantage. Where is the push from Heroes, though? Seems like BP also losing on now. Virtus Pro under pressure. 7Ed making them work for it. Sharky desperately trying to survive here. Heroes actually eliminated on the other side, but this is Virtus Pro falling yet again. This time the final dream.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's just suddenly popped off like crazy. I mean, look, to be fair, the zone did pull in this direction, so there's probably that, but like, this southern side of the zone just fights all over the place. X and Y as well, it has to be said, you mentioned briefly, Heroes going out. That was a 2v3 that X and Y were able to win. So Heroes letting that one slip a little bit, won't be happy with that. We'll just highlight Guild on our screens for a moment there. Still surviving. Been a bit of a better game from them so far. And Weibo are still putting in work. It is Final Dream on the receiving end of that one. Papa, the last one standing. Weibo watching for that as he tries to escape out of Echo HQ.
I mean, you were asking for better games here, Elfish, and Weibo is providing it. 20 points on the board right now, and doing what Virtus Pro honestly failed to do. And I gotta ask you, what is up with Virtus Pro as X and Y get back to 3-0? They're in a good spot. They have the chance to win it out, but they still lose to sudden surprises like from Final Dream a while ago.
I mean, they just get collapsed upon by a couple of teams in that instance, isn't it? So it's not exactly the most defensible position around that gravity cannon. So the fact that they, you know, just have to deal with multiple teams becomes quite a problem in a position like that when they're not, you know, in a building or somewhere with hard cover. It's, again, a much more playable position once the zone shifts in, which is now going to be where Weibo get the benefit of that. But VP maybe just a little too early to what could have been a good position, but wasn't at the time.
It's been very heartbreaking to watch Sharky struggle like this, especially the rest of his team. Way fight really having a tough time finding that kind of form to help out Virtus Pro in those pinch situations. Gildo, on the other hand, they've been caster cursed by Elfish, yes, but they're in a good position here. Grape Soda, though, different fights as they move in towards Barometer. Rolling Thunder now being set. SWQ, they have cover, sure, they have fences, but with pressure from Loki, it's trying to force them to be flushed on out. Loki cracking those shields onto the Watson, but beyond that, Grape Soda can't get in there, as Barbecue also getting a respawn beacon going for them.
Grape Soda are going to try to push the issue. SWQ with some decent chip damage. Loki going to lose his shields on the way in, but Grape Soda now on the roof, and the wingman comes out.
Damage, speed loader too, in the clutches of that wingman. In any case, though, Grape Soda, take two, why don't you? Back on the roof, this time, it's a Loki. Still has a few smokes to work with. Also keeping an eye out there towards Bamboo, where KPG is at. But SWQ, they're hugging themselves within this orange right now, singing Kumbaya. It's a campfire that Grape Soda wants to get into, but SWQ is taking no visitors here.
Yeah, it's not a fight that you really want to overcommit to. Like, this isn't even inside of the next ring, so you don't need to necessarily be fighting over that position if there's another option. And, certainly for Grape Soda there is. They're going to be rotating back up to the north, and they'll be flying their way back into the zone instead. Evo's Predator might try to take a leaf out of that book, or perhaps should take a leaf out of that book. It's been pretty rough going for them so far, and having to now fight on the outskirts of the map still would be awkward.
Yeah.
Kills on to Guild Esports again, though, from X and Y, who continue to ramp up the pressure on the lobby.
And effectively, this is really good for X and Y. They're the only team within the top 7 that has also played 3 sets alongside Guild, as no credit's gonna get eliminated there by Grape Soda. And this is their chance to make up some very much so needed placement points, as well as series points, actually. within that leaderboard and put themselves in a better spot away from the borderline. Final Dream gonna get eliminated too. I do believe that Streamfire finishing off the job there. SWQ, now they're forced out and gonna run into KPG. True also gonna be nearby. KPG can't even get into the ring. Here comes Fruit Salad though. Push comes to shove versus Evo's Predator. It's 2v2 for now as Grape Soda's gonna get eliminated by Euler. Hits a good shot, and Fruit Salad searching for a final target. They find it onto Evo's Predator, and they will take the dub there.
That'll be given plenty of time for the revive there as well. LGD coming in from the north. A little bit too late to really cause much of a problem over there. And honestly, they've got bigger issues with SWQ at their back as well. Everyone on this northern side will have a pretty rough run in of things. Although Weibo Gaming, not in a bad spot to play with. They're fairly healthy. They would argue hold the strongest of the positions on the northern side.
I need it.
And they're just waiting for teams to push into their loving arms, their wonderful embrace. 24 points today for Weibo. They are keeping that scoreboard ticking along nicely, and obviously with this Kraber in hand as well, there's an opportunity for quite a bit more damage to come through.
I don't know if that's screen shake or just someone messing with his mouse pad. Do you see that from Peacock? Oh wait, yeah, I mean, Gugu is a controller player, but in any case, Weibo, you said it there, Elfish. They're effectively in such a good spot here to stay away from the mess that is Coastal Camp right now. They have all the space in the world to push towards the north. They're free here to try and hit some nasty shots with the Kraber. Peacock here, just pestering the Bloodhound on the opposite end. I do believe they're shooting at PK Gaming there. LGD can get eliminated by SWQ. And right now, it's really SWQ who can be the ones to circumvent the Weibo position. Keep an eye out on that northern fight. Well, let's see Fruit Salad and PK Gaming just try and disengage from one another here.
And they're both kind of copying shots from Weibo Gaming, who, as you highlighted, are going to have some more issues now, actually. It's SWQ that are pushing in the direction of Weibo. They're making a fairly late push. The zone's going to be out their back. It's moving pretty quickly. This is the fast side of the zone. SWQ have to continue to push their way up the hill here, but now Weibo have fully turned their attention in that direction. VK, in the meanwhile, was eliminated by Fruit Salad, and that will mean SWQ are the meat in the sandwich, which is never really a fun place to be.
And the other side of that sandwich isn't bread, it's Fruit Salad. Scholar now racking those shields. A chance to actually go for the push, but you said a while ago, Weibo now focusing their attention towards the western front. And exactly what's happening. Fruit Salad, they can't overcommit onto SWQ because Weibo will be there to punish them. Here we go now. Jackie Chan, the Motherlord, gonna get used on up. Peacock though, finding by Euler, and Weibo will now take the fight to all these other squads. Here we go with Peacock again, eviscerating, eradicating SWQ, but we're not done with the Weibo experience. Next on the list will be Fruit Salad. 2 squads to their hand. Weibo too good there.
Yeah, Weibo, they're pulling out that game that we had hoped from them for a while. 33 points now on the lobby, sitting in first place. They've been able to overtake VK Gaming. It's been a little while coming, it's felt like. And Weibo Gaming, given the time to reset as well, they have plenty more that they can bring to the table for this particular round. 14 players still alive. There's a lot more points on offer. This could be a huge one for Weibo if they keep this hype train rolling. Got the weapons to do it.
Keep an eye on threat assessment here. X and Y have realized something is happening on the north side of this ring, and they don't like it. Weibo and X and Y, big names ready to fight here. Some of the titans really in clashing in the 3v3. Here we go now with the Motherlode, and with it, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Peacock though, keeping the pressure going. X and Y can't handle Weibo at all, and we are left to 4 now.
Yeah, and again, another excellently taken fight from Weibo. There's no third party to come. Everyone else hard on the southern side of the zone. So Weibo, they are taking their fights so confidently. Now up to 37 points. Dreamfire, who were kind of the talk of the town at the start of this round, have obviously played a little bit slower. They've been given a zone feed, but Weibo are the ones farming all of those points, and they're going to be the big winners out of this game. I don't know, the way Weibo are working their way through a few teams at the moment, I'm feeling like they just get a dub right here. They're just fragging so well.
This is one of those games where you finally say, Weibo, are they back? And especially the fact that effectively, they're gonna see such a big scuffle here in Coastal. You said a while ago, Dreamfire playing a slower game. Really good position within the top 3 now in terms of the standings. But Weibo Gaming, this is what we saw last split. This is how they started running away with these kind of games.
Yeah, MXF as well have been keeping their heads down this game. Slowly but surely getting those placement points on offer. Barbecue doing much the same thing. For mine, it's Dreamfire versus Weibo. Try to close this one out. Zone still yet to shift. 30 seconds before that really starts to get on the move. And that'll be where Dreamfire really have to try to flex their muscles a little bit, right? They're going to be pushed off of this high ground. They're going to have to be made to work. It's been a pretty cool, calm, and collected game from them so far. But inevitably, you're going to have to make something happen. And unfortunately for Dreamfire, they are on the more busy side of the zone where Weibo at least have been given a little bit more room to breathe. I mean, they're actually quite central even.
Weibo have all the space in the world to work with. Interesting enough, in the roster of Dreamfire, I Hate the World or No Name used to be part of that Wonton Dumpling squad. So really, a bit of the past here for Dreamfire, a bit of the present, of course, with Weibo Gaming. But we still got other contenders, and Barbecue are the first ones to get cooked. PT finds Ronan there. That means Barbecue's left to one less. And from this point on, Dreamfire still the tower taken for the elevation, and they're just watching, waiting to see what Weibo's movement will be.
Barbecue going to go down. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place, had to move out into the zone to get back in. And obviously that's a freebie for Dreamfire, but that is perhaps the easiest of hurdles that they're going to have to get over in this final stage. Now down to the last 3. And MXF and Weibo once again find themselves inside the top 3. Those two teams have been putting together some pretty consistent games thus far. I'm waiting to see if MXF can kind of get any revenge for what happened to them a little bit earlier on. A chance to take some points off of Weibo now.
But they're exposed here with the Mother Load. It's spreading so much, so immensely. Big information here for Weibo Gaming. And MXF struggling to get on out. They use the Rolling Thunder to try and provide a bit of cover, but they're just completely exposed in those intentions. Dreamfire as well as Weibo. Nothing will stop these two squads from facing off against one another. And here we go now with Gugu and the rest. Pika tried to find that angle. MXF eliminated, but Weibo Gaming is unstoppable here. And they will take the 3rd map of the set.
Yeah, they were never going to be denied, were they? They just utterly dominated from start to finish. What a phenomenal game from Weibo.
What's a game for Weibo Gaming? And Lace, come on! This is what we saw from last split. That's a defending champion performance, if I dare say so.
Are our steamrolling land warlords back, Dax? That was absolutely incredible. You know, they had such a great spot, I guess, collecting those kills from SWQ and Fruit Salad on the top of the hill at Coastal Camp, and it allowed them to have so much space to sort of take like a 3v3 without the likes of Dreamfire and MXF sort of peeking on into that. And I just feel like they deserve this. You know, this is something that we've seen from this team before. They've had such a struggling start, you know, to our split, but this is exactly how we know this team can play.
It is insane. Lace, 17 kills on the board for Weibo Gaming there. 12 placement points. That's almost 30 to boost themselves up all the way to the top spot. Dreamfire also very notable right now, having a really good performance. I said it in the first map there, Lace. Are we gonna see the resurgence of the Chinese teams today, especially the big highlights there? Dreamfire, Weibo, looks like they're doing it right here.
Yeah, Dreamfire, you know, they had nice little quick rotate from Pylon to Coastal Camp. And, you know, they were kind of the king of the castles for quite a long time. A little bit surprised they didn't manage to get as many kills as, you know, a lot of teams were sort of rotating in. They had Heroes sort of waiting on the outskirts there. Heroes, unfortunately, you know, made a bit of a incorrect choice moving over to Echo HQ. And the, you know, the zone obviously pulled Coastal Camp and they had to go into the likes of X and Y. But, yeah, surprised Dreamfire didn't get as many kills from that position, but still, you know, taking out, you know, Barbecue and stuff along the way is something huge from them as well.
As Elfish pointed out a while ago, it was because Dreamfire really slowed things down on their front, and you can understand why. Taking that tower spot is effectively Godspot for how long within the ring. The only weakness would be the complete northern side that has been unattended except by Weibo Gaming. And Weibo Gaming, they fought tooth and nail for that one. 17 kills, but look at Gugu go. It is just insane to think a player of his caliber is just keeping the performance going and right now boosting Weibo up to the highest of heavens. 9 kills, 2.4k damage with 17 in total for Weibo.
Who had the hands of the Devo? That thing is absolutely insane. Taking down 2 players in one clip. You know, that's something that you definitely want to have in your backpack. But that is such a huge game from them. You know, they were sort of neck and neck a little bit with Dreamfire, but this has just pushed them so far ahead of them now. You know, if they can keep up this, you know, we know that this is a team, once they get going, they can sometimes never be stopped. So, you know, is this the day where they actually win? It's going to be so exciting to see it unfold, Dax.
This is the day that they are looking to make it happen. 48 on the board as we move into World's Edge. Dreamfire, though, great showing too with 36. VK still within the top 3, and look at them go. 3 teams from effectively China, right? Within the top spots. Barbecue also, X and Y. There's a big resurgence right now here in APAC South.
Yeah, and like it's so good to see, I guess, you know, even No Credit sort of move up on in. Even LGD Gaming showing us what they're made of today as well. You know, still not a great, I guess, performance from Virtus Pro. Unsure, you know, what really sort of got them down in that game. I know that they had to have a little bit of a tango with No Credit, so that's something that's a little bit difficult for them. But Guild Esports not showing us exactly what they're known for in that match.
Yeah, there's just so much chaos right now for a team formerly known as Serenity, and it has been such a interesting predicament for Guild Esports. We see how they play their usual game plan of going for these kind of rotates, playing a little bit longer on the outskirts and finding opportunities and picking them well. But what has happened so far here, Lace, they've been found, they've been run into, and they're ill-prepared compared to usual, just because that these squads are more of those edge teams that are juggernauts that are running into better shields, better armor, and better equipment that Guild can't handle.
Yeah, like these sort of teams are sort of finding their positions early and just absolutely obliterating these teams that you know if like taking a clean 3v3 could win, but there's just too much chaos going into those final zones. You know, there's still high hopes for Guild Esports. Maybe just one game didn't go their way, but I definitely know that moving over to World's Edge, we could definitely see a little bit more from them. And as we do that, we're going to take ourselves a short little break for now, and we will see you back in a moment. Welcome back, Apex Legends, and thank you for joining us once again here at Apex South Pro League, where Weibo took out a gigantic win with 17 kills, moving them to first place. We've just sort of finished off our Storm Point matches for Groups B versus C, and we're going to flip the switch and head over to World's Edge. It's been extremely exciting, though, as we've had, teams that you might have heard of, like Elfish likes to say, back in the day, Dreamfire, they're sitting in second place. It's awesome to see these teams just skyrocket to the top, Dax. And obviously, we're heading over to World's Edge, so we're going to see, hopefully, some other teams sort of make their way up to the top.
First things first, though, I love that we're pushing Elfish to be the old man of APAC South now. I guess this is what happens when he's busy. He's busy traveling APAC South, guys. Come on. Elfish is like a world traveler here, and we're great. It's really great to see him back. But you just mentioned it. Weibo, 29 points, puts them in the top spot. But coming into World's Edge, it has been switched up with how we actually do the maps. And most interesting enough, the first pick still goes to Skyhook West, and it's Fruit Salad, prioritizing that over any other POI as of usual.
Yeah, and I'm just going to skip ahead here, Dax, and my favorite grape soda getting into the Siphon East. We've seen such a great start from them last week when we were on World's Edge. So I do know that, this is, I guess, a favorite map for them. Hopefully, I know that they perform extremely well on here. So this could be something where, they're in 10th place. They can move on up again in front of everybody. It's just going to be so exciting to see them sort of make their way out of there. But then again, Weibo, I'm sitting there at stacks. They're going to obviously potentially cross paths. It could be, I guess, a little bit scary for Grape Soda, but I'm just so keen to see how this unfolds.
No, this is a story though, Lace. Remember from last week, Grape Fanta daring to contest Makers there on Siphon and winning every single contest.
Yes.
Now the rest of the region has to respect that. You'd expect Weibo to be willing to, okay, let's go Siphon too. It's gonna be okay. No, they know Grape Fanta's gonna run something like Conduit Horizon and run at them. And wisely enough, I like Weibo's choice to go for stacks since Makers is in the lobby to begin with. Just stay away, but stay within the same proximity of their usual loot path moving forward into the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's really interesting you say. I guess Grape Soda are the ones that one of the only teams to really sort of choose Conduit moving over to this map. But as we saw them sort of play that, they were able to engage and absolutely obliterate all in their path. I remember there was a frag game where they just got to clean up everything and take that win. And it's definitely exciting to see, I guess, this sort of meta in and amongst all the Fuses, Bangalores, and Bloodhounds. They're changing a little bit. And as we're going to go straight into it, this is match number 4. We're on World's Edge.
Second half of this set, we're into World's Edge, and Lace is expecting some big things from Grape Soda moving forward. If you guys are tuning on in, it is Weibo Gaming at the very top with 48 points, absolutely commanding here, Elfish.
Yeah, look, I tell you what, at this point in time, I'm kind of expecting to see big things from Weibo, and I know that's a Captain Obvious hindsight of 2020, but what I will say, Old Man has been saying that since the start of the day. They were always a team that could pull this off, and they've been a little bit under the weather so far this split, but it's always bubbling away under the surface, and it's good to see them coming out with the goods today. And, the fact that it's kind of started so strong, you've got to imagine that that's going to be maintained over the course of the next 3 games or so. I should have a quick look here and see, are they playing 2 lobbies today? They are.
Yeah.
So, this could be a huge day from Weibo with the way things are going at the moment.
Yeah. Group B getting double duty today. You can see who has the ring consoles coming into this one. And most notably, Weibo Gaming over at Big Mod, since they can move there from stacks. Virtus Pro also taking Turbo Station away from Dreamfire in previous iterations of this lobby, which means Dreamfire lands back onto their classic countdown pick. I do have to say, though, with the ring pulling out towards north, we're going to get that Skyhook East action perhaps moving forward. Grape Soda, also Elfish. We were expecting a Conduit, but since no one is contesting them this time around, they can just run the standard Bloodhound with the Bangalore, but still with the Horizon in tow.
Yeah, more than happy to make it happen here. I do love the Skyhawk circles when we get there. It's always a pretty hectic endgame, right? Because there's a lot of buildings that you can hole up in. There's lots of cover. Generally fit quite a lot of teams into that POI, which makes for a bit of a slower early game, to be fair, a lot of the time. Apart from, maybe some chip damage here and there, but certainly when we get to those late game zones, it's a little bit messy, and that's always quite fun.
Yep.
Dreamfire you know, you'd be looking at them with 36 points and thinking, damn, they're having a pretty good day, but sort of pales in comparison to 48 that Weibo put up. But do be like that sometimes.
I mean, what can we say about last split, right? Weibo outshined Dreamfire and the rest. Then, and right now, Dreamfire is just trying to get back in a place that they can try and reestablish their pedigree, I dare say. Okay, Fussy, you don't need to do KH like that. KPG will lose one early. And Grape Soda, very much so willing to bully anyone on the south side. If no one will contest them there on Siphon, they're gonna push into something like 3 to try and find a pick. Guild, though, really awful here so far in terms of their performance. It's heartbreaking to see Buki and the rest struggle like this, but the struggles continue with VK finding one on them.
Yeah, most definitely. It's another rough start for Guild, and I don't know, man. They're on 1 point for the day so far.
What's happened?
Not really looking like that's going to improve here on game number 4 either. If they're down to a duo this early on, what's happened? I don't know. I mean, yeah, is it just the Org nerf, right? You get an Org, you get picked up, and all of a sudden things just go haywire. I'm at a loss.
It makes me very sad to see, and we have performances like this blow up in teams' faces. If you remember from last split, X and Y most notably, they had a day with double Juchi. The first set, they had 0 points, and then the second one, they were in second place. But it cost them because 2 points away from making it to LAN. It's going to be very difficult for Guild if they don't find a bounce back performance sooner or later. Well, Grape Soda and the rest running on in. Yeah, Skyhook getting filled by a bunch of teams already as per usual. Fruit Salad, remarkable team, no credit, MXF, zone teams we've seen so far. They're in position, and that is big as remarkable team is picking apart Fruit Salad from above.
It is quite prudent oftentimes to be one of the first teams to rotate into Skyhook, because once you're in and once you're set in a building, it's not likely that you're going to be able to change your position, right? Yeah. So many teams get in there. Speaking of which, remarkable team, they're going to continue to push the issue. That was so clean! What a knock to start the engagement. And I know that Fruit Salad are going to be getting away with this one. Remarkable team. You know, they've been a bit up and down today, but that's definitely a good way to start match number 4.
And they always do better on World's Edge from what we've seen so far. Some of their highest games, highest highs as a team have been on this map, especially that first victory in their first game within their set. Also, most notably, that Caustic is so pesky still from remarkable team. Very different from everyone else. Barbecue, on the other hand, control towards the northern train tunnels. And Evo's Predator is knocking on their doorstep here.
Barbecue taking it slow. Can say in the meanwhile, Guild did get a respawn beacon, but Yugi's been knocked straight away after coming back into the game. So it goes from bad to worse really for Guild at this point in time. X and Y, the team that are trying to chase him down. There's another freebie for them. So Yugi at this point is kind of just a punching bag. He's just a walking free point for a lot of teams here on World's Edge.
Yo, sometimes Apex is just like that. You said, okay guys, I got down early, you have to leave me. Don't worry, you got my banner, we can go again. You put your hands back on the keyboard, and then you just have to put them away because another squad has just jumped on your respawn.
Look, in saying that, Countdown's a pretty ambitious place to go for a respawn, I will say, when it's like right next to where the next ring is going to pull. There's probably going to be a few teams rotating in through there, so Guild, it might not have been the wisest of choices to be going for the respawn there, and they do get punished for it. Obviously still keeping themselves as a duo. To be honest, they can get Bugi's banner again, so they might be able to get another res, which is quite late in the game. Yeah.
Let the man play, please. I'd love to see what Bugi and the rest can do. I've also noticed Barbecue actually taking the central Skyhook itself. Usually no credit wants to take that position, but not with a ring pull. Headed a little bit more to the east per usual. Evo's Predator, though, on the other hand, over at Survey Camp, BK Gaming sees them, gets shot by them, and Fafa, Fifth, and the rest. Gobgaps catching on Casa there, and Evo's Predator, distance is their friend. That's perfect for them to start off the action here.
Yeah, those were some clean shots with the triple take. Evo's Predator kind of need every point that they can get at the moment, so they'll definitely be taking that. Running with it as far as they possibly can. Skyhook is starting to get pretty busy now as well, just taking a quick look at the map there, and at this point in time, anyone that's coming in late might have a bit more of a difficult time. There's another respawn from Guild. Second of the game, and this one should be uncontested. They should at least get Bugi back in for, you know, a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see more success from them, but since we've seen this rainfall more and more to the east, it's actually heading outside of Skyhook. Not too surprising, honestly, with the amount of zone is still within the trade traps themselves. X and Y, though, they don't have the memo, they don't have the info, and they're running into Skyhook. It's going to be very messy sooner or later here, Elfish. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 squads who will come out of Skyhook bare minimum to meet each other in one single funnel later on.
Yeah, and there's a little bit more room for another couple. Like, there's a couple of unclaimed buildings. Wow, the damage into the respawn there. I think it might have been No Credit that were the one that pulled that respawn. Either way, there's a couple pop off around the map. We just saw VK Gaming looking for one as well. So a few teams under the weather. There's a lot of space to work with for a lot of these revives coming on through. There's still quite a few teams outside of the zone that are going to have to move their way in, but plenty of time to do that. Still early days here on World's Edge. BP didn't manage to improve upon their position in that last game. Still sitting on 8 points. Need a big game here to really get themselves back up to having any kind of a discussion for this lobby. It's just, again, kind of been same old from VP.
Oh. They run into Dreamfire there. Virtus.pro have ring console information, and when now Dreamfire seeing a team rotate this way, they might be wondering, okay, is our position god spot effectively? I think they have what they call Grandma's house. They have a good spot though, even with the blues, without that console info. And they're hounding Virtus.pro for now, trying to see what's going on. KPG taking a lot of damage along the way. And Eva's Predator, that is just a beauty from Nusrosama. What a snipe, what a shot. KPG gets eliminated. But check things out up top there, Elfish. It's Weibo at the very top with the kill leaders there.
Well, no surprises at all. They put, what was it, like 17 in one game. So that's probably more than most teams have gotten over their
13.
first 3. 13.
Crazy.
There you go. So he got Gugu doing himself, you know, a bunch of favors. And to be fair, Dreamfire are kind of plugging away there as well. They were, what, 3, 4, and 6? So
yeah,
they're also kind of having a bit of a day. So return to form for those two teams who kind of left it to the last minute, it has to be said, right? Like, we're about halfway through the split, maybe a little bit more than that. And if you're not getting it done now, then you're probably not going to get the chance to get it done. But working hard here to get themselves a place in that final lobby. And once you get into the final lobby, you know, anything can happen. So happy with that as far as those two are concerned. And listen, why? They've also been quite a consistent team today. Also found themselves inside of Skyhook. So they're going to take a fight, which is an interesting one to go for. It's against Guild Esports, and Guild have been kind of cannon fodder today. So maybe not a bad shout for X and Y.
Pain continues, and X and Y is farming Guild by this point. Did you see that hit and run from YC? Swoop in, get a knock, get out, and let someone else do the same thing. That is just X and Y doing Guild dirty there.
It's just not coming together at all for Guild. I think that's another 0-point game from them, which will keep them on 1 point for the day. 4 games deep, you've only got 1 point. I don't really know what to say about that one. But that is an interesting zone shift that most teams may not have been prepared for, but you called it right for Dreamfire, and hopefully they've called it right as well, that they see teams rotating in their direction. They don't have to move. They're going to be rewarded for that as well. So would be a big finish here for Dreamfire. It could be for Weibo as well, who are on a pretty quiet side of the map, although pushing their way up the hill out of the epicenter into this final zone might not be the easiest of tasks, and we'll hold that thought for the moment because Grape Soda are farming Barbecue so clean.
What a call from Loki and the rest, and that's the beauty of having also Fussy there on the horizon. The gradually lift for extra bit of elevation. Barbecue ill-prepared for it. And I do want to say, Grape Soda, Lace especially expecting them to pop off here every single time we get into our first World's Edge game in a set here, Elfish. Grape Soda have had monstrous games. They have been the intro boys, effectively, of this map. They've always had strong starts, and I'd love to see if they can continue that trend and put themselves on the board big time here.
We're keeping an eye on that for sure. It's an awkward spot to be in, though. Trying to work your way out of Skyhook this late in the game. So many teams that kind of gambled on a Skyhook zone, and so it's a very busy side of the circle. BP down to 2, having lost Sharky, but they've got a Kraber. I'm going to keep their heads down for the moment, but I don't know how you hold this choke point as a duo, especially when so many teams are trying to come out of Skyhook. Like, surely this is just have to give it up. You have to concede.
Virtus.pro can't stay here. Pricey already knocked on down to no shields. Way also in cover. It's so difficult for VP to make these calls without Sharky. Within the fight itself, True though having their own kind of actions versus X and Y, who just barrels down on them. But Vixaria has brought in the pain. It's good for True so far. They see the final target across. Granny Smith is on the lifeline, the only one into the lobby. But X and Y, that's XD gone, and X and Y eliminated there.
Yeah, tough rotation to be fair for X and Y, but still getting a bit of work done in this game. So keeping that scoreboard ticking over should hold them quite nicely inside of the top 4 or 5 overall. Should we lose a player off of that? They need to put in a bit more work down south. It's quite quiet though, has to be said. Dreamfire, the team to beat at the moment. They're looking to get aggressive as well, so we'll keep things in check for them. Luckily, or happily even, AP have moved on from their choke point, so they don't necessarily have to worry about all the teams coming out of Skyhook now.
And the ring just loves Dreamfire. Perfectly placed, still with the compound that they have. And not only that, they're just trying to search for any kind of targets on the True front. You said it, 2 members left for True. Dreamfire looking for that pick. Elsewhere though, Grape Soda and the rest, it's gonna get very messy soon. The part that we all love the best from Skyhook. Now, gravity lift from Loki, or rather from Fussy, to actually go for the push, but Collapse, he's gotten caught there by Lux. Grape Soda thought they had the escape plan, but they already lose one along the way. They have to go for the revive here.
Be able to get it. Arcstar in the mix, but he looked to be okay for the moment, having to dodge back and forth. VP going back over to them. Have rejoined the fray. They were down underneath the bridge for a moment. Now they've gone back to the choke point. They, you know, maybe they're recognizing like we need to get some kill points out of this, and even if we can sort of play a little bit cheeky and push away from the fights, but still kind of throw a couple of shots in, that could go a long way. Speaking of, Way was very low, so again VP will just back off, slow things down. Doing a good job of jostling for positioning. Grape Soda eliminated in 13th at the hands of LGD. Remarkable out in 12th, and there will be SWQ also dropping, so it is really starting to pop off. Those teams pushing their way out of Skyhook are really having problems. LGD is now one of them. They were perhaps on the better end of things for the most part, but now it's really starting to get hard. They didn't get past Heroes, still got to get past VP.
And how many are gone in a blink of an eye? No, 5 squads eradicated there. We're left to 7. Also, just want to point out, No Credit somehow got in with their Bloodhound, still got caught there at the tail end, and LGD, the ones who come out of the Chaos Strong. Virtus.pro now gonna get eliminated too. There's no way for them to hold that position as a duo. We're left to 6. Dreamfire racking up the points. Weibo now getting into the thick of things, and they're looking to take the fight towards Evil's Predator here.
Back and forth, but Weibo, they've been quiet so far this map. And I'm really waiting to see if they can accelerate once again in the late stages. It's not going to be quite as big of a game as the previous one, but win's a win. It will elevate them kind of out of reach, I'd say, of most teams if they can get a back-to-back dub. Which they do stand a chance of getting. To be fair, though, the feed keeps going in on top of Dreamfire. Very sort of reminiscent of that last game where Weibo are playing Edge, Dreamfire are playing Zone, and Weibo, they're not shying away from the fights at all. Just have a look at that. Speak the name and he shall appear. Peak God, that was a pretty crazy peak, just sliding down the hill and farming. There's another one for Weibo, another team out of the picture. Evil's Predator, not even a threat in that circumstance.
Absolutely, they've just been destroyed along the way. Perfect push there from the likes of Weibo. Want to keep their top spot. The Dreamfire are making a good case too. 7 kills already for No Name. And Dreamfire wants to put this under their belt if they can. Hika though, still going on. That's No Name knock on down. LGD also catching out BK, and now it's all about converging onto that one building. Dreamfire, they're under pressure on the inside. LGD seeing this one coming. QQ's there along the way trying to cosplay as a Dreamfire member, but while this happens, it's Weibo Gaming with advantage again. Chaos into the household one more time. Phage and the rest go for the push. LGD knocking down Dreamfire here. 3MC gonna be gone. BK's eliminated, sure, but LGD, watch your backs because Weibo's there.
Yeah, Pete's still hanging around as well, so you kind of got to keep him in check too. Weibo not going to overcommit to the fight. They'll take things nice and slow. They're aware that there's still going to be two teams somewhere around that building, so they don't want to overstep, give up a knock. More than happy, set up, take zone control.
Weibo, it's been so smart really for Weibo Gaming as we've seen so far. Great decisions to play these edge kind of fights. Pick the battles that isolate the other squad. And with this, LGD, they do get the reset. Pita here, solo left. At least he has the pylon for company. But effectively, Weibo, they have the middle of the ring, and LGD will be the ones to have to run into them moving forward.
Yeah, Mingyue, a little bit of a look around. If you can find an angle, or maybe even just get some information, right? Because at this point, it's kind of hard for LGD to get info as to even where Weibo are set up. Triple reds for LGD. It gives them a lot of room to work, gives them a bit of leeway. Chip damage is good though from Weibo. Every time someone from LGD pops their head up, taking a lot of damage. Obviously there's some chip damage coming through from Fuse as well.
Here we have it. The Sky load into play. Shoot it up, get that intel. And Weibo Gaming seeing LGD on the other fronts. Just poetic. Both these teams getting picked up like big Chinese orgs before the start of the splits. And with LGD now looking to take the fight versus Weibo Gaming, shades of MDY White versus Wonton Dumpling. It's happening here. Peak God though, still in control. It's Bobo who's able to finish off Feiju. Mingyue gonna fall too, and Weibo knows it's easy pickings now. All they need to do is clean up the rest. Dreamfire gone. Weibo will take it. It's Weibo Gaming with the back-to-back.
Yeah, back-to-back, easy as you like from Weibo Gaming, but you have to give a shout-out to Pete for, once again, being able to get those extra points on the board for Dreamfire. They take the second. And honestly, LGD, a good effort in the end, but Weibo, seems like they just cannot be stopped at the moment.
Having a little bit of deja vu from our Storm Point match. Weibo are just being able to take so much space while, you know, teams are sort of just making their way and sitting there pretty in the building and just being able to just watch everything unfold and clean up so much KP along the way. There's just no stopping them at this point. We've seen this, you know, in the previous split. Once they get things amped up and running, they are just incredibly hard to sort of take down. You know, they were sitting at 48th in first place coming out of game number 3, and now match number 4. They're definitely going to be far in front.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, look, to be fair, it wasn't quite as impressive there from Weibo as match number 3 was, but look, it's kind of going to be hard to beat a 29-point game. They ended up with 9 kills in that first place, so it would be 21 points on the board on top of that one from Weibo, and they had a pretty good game 1. They really have only gone missing over today in game number 2, which even there they were getting some sort of points on the board, just some sort of picking over 5 points. I love that peak there, by the way. It was just so clean, sliding down the hill. The tracking was so good, and LGD, they do end up getting as much out of that one as they possibly could, but it was always going to be wishful thinking when you're going up against Weibo in the 3v3. Pete kind of becoming a bit of a non-factor in the end. And Weibo, and back to back. I wonder if they can find the hat trick. They're certainly playing well enough at the moment to be able to do it.
Yeah, and, you know, LGD had such a great game as well. You know, Grape Soda was making like a wild push to barbecue from height, and then, you know, them then having to move into no credit and LGD, but LGD came out on top, sort of making their way from building into zone. So that was, you know, a huge game from them as well. As you can see, they got 13 kills, and most of that was from coming out of, you know, Skyhawk. So that is a great feat for them to be able to even make that rotate out of that chaos. So I guess but again, Weibo taking first place, and this is huge for them. As we see, wasn't 17 kills, Elfish, from their Storm Point game, but still an exceptional feat from them.
Yeah, but man, what is going on with Guild? Another 0-point game from them, and just missing out time and time again. Yeah, they lost Bugi pretty early on that game, but got him revived twice and still weren't able to get anything from that game. So they sit down there on the single 1 point. Only other team that hasn't managed to make it to double digits is Akuma. 69 for Weibo. They are ramping up for a pretty massive day. This could honestly end up being a 100+ point day for, or not even day, let's just say lobby, because they still have another lobby yet to play today as well, Weibo. So it's every opportunity to maybe even go triple digits in the first lobby and then take that momentum into the second lobby.
Yeah, you're so right. We still have another 2 games for them to be able to get that sort of points. Again, hoping Grape Soda can sort of move their way on up. This is definitely their map to play with. They did get a little bit caught out, as I said, trying to make that rotate in. But, you know, this is something where they can shine and moving on up the leaderboard as well. So it could be a couple of huge games from them. But honestly, I don't think there's much to catch Weibo. Dreamfire are doing exceptionally well. You know, they weren't getting those first, second spots, but just seeing them to be able to come together, you know, during this week has been awesome to see from them as well, sitting at 51 points currently. It's just awesome to have, you know, such an exceptional team like Dreamfire come back. But we're going to take ourselves another little short break, Elfish, so we will see you back shortly for game number 5.
said hello.
I will laugh.
Welcome back, everyone. We've had Weibo Gaming win back to back. Can they make it 3 in a row, Elfish, and potentially get themselves a bonus series points? They're currently sitting 25th on our series leaderboard, so today is a very big day for them.
Yeah, I want to say that they can do it because, look, the games that they've won haven't been easy wins, you know? Sometimes you look at a team and go, well, they kind of got pretty fed there. They didn't really have to work very hard for it, but neither of these games have been a real hard feed at all for Weibo. Particularly Game 3, they were just farming their way through the edge of the zone, and sort of the same can be said there on World's Edge. It was a bit of a quieter side of the zone there for them in match number 4, but once they kind of got the ball rolling in that end game, it didn't really look like that they were going to be beaten by anyone. So overall, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say, hey, why not? Let's have a hat trick.
Yeah, and you know, when they were called Wonton Dumpling, they were very much edge hunters. So they're sort of bringing back that strat into these games today, which seems to be, I guess, working for them today. So it's just awesome to see them be able to get back into that great flow that we know that they've had. But again, let's touch on Dreamfire, Elfish. You know, we've been making jokes about back in my day, they used to be the best, but let's have a look at them today and see exactly where they are.
Yeah, they've been on the rise a little. 8th, 7th, not too bad, not too shabby, but it was the 2nd and the 3rd that they put together on maps 3 and 4. It's been sort of in line with the rise of Weibo throughout this lobby as well, although Weibo have been, I guess, the bride, and Dreamfire have been, unfortunately, the bridesmaid in this sense. They have not quite managed to get it over the line, but if they keep themselves in those kinds of positions that they've been finding, they have been getting some good feeds. Inevitably, it's going to come together, and it's just a matter of time. So, positive signs for Dreamfire as well.
Yeah, no, they've been putting out immense damage as well. I'm just having a quick look at their stats. You know, they're doing huge things. We've even got like over 7,000 for IHTW, and that's just absolutely insane from them. They are really, really coming together as a team. You know, still a fair few points away from Weibo, but if Dreamfire can get themselves a win, they're going to be a little bit toe-to-toe with Weibo, but again, they are just out in front. Let's take it away to game number 5 and see exactly how our teams perform.
Yeah, two games to go. The penultimate, obviously, going to be World's Edge, and then we'll finish there as well. And if we continue that discussion for Dreamfire, obviously, they also have 2 lobbies to play today. Same can be said, obviously, about Weibo. So, big opportunity for them to kind of have a back-to-back huge lobby and get really back into the middle of the pack, maybe even top middle of the pack over in the overall leaderboard, which is exactly where you'd sort of expect these 2 teams to be.
Yeah, gotta agree with you. This is a perfect chance for Group B as a whole to really rally right now, and especially Dreamfire, who's really showing up today. Great to see them finding that performance. Weibo also. It's just Elfish. These games are a lot quicker than usual when Weibo is as good as this. But here we go. Ring pulling on in now. Looking to touch towards the tree, but there's a chance this can pull Harvester, yes, but I want to see if this will actually give some love towards VP and that thermal station area instead.
Yeah, maybe. I guess VP kind of needs it at this point in time. Like, thermal station, definitely a solid drop location, so sort of coming together for VP in this game so far, but they've got to, they've got to do better, right? They do.
Yeah.
They're such a talented squad, right? And the names there, you'd expect to see a bit of a better result than what we're being given today, but hasn't really happened. And look, in saying that, a couple of good games to finish. Definitely change our tune. Got to prove us wrong. And same could probably be said for Guild. I definitely be keeping an eye on them. Again, they dropped in Harvester. So they're inside of the zone. They've actually got the information on where that next ring pool is going to be as well. So they're another team, like, actually perfect opportunity really for both Guild and for VP to turn their day around.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Guild actually having the right call with the ring here. Just fact that it touches the very south of that first ring to begin with. Guild Esports taking out the train tracks and looking to push even further. It's been a struggle, honestly, for the powerhouse Australian teams that we have in this matchup specifically. But an evac tower to get elevation, and Guild is going to be camping here for days for quite a while already.
Yep. Looking like they're going to set themselves up nicely. But, I don't know, sometimes you can rotate a little too soon, get low on resources when the fights actually do ensue, and so it can be a bit of a blessing and a curse. You have to be pretty aware of how you're working with those resources. I mean, I'm looking at Yugi, and he's only got 28 reloadable in the Hemlock, so it's not a whole lot to play with, and he's churning through it already with a couple of shots at SWQ who are rotating their way in, and so I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see how this one plays out for Guild, but at least for them, they're in a position that is favorable enough. Same for SWQ, but kind of just underneath Guild at this point.
Yeah, I feel you, because look how short their loot path is. They start Harvester, they look around there at one big building, and they're like, okay, time to go towards the zone. And what do they bring besides a bit of blue armor and a bit of scraps, really, that they had from their initial POI? Yes, there's a lot of stuff to get from Harvester, but it's so different when you have teams looking to play from the outside. Weibo Gaming is taking their sweet time right now over at Stacks and Big Mod. You see VK Gaming. They also came in from the north. They spot out Remarkable Team who's taken Harvester away. And as it stands, position again so important here, Elfish. KPG have taken some of the buildings. Final Dream taking tree away from KPG. Grape Soda has the other compound there. And SWQ right under the noses of Guild. These squads, I do dare say, more well-equipped. A golden Lombo. Rarely do you see a digi-threat online, but given that's the Valk squad, they know a Remarkable Team is moving away there.
Dreamfire and X and Y having a bit of a look at one another here in staging. Two teams that have been very good so far today. X and Y not one to shy away from the fight, and Dreamfire definitely the same. This would be a little bit too early for an engagement as far as either are concerned. Maybe X and Y have a different idea. YC was pushing his way forward, so he's kind of keen for this fight. That's popped Beast of the Hunt as well. Definitely very committed to it.
Evac Tower should be setting up the Skyload real quick. Gets intel now, exposing the intentions of Dreamfire, who have a pylon on the inside. DF, though, move away from the push of X and Y. They're trying to wait out the Beast of the Hunt. Looking to see if JR will get tripped up by those Watson's fences, too. Really smart calls from Dreamfire right now as X and Y is trying to push the limit. These doors will break, and here comes X and Y with contact. JR, though, back into cover. X and Y hurting here, but they have gotten beat out. The World No Name 2 has been down, and it's 3MC versus the 2 left of X and Y here.
X and Y still suffering, though, having to pop some bats. It's 3MZ. The other side of this coin has to get a reload on that Hemlock as well. It looks like Dreamfire well and truly lost this engagement. I don't know if X and Y are going to hunt it too hard. We've got VK having a bit of a look in their direction as well. There is maybe a world where the World can creep over to 3MZ, and the revive actually is happening. It is occurring right now. There's been enough of a distraction made by VKG that Dreamfire get away with 2 there, which is an absolute miracle, all things considered.
You said a while ago, X and Y just doesn't shy from the fight. I dare say both teams playing that really smartly, especially Dreamfire just looking to make those ultimates go to waste. But X and Y, they're the ones who got caught there by VK. And in the end, it's X and Y who's hurting, left to a duo like Dreamfire. So both squads taking a single casualty, while VK Gaming left there to pick up the spoils over at staging.
Yeah, true, getting some points on the board there, and Weibo are suffering. Maybe their chances of getting the hat-trick are severely in jeopardy. Down to 2, and one of them has just been revived. Who were the team that were hanging around.
There's so much action outside the ring. Akuma now looking to play into True, and as soon as the survey beacon is scanned, they're gonna realize that, oh, there's a squad so close by. You said a while ago, Weibo Gaming, they've gotten the respawn, but it's only to a single player. They're still left as a duo. Weibo will struggle for the rest of the game, but still, True, Sentinel, quick little shot, doesn't find anyone here. They do realize Akuma lying in wait towards the north. They might look to avoid that kind of push if they want to rotate.
Doesn't look like too much is going to happen between True and Akuma. They've both gone in their separate directions. The issue will potentially come back for Weibo, but that's a discussion for another day as Remarkable team are making their way into Thermal Station. It has been left open. VP were one of the first rotators out. Not interested in holding on to their drop location, and so you can backfill if you're a team like Remarkable who's come in late. Not going to be a winning position, but it's definitely a staging ground.
Come on, it's like, if you have the Valkyrie, it reminds me of when you go to an amusement park and you have a fast pass, basically. You'll effectively have more evac towers to utilize. You have that skyward dive when you want to rotate quicker, and no matter what, Remarkable team, this squad can always just pick up the pieces of what anyone else has left behind. Speaking of that, X and Y got their third back, and they're looking to re-loot staging there, but Fruit Salad now, the ones stalking them from above, and Scholar and the rest hasn't been the best performance so far. Usually they love to play into the zone. Rarely do you see them play edge here, as Barbecue also get a respawn. So a lot of teams right now getting their trios backfilled, as you mentioned. Shot Lahim, come on, hit it! There you go. Cracks the armor, but that's all he'll get there.
Yeah, a couple going astray. It's been something special. Can't really say I've ever had the luxury of having the fast pass at the amusement park, so...
It's expensive, man.
Can't relate. Yeah, it is. A lot of money. Anyways, Heroes kind of need a bit of a fast pass at the moment because they've only got the 12 points on the board today, and they are obviously running out of chances to get any more done. It is the dying stages of this initial B and C lobby. We've only got 2 more games, including this one, to go. And that doesn't give you much time to bounce back up. Same can be said for VP. I had high hopes for them. I definitely had higher hopes for Guild and what they've been able to do today. And what does that do to the mental as well, knowing that they've got another lobby to play? If they only get like 1 point out of the very first lobby, that is something serious to come back from on the mental side.
I mean, yeah, sure, but you can just shake it off and say, okay, guys, complete reset, go into the next with a different mentality moving forward. I do have to say to you, Elfish, the secret technique in an amusement park is 2 words. Single rider. That's the lane you always want to line up for. It worked at Disneyland really well.
It's a low-key self-burn though, because then it's like, well, no one actually wants to be my friend, so...
No, you go as a group on the single rider, and if you guys get lucky, then cool. You get the ride. If not, just try to beat each other, if especially it's one of those web-slinging games. But no credit. Different kind of shooting game here. Still in position towards Thermal. They're on the outside though, and being effectively watched here by both LGD and X and Y. Big threats in front of them. Dream Fire on the other hand. Duo still here at Harvester, and Evo's Predator, the one keeping them away from the fight here.
This has, for all intents and purposes, been the calmest game so far. We've still got 20 squads alive as the next ring is going to pop. We're into round number 3. Don't imagine we're going to have 20 alive too much longer. Evo's Predator under the pump, but Weibo Gaming as well. Back-to-back winners. Certainly not going to be happening this time. They are being camped out of the zone right now by Akuma. They'll actually be the last team to inevitably rotate their way in. Everyone else has gotten into at least phase 2.
And by this point, how much is Akuma griefing Weibo here? Completely gate kept for so long. Barbecue also. This is pain. And you said it a while ago, 20 squads remaining this deep into the game. Someone's bound to die, but we've seen multiple times respawns happen. Ronin though, very low on the HP. Grape Soda, they want to be the first ones to eliminate a squad, and that they do. Barbecue the first to fall here.
Yeah, maybe 20 squads, or at least in this case now 19, but there's a lot of individual players having been taken out, right? So we've got a lot of duos, we've got a single rat as well here and there. So, you know, the field is still clearing out a little bit, even if it's not a team getting eliminated. It's just not as much presence being shown by the teams that are there, because they are, for the most part, duos. Final Dream need to push their way forward. They've got an angle, but the shots aren't really connecting here from Papa so far.
They bully Grape Soda though out. It's still a duo left on Grape Soda and Final Dream. They're considering, if we go out and get this 2 KP, can we make our way back into position? The ring though has pulled away from Guild and the rest now. And it looks to me, Hero is the one taking the camp with caravans, with the fences rather. They're going to be very happy with their position. Fruit Salad on the other hand, Over onto North. XT, the first to fall. This is huge for Fruit Salad because they've been looking for an opportunity to just jump on a squad. Dreamfire also taking a lot of pain as 3MC is the only one still standing here. X and Y, they need to get back into cover. And the squads that we saw fight a while ago towards staging, they're the ones struggling to make their way into the ring. YC keeping up the pressure. Hemlock and Havoc shots. They do ring through. Can't confirm the kill. The drop down now from YC. They thirst as much as they can. Weibo Gaming gonna get eliminated. Dreamfire gonna be gone too. And our 1 and 2 remove early on. This is big here for the rest of the lobby.
Indeed, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And in this case, X and Y have done the dirty work onto Weibo. They did lose one of their members for their troubles. And it's still popping off toward the northern side. Kind of got heroes up here. You have LGD as well. No Credit, who we just saw on our screens, are in the mix. Very busy side of the zone. A lot of teams having to push their way down out of Harvester as the zone starts to shrink. 15 teams alive. It was always going to be quite nasty with 20 alive in phase 3. Starting to kick off now.
With that being said, this has been quite a shift. Now it's towards the train tracks themselves. Heroes and the rest will need to move. We've seen Guild also make a few points. And you get at least one placement point so far as X and Y gets another respawn going. I believe with the Moby this time around. Yeah, Heroes is there though. Very much so watching them.
Yeah, but this is exactly where XD died, roughly speaking. So he should be able to get re-looted pretty quick. Actually might not cost X and Y a whole lot of time. That's a very good revive. Very clean. Teams can probably take a leaf out of their book. We've seen some pretty unfortunate revives today, but that one's a good one. And they're back to full fighting fitness. Lovely to see.
Yeah, just another set to go with these push-ups. I do dare say, though, I believe we have had 5 respawns minimum so far. We get confirmation on that perhaps from Prod, but JR with the devotion in hand, keeping things going, chugging along, and no Credit is overrun by the train that is X and Y. Big deal here for X and Y. They can't pivot now to the next few rocks and get away from the hero's position.
They do have to turn around though. LGD have just flown through the air, landed right behind them, so this starts to now get a bit awkward for X and Y. They're going to push their way a little further east to try to provide a bit of space, and oh, maybe they're going to go back in the other direction. The knocks onto Feiju and LQ, it's already starting to be a bit of a problem for LGD. They just didn't find their timing on that entry. X and Y, another chance to get some more points on the board as LGD taken down. Final Dream following them. And X and Y are just fighting their way through a massive gauntlet, but they are winning every single fight.
Absolutely fearless here from X and Y. They continue on and on with these kind of fights. And a fighting squad everyone has been watching out for. I do wonder though, let's listen into X and Y and see what the plan is now moving forward.
妈的，逼的！你还打脸吗？不要了，不要。几秒收枪，给我看。真的。是吗？没有附中女神啊，怎么？
有谁飞伞没啊？有飞伞没？给我来飞伞。
我没飞，我没飞。
啊，就给我飞，给我飞。我没拿，我马上有。给我飞烟，你就要烟就是打先打。
不要脸！
我打哪边？
我想去脚下蹲，你能过来给个扫吗？我先给个扫。我这看脚下，看我不要脸。能贴到这儿，然后给前面个扫吗？
右边有人，都在这样，下面有人，但是这个
他别收到，别上，来过来，来，没事，我来打。这儿待。
我看到，快点。
我给火了，后面来不了，我给火了。在这，别乱跑，有雷。
后面来了。
你举灯吗？
我这儿，来我这儿。
拿了。我先给他干了。
找机会拉我吗？可以啊。先打后面。
去踩头。
拿手，肉，还有一个跳了。
后面要来，清下面。
慢点，可以拉的。
拉。我给你看。
小心屁股，看屁股。
丢下。
来，丢，穿。
要清下面吗？
不用，死完了，往前走。对面，清下面。
来。
没事没事，位置很好，别着急，想踩头。我这儿，来我这儿，都来我这儿。看这边有分，看一下左边。好，看这里，看这，看我这儿。再等会儿，别着急，等会儿。小哥别走。
快走点啊！
帮你看。
快了点，哪里？什么？
哇，好爽，兄弟，左边很爽，感觉可以。
别打，我飘，不要飘了。
我想上，
我上不去，1点半。
不上不去。
炸死那个，别进。
好了吗？
能来吗？
打2个，全是他。
来。
来个假的。
我这波很油，我跟你说。啥呀来？
没来。脚下有一个，你这别急，你。
我想清，我脚给扫，这样清。
脚上好像有一只独狼，有2
跳直接清，2
只独狼，对吗？
跳。不，赶紧，我跳右边。
好，到。
来我这儿，兄弟们，求你们了，来我这儿行吗？真的来我这儿，
头点抢了，有慢点。
来我这儿，我求你们了，我真求你们。我头领，我这边正头领，在这等他们爆。这最后一个毒了，3打1，听我说，3打1，别着急。
大没老沙，
我没大，我跟他交这个大了，有输吗？不用扫，这对面一个独狼，看一下，别偷。
好。
没事，我给你架，我直架了。
我要输。
没有输。
打碎。
别着急。对面是个独狼，头领3打3，加油！
我在铺烟，我自己玩吗？有大的吗？
好。
我还有一个。
等，没事，有雷吗？我没火的，小哥哥。
来了，刚扫，我这里完了，给我来个烟，什么？
我没扫。
我被炸了，给我远点。
没事，举盾，你去单玩，盾玩，现在盾玩。啊，被秒了。
Oh, you can hear the passion from X and Y, but the silence is deafening as they have been eliminated. SWQ though standing as a solo. And it's a struggle now for SWQ. MXF keeping things going here from up above. Yuling trying to win this fight here. Finds his target above the rocks. MXF, it's been just a rat adventure, but right now it's SWQ who will take it. Send it home, SWQ. You take the dub here in map 5.
Man, I don't know that Artorias was expecting to be fighting for a first place finish there, but luckily in the end, SWQ do get the clutch. A big win for them.
What a win and what a way. Place though, let's not pretend we understood anything there, but that was just absolute passion from X and Y and the rest.
I don't even know where to start. X and Y were quite literally fighting through the trenches. I think they took down no credit, then all the teams to sort of follow that. Then I guess they had, was it Grape Soda in their sights, took them down, and then it was Akuma, and then I thought that SWQ was going to go down and did get, 2 knocks on them. That was absolutely incredible from X and Y. Dax, I am speechless. That was insane. It was kind of like a pub match for them in some retrospect.
Yo, if you are speechless, X and Y was full of heart. You could tell, especially when they were fighting, right? There was just so much more screaming, more intensity to their actions. And with it, they're rewarded with 15 kill points. The rampage of X and Y. It's reminiscent to what Weibo has been doing so far. But X and Y have proven that they are up to the stuff there too. But if you look back at some of these highlights, for so long that Elfish actually noticed it. 20 squads alive after so many respawns throughout the lobby, but eventually, once we got towards the train tracks, it was teams like X and Y taking command.
Yeah, and I've got to commend them because, it wasn't like a 17-kill game like Weibo, but the fact that they got all those kills in such a short amount of time, it was just non-stop, and that is absolutely huge from them. Having just to take this position with a team trying to, I guess, flank in a sense, and then being able to take, another team there on bridge to have that position was just incredible. This team is definitely turning up today, Dax. I know that you're excited, and now X and Y are definitely on my sights as well.
It's a big game for X and Y, but we also have put big credits to SWQ too. They effectively tie up the points that X and Y was able to do there. I was saying a while ago, so many times you see XD get away with the Bloodhound there, or rather YC getting away from the fight, but that time SWQ got the catch, got the push, and with it they took the win. Incredible effort from both SWQ and X and Y, also commendable. MXF just so silent, so quiet, still making it to the top 2.
Yeah, and as I guess we take a look at this, it was just an incredible feat from all of our teams. I guess we'll take a quick look there. Guild, you know, having a couple of struggling, I guess, games today, being able to get a little bit further within that match. You know, it was match number 5, so, you know, it's going to be, you know, still a very terrible time for them, maybe in our match number 6, to get themselves a little bit further up the leaderboard. But I'm still a little bit in shock, Dax. Let's go through, you know, SWQ putting out huge numbers as well.
Yeah, and you also have to take note of a few teams here within the top 7. Akuma was just a thorn on the side of Weibo for so very long, and they were rewarded 5 KP and 5th place to Heroes doing a good job taking defenses early on. Guild Esports finally getting some points on the scoreboard that we're going to be showing here. And from what, 20th place, they're still unfortunately in 20th place. I expected at least a jump in a single spot there, Lace, but right up on top, this is the big one. Since Weibo and Dreamfire were eliminated a lot earlier on there, X and Y is bridging the gap and have made it 3rd place here.
Yeah, quickly catching, and you know, it can just take these sort of steamrolling games and you know, taking that energy into the next match. So we could see, I guess, a shift for X and Y to go even further up above Dreamfire. But you know, there's probably no catching Weibo at this point. They are on an absolute roll as a team. It's so exciting to see their cohesion come back into play, because you know, when we watch them sort of, I guess, take a team fight, they are all in on the action. They are all swinging at the same time, and it's just been so awesome to see them sort of get that great play style back.
Yeah, and you know what has been great so far throughout the day here, Lace? It's still Weibo Gaming. Look at map 3 and map number 4. 29 points from the last bout in Storm Point. 21 there in the first bout of World's Edge. It's a big bulk of the scoreline that they have here, and we've always been talking how good is Weibo now. Seems like Gugu is just completely back in the driver's seat. They have been in command of most of the lobby, but within that last game, they were effectively gate-kept there by Akuma for so very long, and that was one of the times where, since they couldn't get the rotation early enough, they struggled from the get-go, playing as a duo from Geyser of all things after being forced off Big Mod and Stacks early on there.
Yeah, we were praying for a back-to-back-to-back, but you know what? That's, I guess, the end of that little trail there. But they still have, I guess, one more chance to be able to take out a win and maybe be one of our first teams to earn that bonus series points. You know, I was saying before, they have had a very, very tough start to the split, and they really need these extra points, you know, to be able to come and contend with the likes of, not the likes of Legends Gaming. Let's say that they're so far out in front, but, you know, to go toe-to-toe, I guess, with the Makers, who are sitting in 2nd place at the moment. So this is definitely a big day for them, and I'm so excited to see match number 6, you know, come forth and see if they can be, you know, take that win again. But yeah, I am excited for match number 6. I'm excited for the X and Y. I don't know how much energy ammo that these teammates had, but yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, he had like 400 bullets in the chamber for so very long. I do feel, though, that what we're seeing right now, Weibo is so far ahead. I don't think they're going to get knocked out of the top 3 mathematically, within the top 5 for sure. It has just been a good day for Weibo, for Dreamfire, and for X and Y.
Yes, and we're going to take ourselves a short little break, guys. But don't worry, the action will be back soon. We'll see you shortly.
Been a long time coming, and now they get that opportunity, because in their own little bubbles they probably think that they're the best. Now they can prove it.
Welcome everybody to the caster's desk for the very first time. It's been a long time coming. I'm Fallout joined alongside Vicky Kitty.
Waltzy to try and clutch it out 1-on-2, and I dare say that's going to be a difficult task with Azazel having purple armor. Fox obviously getting time now to just reset. In fact, not even going to charge on forward. Waltzy trying to just play around, and he's now been able to put it into the one-on-one. Maybe a big clutch for the team from APAC South. Waltzy still has the armor to play with. Pit's Flesh, was that on the down player? Was that on the player that he's fighting? I'm not too sure. Some cracks going through. Waltzy now has the advantage and clutches it out for Sutaraiku.
Run into it, do they try and Valve Cult? Do they use the crypto spam to run distraction in the meantime? And look how far they go, that dome is deep, and they've got plenty of opportunity, looking to find some more, the Spitfire coming out again!
Revan Esports don't care about your gold armor, sit down. Dewa in a great spot though, they're going to down them again, Bastion with the Peacekeeper coming out here from the high ground.
Could they be the first team from APAC South here to find victory? This is the best opportunity for them to do so. Full armor, full HP, and a massive chance to convert, to find victory. They take out Onyx. It's only Yuki left, and he cannot stand in their way. APAC South, welcome to the ALGS playoffs.
They're going to get shot in the back.
Yeah. They're right here, right here, right here.
Grenading
Try and put pressure on them. Try, yeah, good nade, good nade, good nade. Good nade. They're right here, they're right here.
They're going to EMP them.
EMP now. Don't go too deep here.
It's fine.
In the corner, same nade.
Burning.
Same nade.
Val's dead. Give me one. Give me dead.
Back in the air. Back dead.
Oh my god,
We're so much better, dude. Let's go.
so many fucking kills.
Can Burgers somehow do this in a 2v3v3?
They lose out on MT here from Team Burgers, having to play with the duo. GMT has a lot of their attention split up as Team Unite now, moving on GMT 6.
One more to try and get second.
Let's go! Let's go, boy!
The best team in APAC South for a reason. They've been so dominant, and even with a sub JMW from the UK, they are here to play.
I'm messing him.
Stick it! Popping.
He's gonna go.
Now they're going to hang out behind the rock here. They got the mobile respawn beacon to play off. Optic Gaming is engaging with Luminosity. Reignite to go in for the third party and take this entire victory.
LG is out. Optic Gaming skill gauge goes out as well. Zero's going to do it. Wide left flank, and they're just like that.
Put some respect in APAC South's name. Holy shit. The region that was made fun of the most. The region that was talked about saying they're the worst by far with the least experience. Taking home the land and taking home $250,000, Greek. We just witnessed history. History.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed some back-in-the-day Pro League content where the wingman still used heavy ammo there. Dax, you know what? That's so good to see, you know, how far Apex has come and all the, you know, roster mania changes and stuff. You know, Fussy on a team with Waltzy and, you know, it's been such a giant leap from then till now. But let's talk about the now where SWQ took out the win in game number 5. But I can't stop talking about X and Y moving up 2 positions with a huge kill game from them, putting them into 3rd place.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible there from X and Y. And with that, it means they are going to make it to that top 3 spot. But you mentioned it, Lace. I don't want to take it away from SWQ just because we got stuck in that X and Y listen in. And Yuling had a monstrous game there. 7 kills to his name, putting SWQ within 6th place. That being said, though, real quick, Lace, I asked for a few translations from the coach of X and Y.
Oh, wonderful.
What they were saying, because we don't speak Mandarin here. And, I mean, besides the usual ability and utility checks, there's a one call where they got the stick, they say, big damage, it looks good, and they just run in to clear everything.
Is that the communication you need? Big damage looks good, let's go. If that's all I had to use, in my Apex games, then that would be so tremendous. But you know what? They just were steamrolling. They were not stopping, and it was excellent to see. But yeah, we got to touch on, to SWQ. Throughout the split, they have been absolutely incredible, Dax. They, especially on their Storm Point games, they've been taking so much space and really, really honing in on their skills and taking down squad after squad. We saw it in this game. They definitely bide their time. There were a few knocks, but being able to take that 1v1 and the win must feel so good.
Yeah, it's just been absolutely impeccable. I think early, I'm looking down the order right now here also, Lace, where still struggles for Virtus Pro. What is going on with them and Guild Esports? What has really changed in how these teams are playing? It just seems like they're losing out these fights a lot more often than they should. Grape Soda also, we haven't seen the big performance from them in World's Edge. I know Lace is very excited. I heard you squeal in one of those skyhook circles just because that was the start, and then they got caught there by
I had to unmute and squeal, Dax, because you know what, like they have such cohesion as a team, and I've just loved seeing these teams sort of rise up through the ranks, and when it just is such a good feeling for them to be able to get to where they are at this point, and being one of our orgs that or I guess our teams that don't have an org, you just want to kind of cheer on the underdogs at this present time. So you know what, it's just awesome, to have Loki back as well. So very excited for Grape Soda, but I hope they do well. But we are just having some fun technical difficulties here, but don't worry, no difficulties in Apex Legends. We're going to take ourselves a short little break, but don't go anywhere because we're going to see you shortly for match number 6.
So this is the studio. Couple of PCs. This is my PC that I use most of the day. It's a replay PC. It just plays replays. Yeah. So it just connects to these ones and plays replays. A switcher. I kind of just like plug all the PCs in there and just like push some buttons. I don't really know what this laptop is for. It just came with the stack, so I just keep it plugged in just in case. Yeah. So that's the long shots.
And I hope you enjoyed our backstage and exactly what our wonderful director has to go through sitting in what I think it's a 40+ degree room with all those PCs. This is exactly, how Longshot perform. And you guys get to see that, I guess, firsthand, Dax. But welcome back, everyone. Thank you for taking that little break with us as we get things back into action. I hope you've got some snacks and quality H2O because I know we're very excited to see our final match for B versus C unfold. Dax, what an exceptional game number 5 we just witnessed.
Yeah, it was a long wait to get here, but we're going to be getting into our final game. If you guys just tune on in, though, big run from X and Y in SWQ with XWQ taking the dub there. It means X and Y top 3, SWQ making it to top 6 all the way from 18th place a while ago, and it's a big leap to get those series points. But I do just want to say, Lace, as we see the scoreboard here, it's incredible. We got a sneak peek of the PC and that one laptop keeping the stream alive. There you go, guys. The long shot experience, truly.
And don't forget the replay machine where it replays, Dax. So we cannot forget about that one because we love showing you exactly what unfolds and how our teams perform after each match. So thank you so much for taking us through that. We absolutely love seeing this stuff and how I guess the production runs, throughout the Longshot channel. We like to do things, I guess, a little bit differently here. We're always adding new stuff for you guys to enjoy at home, especially multi-view as well. So you get to actually watch each individual team yourself. And I believe we've got an auto director as well, which you can switch through different team members. So all the stuff is definitely here in action for you. We're going to be heading into game number 6 shortly, so don't go anywhere. But Dax, who do you think's going to win this next match? We've seen Weibo win 2 back-to-back games. Do you think they can get a third? Do you think X and Y coming out of that game are going to take the win this time?
I gotta agree with you for both of those cases, right? Weibo and X and Y have been the absolute forces of the lobbies here today, especially when X and Y has a big game like that. It's just a hurdle that they always need to leap over, Lace. Like, I always see X and Y, they have good comms, good plans, but then they get caught mid-rotation. Multiple times it happened in Storm Point, and right now, if they have the right path here in World's Edge, then X and Y can really take the fight to Weibo.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And let's take a look at exactly how our teams are performing today with a couple of damage stats. Now, I commented on IHTW before. They were sitting at about 7,000 damage, but now look at them, Dax. Absolutely incredible coming, from, not doing so well in the starter split Dreamfire, but being able to put out these huge numbers.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that I Hate the World or No Name, he used to be teammates with Gugu right behind him with 6k damage. It's a big marker though for Dreamfire. We always talk about how No Name would include himself within his Dreamfire roster and bring more aggression, more tenacity, more ferocity towards Dreamfire. And with 16 kills to his name, 20 knockdowns also, it has been an absolute buffer for Dreamfire to work with. You compare it to Gugu, he has 18 kills, 20 knockdowns, but less damage. Either way, both these Bangalores have made wonders happen. On the other hand, XZZ there in third. Not too surprised that he's able to bring in that kind of damage. We've seen on the X and Y perspective, right? One knuckle cluster and just tick, 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 get those evos going for you instead.
Yeah, I want to touch on JR from X and Y, you know, coming out of that game, you know, emitting about 5,000 damage. I believe JR had the devotion just going absolutely ham, and, you know, that gun just can put out extreme damage for them. So, you know what, they're just doing exceptionally well, but it's always good to see, I guess, who amongst of the teams get to, you know, really, you know, I guess, lead the aggression for their squad. But let's have a look at our legend picks. You know, we've had a few changes recently where Watson is overtaking our Catalyst picks. They used to be, I guess, a little bit toe-to-toe, but now Watson is coming to the forefront. But then look at Fuse as well. Even more picks from last week.
Yeah, exactly. It's no longer really Catalyst looking to define the meta here. It's Fuse being picked up by both APAC South as well as APAC North. Interesting enough, though, we saw a few outliers here. Heroes that did run the Pathfinder early on in Stormpoint didn't really work too well. True, running the Lifeline too, and as per usual with Caustic and Valkyrie, remarkable team. Horizon here for Grape Soda. But I guess really the big one is Bloodhound. 100%, 100 picks, 100%. Bangalore right behind with 95, but it's always going to be that duo +1 for most of these teams here.
Yeah, and, you know, I do want to touch on, I guess, the Horizon pick, you know, Grape Soda being able to use Horizon quite to their advantage. You know, we saw an exceptional fight from them being able to take out Barbecue from the, you know, the top of Skyhook and just obliterate them. You know, sometimes they aren't expecting Horizons. You know, when you go into Pro League and there's, you know, a very strong meta, that being Bloodhound, Bangalore, Watson at this present time, having that sneaky Horizon Q back has been, I guess, working in Grape Soda's advantage. You know, they're not doing as well as I thought they might have over on World's Edge, but still coming into these matches, they're definitely creeping their way up the leaderboard, and hopefully even in coming into game number 6, they can do a little bit more. But again, you know, having to take out juggernauts like Weibo today is going to be a little bit difficult, so I am excited to see how they do. And I gotta mention, I guess, LGD Gaming, you know, we haven't spoken too much about them. They're currently in 4th DAX. They have been taking a lot of fights and solidifying those fights quite quickly, and it's been exceptional to see.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. This has been the best showing from LGD. You look at how their points have been distributed within the past few days. It's almost always placement points, making it to 2nd place with what? 0 to 2 kills at most just to get onto the leaderboard. No, it's different this time, especially during that first game in World's Edge. They had 22 points with 13 KP. It's a better day for LD and the rest. And it's just been a day of resurgence, right? It's a day of redemption for many of our Chinese squads. And I, for one, welcome them, making this very much so competitive, especially for Group B.
Yeah, and now we are just waiting on our lobby. It is very close to starting, everybody, so we absolutely appreciate your patience here. But what's Apex without a couple of hiccups, Dax? You know, we have some technical issues. You saw the PCs, guys. You saw how many cables and whatnot there are. You saw that firsthand. So not everything's going to go right, guys, but don't worry. We will be getting into game number 6 very soon and being able to see, you know, who's going to win that last match. And obviously this is Groups B versus C, so we're going to be having another 6 matches after this, Dax. I know we're excited to see, I guess, some of our huge teams come back into play, but it's been really nice to see, you know, the likes of Legends Gaming and Makers out of the way for a moment so we can see these other teams perform.
Exactly, Lacey. Think about it. With Weibo Dreamfire performing like this, and then you're gonna make them face off against Legends and Makers later on, it looks to me that the level of play can be even more exciting coming into that 2nd set. And I, for one, would love to see how this will finish off. Who will take it? Will it be Weibo? Will it be Dreamfire? Will it be X and Y? Or someone else? It's gonna get pretty close at the top.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And you know what? We're itching and rearing to go, guys. So let's get it started. Finally, game number 6, guys, for Groups B versus C. Let's go, Dax. Take it away.
Took us long enough, but we are dropping into the action. And Elfish, welcome back. That took a while.
Man, I just feel like I died and come back alive. Like, this is the second coming of Elfish guy. I had my little nap. I had a hibernation. I pushed a rock away from a cave, something like that, and now I'm back alive and ready to cast some Apex Legends. I have to say, guys, I do have to apologize. It wasn't our fault, just saying. It was nothing to do with the broadcast. Just want to put it out there for everyone watching along at home. Many apologies, of course, but we are at the mercy of the game, and so have to just wait for it to be ready to go. So luckily, we are in for game number 6 of the day. And it is the final game of this B&C lobby. I don't know if this like affects any of the momentum of any of these teams or anything like that, you know, because that was a pretty long break.
Yeah, no one expects it. Even the players didn't expect it, so it's a little unfortunate, but in any case, we're going to get into our final bout. Man, Elfish, I'm sorry, you closed your eyes, you started dreaming about Sutoraiku again, and one of the best listen-ins in the history of history. Now we're back to casting what is the president of APAC South. And just a quick little rundown of the Legend compositions. Pretty much same old for every single one of these teams. There's the Lifeline team there for True. I think really notable here, Virtus.pro. They've been trying to figure out what can work here on World's Edge. They started with Catalyst in the first game. They went for Fuse in the second game, and now they're back on the Cat.
All right, let's lock in and get ready to go. VK Gaming, you know, they had one big game, right? Like 36 points, and 23 of those, I think, came from game one. So if they could replicate that again for the final game, then perhaps jump their way up into a second for this lobby. I don't know that they'll be able to overtake Weibo at this point, but aside from that, look, everyone's going to take a little bit more of a relaxed approach maybe to start off game 6.
I mean, with the Rain console information, you can see VK Gaming and the rest expecting something around the area of Landslide. Dreamfire also, within that same vein, you've seen them take good positions so far, but look at MXF. No matter the situation, they've wormed themselves into a good placement spot there, Elfish, and especially in that last game, top 2 with the single wrap.
Alright. Couple of shots in the direction of Fruit Salad. Nothing really doing, though, as far as that exchange is concerned in Skyhook. And I don't imagine either of those teams are going to be super excited to really get into a particularly long exchange. That's more just a jostle for position and a jostle for information, other than anything else.
There's a lot of pressure. Fruit Salad might be in trouble here, but you're just hiding right now. There's no credit. Use that evac tower. Get them top of the roof. They go for the scan. And Bayuler is just completely exposed. This is just a solo right now, Fruit Salad. The rest are towards trials elsewhere. And no credit hunting this one member of Fruit Salad. Bayuler falls. Savior takes it. And no credit picking up KP here.
Alternator Pylon does go down. Low and Steady wins the race as far as no credit are concerned. They don't want to over-aggress into this one, even though they have got that opening pick. The high ground advantage for Fruit Salad is still something to speak to, and we'll go back over to Grape Salad. Grape Salad? Grape Soda. I mean,
Grape Salad?
Grape Salad sounds alright.
Yeah, would you eat one? Maybe. We'll see. Real quick though, True under duress. Grape Soda in a position where Moist actually won before in previous seasons, and True gonna get eliminated there. First one to fall, first one sent packing.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I mean, early knock, maybe not the worst of things. They're going into the break, have some dinner. I am kind of hungry. Maybe that's why I'm thinking about Grape Salad and no credit. They don't want to be hanging around here too long. There's actually a rotation coming in from Akuma on the northern side of Skyhook that they'll need to be a little bit aware of.
Yeah. For console 2, I do want to ask you, what constitutes a grape salad? Is it the different types of grapes all together, or grapes with veggies? What's the call there? What's the call there, chef?
I actually think it's just a fruit salad that's predominantly made up of grapes, right? Because I feel like you could put grapes in with like apple maybe, and that'd be pretty good, you know? But you'd have more grapes than apple, obviously, if it's a grape salad. But I like the shout of multiple different kinds of grapes. If we're really going to go into it, you know? Okay. You got your green grapes, or your white grapes, or your red grapes. Let's put them all in.
Yo, it sounds like you have like a winery or something, the way you're talking about your grapes, man. Fine. What's the best fruits to put in a fruit salad?
The best kind of fruits to put in a fruit salad?
Yes.
I think you definitely have apple, you definitely have orange. I'm a big fan of mango. Strawberry's a good shout from the Frog team. I don't know if all these go together, if that makes sense. Like, you can't have all of them. Like, I don't think... Do you put orange and mango in the same fruit salad? Maybe not, but like... Yeah. They're all good fruits.
Just put in cream. Just put in cream, put in the ref, and call it a day. So, there you go, guys. We got some fruit salad recipes for you, courtesy of APAC-S. But now back into Apex Legends, and no credits are hunting down the remaining members of Fruit Salad. They really just want to put them in the fridge by this point. Very cheeky indeed, still with the hunt, drops down. But Fruit Salad, notice what they're doing here. They're sending Acquaintance as bait. You have Scholar lying in wait elsewhere, but No Credit have realized the situation, and Fruit Salad are now separated on two fronts here.
Yeah, they've really had to split though, Acquaintance and Scholar, so it's going to make life really quite difficult. Acquaintance back in towards Skyhook, and Scholar, well, he's out on the far western side of the map above Lava Fisher. It's going to take them a little while to regroup and see if they can maybe get that beacon, find the respawn. Definitely possible, though their side of the zone is quite busy up to the north here. Like, Countdown is pretty well occupied. They've even still got Akuma behind them in Skyhook, so I dare say finding that respawn is actually going to be a little more difficult than they would like it to be.
Where do they go from here? X and Y holding Fisher, running into No Credit, who has been just trying to chase after Fruit Salad. While this happens, there's a little bit of subterfuge from Fruit Salad, sneaky-like through trials. Also elsewhere, you mentioned that the respawn's available, they have the beacon, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Scholar go all the way towards the north of Skyhook just to get the res going. Here though, X and Y, they pop the mother load, they beat No Credit back, and for once they're gonna have to hold off No Credit on the opposite side of where they landed.
Ooh. Oh, very cheeky indeed. You need to be careful there, my man. It is not looking very good at all. The push forward from X and Y. They know they got such good damage down and they punished for it. Quick reset though. White following up for the finishing blow.
Relative surprise. Very cheeky to push that deep anyway, but Y still keeping the pressure on. Weibo's gone! Weibo's gone from this barbecue too. Same can be said. First place isn't up for grabs for Dreamfire and X and Y. We'll see later on into the game. X and Y, they've noticed that on the kill feed. They're gonna hunt for KP along the way. Nemesis shots trying to ring XD, looking for that target. And X and Y now, there is more proactivity from them. The hustle is here from X and Y. They see the target trying to go into the house. Doesn't get the knock though. They're breaking shields, they're bringing the damage. JR invading the home of Lux there. And X and Y find and kill No Credit.
Yeah, X and Y, no chill. I mean, they might even still be thinking about taking that first place away from Weibo. The target is 72 points, I believe, and X and Y up to 52, so they'd need another 20 on top of that. That's definitely achievable in a game. It would have to be a big game, no doubt about it, but it is definitely something that can be pulled together. And you also mentioned Dreamfire. Well, they're actually not in a bad spot either to potentially have a bit of a crack at that one, so Weibo, have they missed a bit of a trick by getting knocked out pretty early in games 5 and 6? We'll wait and see if they do get punished for it. Still quite a chase for the teams in 2nd and 3rd.
Yep, it's a big gap, but you mentioned it, especially Dreamfire. These kind of rings have brought victory to Dreamfire in multiple occasions, in multiple splits. They have been the masters of Countdown since the time of Elfish Guy, way back when. But, and again, MXF, they are complete the setup towards the north. You already see Evo's Predator with the tower. Akuma just hiding, lying in wait right under them. But Dreamfire, all eyes will be on this squad to perform and look to take it away from Weibo.
It's been a very rough day for them, and it looks like it's about to get rougher. Wei's just been dominated. Oh man, and X and Y still continuing to put that hurt onto Fruit Salad, who are also having a pretty rough game. They did get the revive. Didn't last very long. Scholar being chased down as well. He says probably Curtains for Fruit Salad, and it seems like it might be Curtains Virtus Pro fairly shortly as well. Sharky and Pricey have to get the job done as a duo.
Yeah, Virtus Pro just honestly underperforming to what many others expected here. X and Y just looking to hunt down that final member of Fruit Salad. With the ring closing on in, it's interesting to see how X and Y is gonna tackle this next zone. Do they push into the Remarkable team, try and take Countdown away, take a command center there, or do they go towards Guild? Heroes though on the other front, spotting out Evo's Predator. A little bit of danger here for Bastion. Smoke for cover. Look to regroup with the rest of his team.
Oh, take a look at the next ring pull. SWQ right in the center of it. And VP, I mean, low-key, maybe in with a chance here. We'll have to kind of keep our eyes on that. I don't know that they're going to be able to get a respawn, a landslide. That would be ambitious, but might as well give it a crack.
At respawn beacon, I do feel that that's going to be pivotal for a team later on, once the ring is even smaller. Like last 5 squads, one of those squads are gonna look to just suddenly bring a dropship out of nowhere. We said a while ago, landslide is our expectation for the ring, and SWQ has called it right. Final Dream though, MXF on the outskirts, Dreamfire, remarkable team. Those teams, they also need to move in now because of the zone pull here.
Piece of the hunt, 15 seconds left to go. Getting info off of it. Nade, Thermite, going to be ticking away onto Flesh as well. MXF aware of that, but not using that opportunity to push their way forward just yet. Again, AIO continuing to put that chip damage down. And they do want to take the fight by the looks of things. They're just waiting, biding their time nicely. And yeah, Evo's Predator do get eliminated. It was cautious, but that's fine. Get the job done, easy as you like.
Yeah, very much so sandwiched between two teams. Final Dream though on the other hand, a push now towards LGD. Guild on the opposite end, and Final Dream also looking to make a mark into the lobby. It's been a little bit more quiet compared to the past few times we've seen Final Dream with Papa going for the clutch, but X and Y is unrelenting, and they're marching on to get more kills here. Who's next on the list? They go for the scan with Final Dream and Guild just nearby, staying away.
Oh, 56 points. They must be getting pretty close to Dreamfire right now. If I came in at 55, we'll have a look at scoreboard there. 57, yeah. So they've been able to grab themselves a couple more. They're still alive, of course, with 3 strong fruit salad finally eliminated. Unfortunate. An unfortunate end perhaps for Guild Esports as well, who are still at the bottom of the scoreboard. Only the 11 points today. They had a bit of a better game in the previous, but haven't gone far enough to salvage their day at all. And honestly, I think that discussion really comes from the next lobby more than anything. Bugi at least gets the knock onto YC of X and Y, who finally bitten off a little more than they could chew. Yesko, another one. The X and Y just get eliminated straight up by Guild Esports, who we can have a listen in with and see how they're going.
I'm playing outside the truck.
Yep, crack fuse.
Just getting that way.
For another 13%. Crack fuse on the crafter.
Bang walking up here.
Yeah, we just need to hold the zone on our side. I literal.
There's boxes in front of me, be up the stone.
They're peeking at us.
Scanned? I don't have scan back.
Yeah, no ult.
I'm playing on the back side of the caravan, okay?
I'm stopping my gun. I'm selling a bit.
Scanning 2, I fucking jumped into it, damn it.
Oh. I'm at back right.
I'm not. From Lord's Legacy.
Yeah, I'm running out.
Not safe anyway.
Fuck, I'm tanking this.
I got
stunned. Watch for me. I died. I can't.
It's fine, it's fine. We can
move
this.
Hold the right side if they swing up.
In our back, in our back.
The team formerly known as Serenity playing spoil sport to X and Y. Right now, the struggles continue as Legacy is the only one still standing. Final Dream ready to jump on them. They're in 19th place for now. It's only going to be 1 split point if ever. And the struggles of Guild, it is quite surprising to say the least. Remarkable team also watching from afar, but Elfish would expect that Guild would struggle like this today.
Certainly not me. I had them picked as one to watch, and I mean, they have been one to watch, I guess that's fair to say, but for all the wrong reasons. Look, out in 10th for this one. To be fair, they can still salvage their day with a good lobby for our next 6 games. They are playing twice, but it's going to be hard to come back from that. And well, that for now, because we've got more pressing things to touch on. It's a remarkable team that are suffering on the hands of multiple teams. Longby trying to hide away in this caravan. Zone's going to be pushing its way in as well. I'm not sure he's getting the res, and neither is he. So, on his bike.
Just did get the wipe onto Final Dream, and through the caravan window. A little bit of survival for the Valkyrie. CK, well, alive and kicking for the rest of the game, but now the onus is on Dreamfire. They're the only ones who can take the win away from Weibo now. Heroes, though, on the other hand, with also their rally, they've overrun MXF. They're taking the north side to them, and this is a very much so quiet approach from Dreamfire. They don't want to challenge Heroes. The problem is, Heroes might have seen them. SWQ also marking some of these targets. They still have the caravan well set up for the rest of the game here.
Yeah, Kraber. Can it do some damage? Waiting safely for the shot there. Donut, nice connection. 140. And SWQ will want to play this one pretty slow. They Definitely don't want to be crashed on by a couple of teams. There's another connection.
It's down.
Ooh, yeah,
Donut has just been impeccable with the Kraber throughout, whether he be a solo or within the trio. Give him the gun, he can shoot one down. So Heroes, they're gonna struggle now on the rotation just because of that knock. Donut still keeping the pressure on here, Elfish, and Dreamfire, they don't want a piece of that Kraber now.
Still 6 shots, more than enough. We head later and later into the game. 17 players still alive. That might not be lasting too much longer. Bastion has been re-knocked. We've been picked back up. But Heroes are very much worse for wear at the moment. This has been a pretty tough rotation for them to make. And they're also getting collapsed upon from behind. Dreamfire working their way in through the northern side. And that should be about it. Dreamfire get that angle. There's nowhere to go for Heroes.
3MZ with the pressure on. Like we said, just a single shot from the Kraber ruining the game of Heroes. They are left now to 7th place. We're down to 6. Dreamfire, they're effectively away from all the action. They can now rotate where Heroes was going to begin with. VK is way too busy with Virtus.pro and KPG here. And DF given a chance to close that gap and get in position here by Landslide.
Yeah, VKG sitting pretty right at the top of the high ground, but how long is that going to last? Team's going to be looking in their direction for sure. Still keeping an eye on that Kraber, and it is putting in some work. Easy Kong goes down for SWQ. I wonder if there is a last-minute attempt here from Dreamfire to overtake Weibo again. 72 points is kind of what we're looking for at this point in time. I guess 73 is what you'd need to guarantee.
Big!
And a big lot of damage coming through, and it's going to be I Hate the World straight on top of that to follow up. Kraber from the high ground. Here's a big chance. Huge shot. Remarkable team out. Keep going. Eliminated as well. And this is surely Dreamfire making a solid run in for first place at the end of this lobby.
What a highlight reel there from Dreamfire in a swift motion. A single nade to open up the top side. A Kraber from above smiting the opposition. We're left to 3. We'll keep it an air of mystery. The last time we checked, guys, Dreamfire was at 60 points. They need a bit more KP here to close the gap versus Weibo. And the Kraber versus Kraber battle now. Virtus.pro eliminated here. It's PT who's able to pick up that KP. SWQ versus Dreamfire. This is going to be a big matchup, especially between Donut and No Name moving in here.
Well, one Kraber shot available for SWQ against the 5 of Dreamfire. Play the long game, and you'd say it should favor Dreamfire. They're going to have a few more bites at the cherry to get that big chunk of damage down. Zone doesn't necessarily favor either of these teams too hard, but with the high ground advantage for Dreamfire, you'd say they're probably in the better of the positions.
Bangalore up to Rolling Thunder right now, away from the pylon as much as they can. Interception though, the few of those missiles, SWQ playing towards the wall, but Dreamfire, elevation armor, that's what they got, but KT does get knocked down by Crazy Kong. Numbers in favor of SWQ here, and you realize there are still some Sentinels, still a few snipers to work with. Distance will be the friend of SWQ as they're creeping closer to the center of the ring, but I Hate the World will destroy Yuling there. No Name gets the knock going. We're now to a 2v2, and the res that you mentioned, it's cover here for Dreamfire.
Well, SWQ have used the last shot of their Kraber, whereas Dreamfire still have a couple to play with. It might not matter anymore. The real fight's going to kick on. M's got one. Pete got another. We're down to the 2-on-1. SWQ had their opportunity. They had that 2-on-3. They didn't push the issue. And Dreamfire will walk away with match 6. It was only a matter of time, really, before they got that dub. They had a second and a third in there. Finally, a dub on the board for Dreamfire, and the question is that going to be enough to overtake Weibo?
And that was finally the last game for B versus C. Long awaited, but definitely entertaining. Dreamfire, you know, it's the crispiest Kraber shot from I Hate the World there. Just such a graceful rotate. They were sort of clearing zone as they made their way through. They got to secure that height, I guess, over SWQ, and then to have a nice little Kraber v Kraber moment. Is it enough to take over Weibo?
Trying to do the math here. They got 9 KP, 12 placement, 21 points. Is it enough to just overrun the Weibo score? But you gotta give big props to Dreamfire today. This was such an incredible day for them. No Name also showing his pedigree so far. I do dare say here, guys, that this is what we've always wanted from Dreamfire. I'll give props to Elfish, his return, perhaps bringing the old Dreamfire back to in terms of performance, right? And it's just a lot more surety on the calls. We've always talked about in the past few weeks how Dreamfire have hesitated so many times on what to do, but here it was clear what the plan was, what they wanted to do in every single situation, and they come up ahead because of it.
Yeah, I think it might be enough. I definitely think it'll be enough. But for Dreamfire, their job is not done for today either. They've got to continue to push their way forward, and they've got a whole nother lobby to play. So if they can bring that kind of intensity again and that kind of consistency, great shots as well with this Kraber. So many connections. I did think for a moment when Pete went down that this was going to be SWQ to walk away with the win, but the trade frag comes through, so to speak, and open the door up enough for Dreamfire to recover. And there you go. In the end, Dreamfire, they do, in my opinion, just enough to get it over the line. We'll have to wait and see, but either way, you know, second or first for the lobby, it gets them right back where they need to be going into the latter weeks of this split.
Yeah, and as we just had such an exceptional game, let's take a look at our scoreboard and what we just witnessed there. And it was enough for Dreamfire to take over Weibo, who had 2 back-to-back wins and some exceptional games. But Dreamfire Dax are just coming back. What a great set of matches from them.
Yeah, return to form is understated. 21 points from that last game. And also some incredible shots that Elfish has mentioned. I do dare say, though, pivotal to have 3MZ play a good anchor there for Dreamfire. He stayed up top, was able to track where the likes of SWQ was going. Quick little nades too. And it's been so pivotal here for Dreamfire to take some really good angles to give themselves the advantage. Weibo, unfortunately for them, after the massive games in the middle of the set, they did taper off there in World's Edge. X and Y also with a rally, couldn't make it happen, but a great showing from these 3 Chinese teams, really showing that this group is theirs to try and take.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about X and Y getting knocked out about 10th place there, but it seems like they had enough kill points. You know, VK Gaming and LGD could have slightly overtaken them, but that's fine. They sort of stuck in their boots and they did manage to get, you know, stay in that 3rd place, which has been awesome from them having such, you know, an incredible game in number 5. So you know what? It's that whole game literally made them secure that spot. So let's go have a look at our overall series board and see where everybody is sitting together here. You know, Legends Gaming Makers were not playing today, but have a look at that. X and Y in 3rd place.
Not too surprising, X and Y, they were missing a set, and they get a good performance going. Multiple times we've seen from X and Y within the top 5 at the end of every single set, and they're rewarded with having a more secure spot to try and make it to land. Only 2 away from Makers, but Elfish, look at this one. Guild Esports, they're slipping down the ladder after a really rough day within that group.
Yep, 3rd to 5th. I was kind of hoping that at this point in time, they might be around that 70-point mark with Makers, and you know, we'd be having a bit of a discussion. Okay, who's going to take that 2nd spot? Obviously, a bit of a jostle for position there, but they kind of dropped the ball there in the first lobby of the day. So a lot of catching up still to do in that respect. Obviously, the other big names to kind of touch on there were Dreamfire and Weibo. They've both gone up pretty substantially off of the back of that, and again, they both have another lobby to play today. So we're looking forward to seeing maybe, you know, whether or not Weibo could potentially jump into the top 10. Dreamfire certainly not far away from that either, but for Weibo, it will require quite a bit more work.
Yeah, and, you know, from their games today, going from, you know, all the way from the bottom, all the way to the top there, they'd had exceptional games. But that concludes our groups B versus C for today. But don't go anywhere or don't stress, because we have another 6 matches. We are going to be seeing them shortly after a break. So go and get yourself some snacks, relax, maybe a quick nap. I know I might have a nap, and we will see you very shortly.
This is the Split 1 playoffs, and this is Los Angeles. We have the 40 best teams from around the world, 120 of the greatest players to ever play the game, all fighting for their chance to win a LAN and to hold up that ALGS trophy. Every single one of these players have given everything they have for months to be up on the stage. Because this is ALGS.
A violent sky for Reps. PK grabs the second, makes it a 2-pop, glitches it, but there's no way he hits that Sensi shot.
Nasky moves in there. He has to reload. It's fine though. He beats them both. He's just better. There's Yuka. Can he hit the Braver shot? Micah, can he clutch it up right behind him? The melee.
Hack and swing through the smoke. Beast of the Hunt is activated. He is farming.
Crack back. Speaking. Back on to one. Follow that. Kill the bang.
I ran one.
Two dead. One.
Lying in wait, and we are just sending it. Sauce the IGL finds him, and here comes BR Demons for the fight of their lives, the cleanup crew.
To at least clear space. Yeah, nading. Oh my gosh, nade.
Longbow not going to be maybe the gun to use in this situation, but the Peacekeeper certainly is on the contest.
Something go through? Is this really happening?
With the cold knockdown, Shield comes back. The Rattler in hand. He can do it. Cloud9 are down.
3 days ago, we started with 120 of the greatest players from 6 different regions from around the world, and now we're down to just 60. Their journey started back in January, and this is everything that they've been fighting for right now. Only one team will be crowned our newest ALGS LAN winner, but all 20 teams will be fighting for their share of $1 million.
And the question that everybody had coming into this week, can anybody dethrone the dynasties?
Boys, but here comes Legend Gaming. And remember, can they get the final kills? Yes, they can, but sadly, there is always one more, and it's Cloud9.
But this is just opening the door for VP to come in. Shockey's return to the finals.
You see the pink here. He's trying to heal up. He gets a one-shot. Design goes knocked. I mean, they found the crevice, but right now they knew that they weren't going to win in their positioning because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated and recheck. Winity, clean up shot. They drop down, knowing to fully swing it onto them. The trade, though, as Zino gets a knock onto Slayer. Frex is the last one alive. He gets a knock afterwards, and LG.
To talk about Dark Zero again, we're talking about a match point teams. This could be their opportunity to hit match point here. 190!
Okay, I'm pushing. Maybe one more placement is all Rejectquinity need so far. And there we go, as Serenity and Dark Zero eliminated, Rejectquinity will cross that threshold.
2 teams already at match point, but we need to get that dub. They think they're safe, but they're waiting for them. They're waiting for them. The jump from Elevate to catch match point team Dark Zero off guard. No banner for you.
They don't make match point. Elevate come in.
Elevate from 0 to 100!
Fnatic have moved up to match point here, but that might be it for them in this game. Zero goes down to Coifel.
Legends may have saved the day!
And now they're pushing down to keep it going.
Following up with Jens, the last one alive. Legends try to fully send it. It's up to them, but they take out Dark Zero.
The full 307 are back up, and they're going to send it in. Nasky stands up.
No way!
Living! Minus! Go again! Dead! I flicked! I switched after three!
Here come SSG!
SSG to deny Dark Zero the chance of victory. Rejectquinity now getting involved.
They want to clear out this side. They see kills available. They see an opportunity to clear out SSG and take control of this side of zone.
5 remain. Fnatic still alive and still approaching from the south here. And Aurora just lost one of their rotation. It might be 2, it could be all 3. And another match point team goes down.
Fnatic are thinking the same thing at the moment, trying to get Leica back to his feet, but UKF will go down as well.
They're on us, ready. Inting. In barrels.
07 eliminate, but it's all up to Waltzy now. Fnatic will go down! No! Not much will fall as well. We're down to 6 squads.
But it's disguised that they're fighting up against another match point team, but Reject Winity have the extra player.
They have 2 down. They just need to find the first. It's going to be Disguised down as well. They took that fight a little bit earlier. They win the fight against DSG, and now it's about winning one more.
Look at C9. Look at the position Serenity are in. Everything falling into place. Reject Winity are just going to watch this unfold in front of their very eyes. Surely it's going to be the moment for APAC North here.
Biding their time, waiting for their moment. As all of Reject Winity find themselves at Red Evos. It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North.
It will be Reject Winity that will ring around this arena, that will ring around the Apex scene.
Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Reject Winity.
undisputed champions of APAC South in the ALGS.
Such a good spot here. Provides any much coverage for Popcorn. Ravi kicks down and out already. Critical strike there.
Let's go down. 1v1. 1v1.
Oh, what? Well, Shady finds a target.
Hey, that's going to be a punishing blow.
Tree is covered. Fly high to Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Wants to overextend. So does Kashima.
Does get spotted out. The pings go down. Oh my god!
The 360! What a beast!
And thank you for joining us once again here in APAC South, where we have another 6 matches for you guys in store. We have Groups A versus B take to the stage. We just had Dreamfire take out the first 6 matches. So they won that lobby, but we have some juggernaut stacks coming back into the mix. We've got Legends Gaming turning up today and Makers. This is going to be such a thrilling set of matches to come.
Welcome to the bloodbath, right? Makers as well as Legends in WOD Lobby alongside the resurging Dreamfire and Weibo. Sign me up. So excited for this big matchup. And the thing is, this is the last time we're going to be getting this A versus B group to begin with, just because they're already at their last part of the set, their last set rather, within the split.
Yeah, and Weibo have been doing such an exciting, sets of matches, and can they keep this momentum going into another 6 games is going to be awesome to see, because, Elfish, Legends Gaming, they're at the top. They've been at the top for a while. They did such a crazy end game last week. Can they do it again? Can they keep that momentum, keep that top coming into, this next 6 matches where they haven't even played yet today? Will they be able to get, everything they want and take out another win?
Yeah, honestly, no reason to expect a whole lot's going to change, to be quite honest. Like, they've been consistent for a very long while now, haven't they? Not even just talking about this season, but going back over the last couple of seasons. Then, yeah, I imagine that Legends are going to have a fairly solid time today. I think it's quite interesting. Obviously, the Dax there, you mentioned Weibo and Dreamfire coming into this. They're looking hot off of that last lobby, and that's definitely true. But if we do go back and have a look at how they've played in the A and B groups respectively, when this specific lobby has played, they've actually struggled a little bit. So I do wonder if, are they maybe having a bit of an easier time in the B and C lobby? Is it a bit more difficult now that obviously you've got Legends in the mix there as well as Makers, some other top teams sponging up a couple of the points? I mean, I definitely want to see that consistency is going to come through from Weibo and Dreamfire, but I don't know that they've done enough yet to really guarantee that.
Yeah, they're bringing out the stats, Elfish. That's awesome to see. But, we have some changes in Apex. We've got POI drafts. So let's take a look at our Storm Point map and see exactly where our teams will be landing. And here we go. We have it back, and we are excited to see where everybody is placing. Dax, why don't you take us through some good picks I'm seeing over there on the right-hand side?
I mean, what else is to look forward to besides who will take Sito Station here? And apparently, with pick number 1, VK Gaming has taken that away from Legends. This is so different from what we see from Legends. Sometimes they go for the mill if they can take it, but all the way in Zeus Station instead, Lace. This is going to be a very different approach for Legends in the map where a majority of their points come from to begin with.
Yeah, and as we can see, Dreamfire sort of moving out of the pylon for this set of matches, not too far away from where, they did some excellent, work coming out of down there near Echo HQ. And I'm just going to be interested to see if they can sort of back this up going forward. And then, we've got, Guild. They've been struggling a little bit today. They're coming out from the wall, but, who's on their tail? It's Legends Gaming there. Elfish, they might have a bit of a struggle rotating from there, but I guess going into these matches, that will be able to unfold that for us.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I was going to actually mention Legends up there, right up at Zeus Station, so a lot of peak rotating for them to do. We'll have to see how that sort of shapes up, but look, I will be very interested to see how Guild goes here today as well. I think they dropped the ball a little bit in the first lobby, and sort of similar in that discussion that we were talking about with Dreamfire and with Weibo. When Guild play in the A versus B lobby, they actually have generally a pretty decent time. So I don't know. Maybe they're going to have a little bit of a slower start to the day and come good. They're maybe evening gamers. Who knows? We'll have to follow that discussion. But certainly can't be affording a 1-game day for the first 4 games. They got 1 point out of the first 4 games of that previous lobby. So that's just not acceptable for a team like Guild. And hoping they're going to be able to bounce back a little bit better here. It did start to look better towards the end of that lobby. So keep the fingers crossed.
Yeah, and, it's interesting that you say that, Elfish. Guild Esports, sometimes they can do a little bit better when, the pressure is high, and hopefully we can see that today. But Dax, why don't you take us through a little bit of a team that you're going to be watching out for today?
I mean, many have been wondering, how did this team get signed, right? Vegas Inferno, formerly known as NumNim from the qualifiers, they have been absolutely impeccable in their performance. One of the closest series that we had against Legends Gaming especially. They were down to the wire. It was just some smart play from Legends to get that extra KP. But plays like this have always been impressive. They take the fight to any kind of squad. They have utter confidence back in the qualifiers, back in the challenger circuits. They were one of the teams to fear for whenever they would land on you, and Vegas Inferno so strong in the 3v3. Sato, Aflo, and YR, from what I've seen from them so far, it's really just a group dynamic. They love to play a 2-1 split when you have put the Bangalore all the way in front, and then with the 2 anchors, they can snipe, set up a crossfire, and make the push happen. And truthfully, you look at their stats, they're almost dead even with one another. Over 20 to 30 knocks and kills for each one of these members. Over 5k damage effectively, as much as they can. And what I realize here for Vegas Inferno is, how are they matching some of the top teams right now with consistent performances as a team? Sure, there have been days that they've struggled so far, but from what we've seen from Vegas Inferno, just a little bit more, guys, and I feel like they can be within the top leagues of contention here in APAC South.
Yeah, because if we had a look at last week and how they went toe-to-toe with Legends Gaming, they were only 2 points behind them, after Legends Gaming epic win right at the end there. But I still have beautiful dreams about that zip, that evac push right to the top of the tower. And, they had such a difficult, moment to try and scale up that hill when Zone was clawing in, and it was kind of make or break for them, but there's their mechanical skill. And I guess going in with the Devo first, we've been making jokes about that, Dax, hit the Devo first, up the evac, but it just paid off for them. And I'm really excited to see, them going forward and moving further into this.
Yeah, just to chime in real quick too, Las Vegas Inferno, they're the only team from the Pro League qualifiers that is within the top 7 right now. So it's already such a big case that it's your first foray in as a trio in the Pro League and you're doing this well.
Yeah, no, that's it. And it's just only more to come. It's just going to be, with these other steamroller teams sort of making their way into it, I'm just going to be eager to see how, I guess, they perform against Weibo, who are finally finding their footing here, and, Dreamfire as well, Elfish, just being able to, push their way up into this. But, let's just take a recap over our overall standings and see exactly up until this week how everyone has been going. And, we've talked about them all this time. Legends Gaming still far out in front, and then Makers very close behind, and X and Y, doing a excellent job today. Move them up to 3rd place, Elfish.
Yeah, a little bit more to sort of be done, though. Obviously, there's 3 more rounds to play. A versus B, A versus C, B versus C. So everyone's still getting at least a crack or 2 into, potentially making it into that top 10, that top 20 to make it through to the finals. And at the moment, nothing's really locked in. Like, perhaps apart from Legends making it through to the final 20, I don't think it's possible for them to drop out. But generally speaking, there's definitely still a lot of points on offer, and I think a few teams that can kind of make a strong run in at the back end of the season. It takes a little while to maybe get rolling. Some have not gotten rolling at all, but generally speaking, we've got quite a competitive field here, it feels like, especially with some of those bottom of the pack teams kind of picking things up. And as we've said, a couple of competition days to go. Obviously, we're here for day 4. Day 5 will be round 3 for A and C, and then B and C. And then, of course, that gets us into the finals on July 7th, which is always a good time.
Yeah, we got match point for the finals. So, we got to get through these triple round robins, Dax, and then we get to go right to match point, which is always an exciting time. I'm pretty certain it was a 10 games in split 1 that we had for match point. I thought it was going to be finished at 7, but I'm pretty certain Serenity, so Guild, made this in this absolute clutch moment, which pushed us to another game. You know, they have it in them. They can definitely pull something out of the bag, so I really hope that they can do something, you know, going into these matches.
Yeah, it was so close. It went the distance because, unfortunately for Bear Claw, they just couldn't get the job done near their initial POI to begin with. And, well, it was all about Tom Young-Kung then finding those wins in such an endurance run for especially GM Hillfish, who casted all that action. But right now, I do want to look into how the top standings is looking here. 7 slots up for grabs. And truthfully, Legends Gaming so far above and beyond everyone else. I saw a post on Comp Apex for a while that it's what 99.8% chance for Legends to make land based on the points that they have. It's very understandable since their performance has just been sublime. And I think we can deepen the conversation we were having a while ago, right? Legends Gaming, are they the new powerhouse of APAC South just because it has been incredible to see them perform at this level?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, Dax. You know, they won the 25 points in the first week, then the next week, and then, you know, out of 6 matches, they didn't get that win, but then they backed it up in the following 6 matches. So they have definitely won a fair few, which is why they are so far out in front there. And you know what? There are obviously makers and stuff creeping upon them. But, you know, there are so many other teams that are so close together on our series. You know, they're only like a 1-point difference that do have that chance to sort of push makers out of their position. But yeah, at this point, Elfish, not a lot to catch Legends Gaming. But again, you know, can they do what they did last week? You know, in these next 6 matches. I don't know if you were watching, but they were but I would call it not kill farming, but they waited for a team to be respawned just so they could get that extra kill points to put them in first.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to be honest. I kind of echo your thoughts now, Dax, that Legends, I think, are probably the team to beat in the region. Has it been as dominant as it was for Moist, and was it as dominant as it was for Reignite? Honestly, it's kind of getting to that point, but then again, there's obviously always the discussion around when you do get into that final lobby, anything can happen. So yeah, there's dominance throughout the regular split, but we sort of saw again in split 1 this year, they didn't actually manage to finish with the dub overall there. So Anton Dumpling getting it done that time, and you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen again, although it is kind of like if you were a betting man right now, you'd be saying Legends Gaming win this split as well.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to get another Strafing Flame interview from today's 6 matches. Well, let's start off with our first match, guys. We're going to move back over to Storm Point. Let's take it away.
A group of Titans ready to clash. Here we go for our final set of today. A and B, which means some fan favorites are going to be here. Dreamfire Weibo still around. Well done, taking first and second from the previous set. But you got Makers here, you got Legends Gaming. And I was telling you a while ago, Elfish, if Legends takes this again, we should just put Strafing Flame as an official talent for Longshot at that rate.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be spending enough time on the broadcast at that point to kind of make it justifiable, but I don't know. I mean, how easy is it going to be to have a solid, dominant performance starting up at Zeus Station? It's not exactly, you know, premium territory as far as a drop spot is concerned. We'll have to wait and see. I have faith.
Well, Legends Gaming, I do wonder how they're going to be playing an angle like this. From the north, it's difficult for them to safely rotate the way that they would like. Lightning Rod occupied here by Makers. You have also nearby Guild Esports going to be there. Vegas in further from them, Command Center. And given as we are going to be seeing how the ring's going to be pulling, Weibo Gaming, who have moved into Checkpoint in this group, they're the ones in the middle of things.
Nice and slow and steady maybe for Weibo. Would probably prefer that over the shenanigans that they ran into early on in the last couple of games of World's Edge. I mean, to be fair to Weibo, out of that first lobby, they did kind of get work done on both Stormpoint and on World's Edge, but yeah, the last couple of games just didn't come together for them, so they can keep themselves healthy into the mid and the late game. That seems to be where they really do a lot of their damage. BK Gaming started strong for today. Didn't really manage to impress too much beyond that first game. But that first game really carried them through the lobby. Like, they did definitely get enough work done to kind of say, well, we're pretty happy with that. And now, gonna have the second bite of the cherry.
One big game has brought a bunch of teams really to success here for the past few weeks. Grape Soda has been the most usual contender to that. BK Gaming, we see it here as they move into the trenches. And Bear Claw, this is a squad that people have been watching out for too. Fenfu having some great stats. They have done incredible World's Edge performances. And I do wonder now, with Bear Claw starting off on Storm Point with the rest of the lobby, can they bring that success to this map here?
Doing a bit of scouting at the moment. Haven't really seen too much in those trenches. Las Vegas Inferno, the team that you wanted to highlight, working their way in behind Guild at the moment. Some shots actually going in that direction, and some received in response as well. It's not going to be a position that Las Vegas Inferno want to be spending too much time in. There'll be teams rotating in through the choke points just behind them.
I still feel like it's wild to say and see their name. Las Vegas Inferno.
Yeah.
Thailand.
That doesn't make sense. Like, I mean, actually, why is that? I just don't know. But
I mean,
anyway.
it's a Vegas org, and they signed this Thai squad. They deserve it, honestly. This has the core of the previous iteration of Outside from split number 1. They went through the Challenger circuits yet again with the new third, and they performed so very well that they're still doing so right now within the top 7. But it's like what we're saying all these international orgs from different regions put some money into APAC South and give the support to the players that they need. Especially, we had the example, Guild Esports will have the Broken Armory, Kill Devil will be flying by them there.
Yep. Straight over the top. Still plenty of territory that can be picked up in and around these trenches, so Kill Devil not too late. Find themselves a small position of solace, though. Yeah, the pickings are becoming a little slim. The cheeky chip damage in there from GK Esports.
Formerly known as Boogie Borders, so another rebrand, another team that has gotten that support. More orgs here for APAC South, but we've seen from Boogie Borders, slow starts have made most of their sets always a recovery kind of game. It also isn't massive for Boogie Borders. Killapause has been usually good for 2 within a fight, but still some struggles very apparent for the team formerly known as Boogie Borders. Would love to see them back to the form to contend with the likes of Legends and Makers that we expect that they can do there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe one of those teams that's struggling a little bit with the drop format. Having to sort of figure that out a little more so. Maybe they were a bit more comfortable than other teams with their standard rotations, and now that's kind of been thrown out of whack. Need to consider.
Yeah.
Weibo kind of keeping a bit of an eye on No Credit at the moment, though it doesn't really seem like a whole lot's going to come from that engagement at the moment. Weibo more than happy to stay up on the high ground, and No Credit not contesting them for it. It's a fairly favorable enough choice, right? Like, the zone has every possibility of shifting in here onto checkpoints, so not get too greedy and take too many fights. Like, obviously, it doesn't often go into checkpoint, but it's not impossible.
And you can always rotate. And Legends Gaming, an early knock onto Easy Flash. This is going to throw a wrench in their plans as they are rotating into the trenches themselves. Easy Flash now going to get mowed on down. Player K taking some big damage too, and Strafing Flame, our cold talent within the field now. They do have a pilot into play. There's also going to be a medkit there for Player K to bring himself alive. Strafing Flame has been topping the damage starts for so very long so far, bringing in more. The Dreamfire on the other hand, this guy, I hate the world, 10k from the last set. A knock already to start things off here versus AMB.
Yeah, looking to continue to dominate, but does get traded back down 1 for 1. It's not really the start that Dreamfire is going to be looking for. Decent damage out of the 30-30 repeater there for 3MZ. I don't know how easy it is going to be to get the revive, though. This might end up just being a duo for Dreamfire, especially considering it is I Hate the World that's gone down, and so now you don't even have Bang Smokes to try and find that revive, but having got that extra knock, it will open the door up. There's some extra shots coming through from the side, though. That was almost a Firebird. Azu causing some problems as well. And so in the end, Dreamfire will have to go along with only a couple, though they do quickly get the respawn out.
Pretty good there, towards down Beast. Also to take note, no credit, the one knocking down MXF as they pushed away from checkpoint. And MXF eliminated by Luxus G7 Scout from afar. Nicely placed shots. Gildo, here towards the north still, and I would love to see Guild find that recovery period here. It was just so tough to see them only get one single point, really, from that last outing. You said it a while ago, though, Dreamfire up to a trio, and here they come, looking now to give thanks to no credit by shooting back at them.
3MZ still needs to go and get a little bit looted. Rather, is I Hate the World, I should say, that needs to do that. Goes back over to his death box and is able to retrieve it pretty quick. Smart. Keep going gaming in the meanwhile. Oh, good damage early on in the piece there from Tree Cleaner, though. The follow-up isn't really there, and so it's down to just Bible now, who's going to have to get the job done solo, pushing out ahead of his teammates and into the smoke. It's just never going to happen. Keep going gaming eliminated. 19th place for game 1 of the lobby. Bit of a nothing fight, really. Like that's just a weird one that kind of, you're like, okay, well, I guess we're done now.
It fizzled out so quickly for KPG, and I just want to give props also to the newest member of WMFB here. It's KZ, actually from their previous sister team, WMNDY. So many letters to say there, Elfish. But yeah, they had a little bit of a collab coming into the LA LAN. And with that being said, they're combining the squad now, coming into APAC South. So new member to watch out for War Monster Firebird. An old face though, very memorable, easy flash back into the fight.
Yeah, I hope you know your ABCs. It seems like you do, so that's good. Phone shift is gone.
I had to think, what are the right letters? What is the combination of their name?
It's madness sometimes, but anyway, War Monster Firebird not going to be too disappointed with the zone shift. It has gone further and further west, so that'll be favorable enough for them. But also not too bad for Weibo, who have still held on top of checkpoint. They don't have to move. Dreamfire also pretty happy. They got back to 3. Of course, has to be mentioned. Well, let's see what Monster Firebird can do in this push. They will run into no credit at some point.
Not only that, you can see the ring pulling now towards the west here. HAUF having the only bunker that is within the next zone. The likes of Legends and the rest are going to have to move later on. And just because of that knock onto Easy Flash, you can see that the Legends game has stalled so far. Weibo the ones with that height. Makers have made their way in also. But Final Dream have a lot of gear to work with. They're putting the pressure on. Motherload being set here. And it's MDY their target from afar.
Okay, Esports eliminated in the meanwhile off screen. That's at the hands of Guild, so maybe a positive change for that Guild roster as they're able to start the day poorly, but perhaps finish the day strong. That's something that we'll be following over the course of these 6 games. MDY going to see their Beast of the Hunt running out. And Las Vegas Inferno in a bunch of smokes at the moment. Can't really see a whole lot.
You gotta smoke, everyone gotta smoke. I love watching things in grayscale. Reminds me of the 1950s. But Bolin on the board, onto Guild. Vegas Inferno also heading on out, searching for the rest of Guild right now. Kill Devil piling pressure on from afar. It's KD who has been a bit of a surprise here. Bolin the rest doing really well compared to their split 1 outing, wherein they were last place in Pro League. It's just that extra addition of Bolin boosting up the squad to perform even better here.
Well, you know what? I might have spoken a little bit too soon when it comes to Guild, because they're down to just Jesko, and he's floating around behind Kill Devil at the moment. Got about 50 seconds to try to go for the banners, and so trying to keep his head down, which is working out nicely for the moment. He's got one of them. Don't know where you get a respawn in all of this, though. This is probably wishful thinking for Guild, so thought that they might have started the day well. Perhaps I spoke too soon. Unfortunate, but see what Final Dream's going to be able to do on their push. They are actually quite far out of the zone.
Look, if he makes it towards checkpoint, maybe he can sneak that res. So we'll see if Guild can go a bit further than what we've seen so far. Bochik actually in hand here. For no credit. Also Lux, after all the damage that he's done so far, ready for red armor. That'd be a good starting point here for no credit. Now they have a good front line to work with. I've also noticed they've really returned to the Watson coming into Storm Point. They experimented a few times over the past few weeks, Elfish, playing the cat on Savior, but comfort is king, and that's what No Credit is doing right now. Bear Claw, though, trouble is afoot, and Heck is gonna get down here.
Yeah, through the fire and flames, it might not be going very well for them. Makers gonna make short work of them, potentially. Guild Esports out in the meanwhile. Jesco was eventually found out. It looks like Makers have moved in alongside Weibo Gaming, but it doesn't seem as though there's a whole lot of room left for anybody else. These two teams on top of Countdown are going to try to hold on for that for dear life. MDY underneath, still on the move, using those smokes to their advantage. And it's looking a bit dangerous.
Taking a position here to find Fenfu of Bear Claw. Big pick. Now they can actually gatekeep VK Gaming and the rest from moving into checkpoint. Outside, also gonna get eliminated here by Fruit Salad. Bear Claw now has been wiped on. Now we're down to 14 as this ring will close on in. But for every single team in checkpoint here, they are ready for a rude awakening. Time to head out back to the trenches. HKUF, the one safe position, and VK will look to push in to just at least get a position moving forward here.
Yeah, this is going to be very awkward indeed. Legends just being eliminated on the kill feed there. You can see VK Gaming, you know, they want to push forward, but I think at the moment, actually what they really have to be a little bit more prepared for is the push coming from behind, because as those teams start to filter out of checkpoint, they're going to be the team to try to push through. Vegas Inferno taking it slow. Everybody taking it slow at the moment. Trying to figure out what on earth do we even do now.
Exactly. 8 squads are within the vicinity of checkpoint. There are 2 ways out. One towards Dreamfire, the other towards VK. But a lot of infighting within the next few seconds. It's going to be happening here. No Credit also. Pressure now applied. You do have Final Dream and War Monster Firebird looking to see an opportunity. LGD backing away from this one, but eventually Weibo, MDY, those teams will have to move out soon.
Patience a virtue at the moment. LGD might be the team that is going to be worst off of anyone, really, because they're on the complete opposite side of the zone to where the circle has shifted. Weibo's still up on the high ground. They won't be feeling too bad about things at the moment. A couple of good shots in from the bow check. Lots of connections even here for Gugu.
Oh.
Okay, and a knock as well now, so that's starting to get really quite problematic indeed.
Precision. Man's playing Hawkeye here, basically. Bringing a boat to a gunfight. Works out for Gugu. Makers making their way in also, but they keep taking a bit of damage. Now the Rolling Thunder going to be played, but we're watching still. The bow check do beautiful things! What marksmanship we just witnessed here from Gugu, taking the kill leaders at 2. He has 4 on the board.
He's kind of farming, isn't he?
Yep.
Pretty insane. Looking for some more. Gan's going to go through, and that should be the end of yet another team. It's MDY that get eliminated on the receiving end of that one. In the meanwhile, War Monster Firebird, Vegas Inferno also down, but Weibo very quickly dropped to LGD as well. To be fair, they kind of had their cake. They didn't get to eat it as well, but they got some points out of that game. So the day continues to be a positive one for Weibo.
Absolutely. And of all the teams that survived, it's LGD who plays it perfectly. They did play the furthest angle from the ring itself, but with that being said, they have even evac towers to get out. Seems like, yes, that's going to be the case. Watch out for LGD later on. HKUF, they've had the zone with the Maker's going to get eliminated here by VK, and we're left to 4. You said it a while ago to Elfish. VK, good start on game number 1. Chance now to do it again in a second set for them.
Yeah, it'd be a good start twice in a row, wouldn't it? But I don't know if they're in the pole position to close this one off. HKUF are holding on to the donut. And to be fair, these trenches are very, very playable, but sometimes you do get sent. Kind of interested to see where LGD end up finishing. They're still on the countdown side. So, still some question marks as to what they're going to end up doing.
They're regrouping on the second floor because they need the extra height on the evac tower. They're waiting for LD, so a regroup there. We're watching Dreamfire also. Very good position right now to continue what they've been doing so far. But with that extra elevation, Beiju and the rest can go through the cliffs and land on the roof. So LGD back into the fight here.
Okay, the roof is pretty safe, it seems. There's no angle coming through from BKG. Certainly not from Dreamfire either. And HKUF is on the receiving end of this push. They're inside of the donut. And apparently it's pretty yummy. LGD are really trying to take control of this position. They're going to do it pretty solidly as well. It's 2-for-1 trade, pretty quick, smart, and HKUF go down very quickly indeed. The problem is for LGD, that's the dinner bell being rung for Dreamfire, and now it's Dreamfire versus VK Gaming. Finish off game 1.
Casa, he's gonna get dropped. Dreamfire took the opportunity since LGD took long in that first fight. Now the 3MC and the rest can take this rooftop away. A slide on down. I Hate the World continuing in. No Name brought the damage in the last set. Now he's gonna get down here, but QQ will get traded. All left for the Watson here. Dreamfire with advantage. A slide on Indo. Knockdown shield for the cover. Defense to try and get a little bit of the zap, but the spark is BK's to get. They win a game number 1 here.
Yeah, they win another game number 1 here. It has to be said. They won game 1 of that previous lobby. They win game 1 of this lobby as well, but whether or not they're going to put more together. Obviously, didn't really manage to convert from game 1 onwards in that first lobby, so that's kind of the name of the game for this next one.
Yeah, they always come out really strong in the first couple of games there for VK Gaming taking that win. But you know what? I just want to talk about Weibo still keeping momentum going into their 7th game today. Gugu hitting those bow shots, just stopping No Credits rotate and eliminating them in a blink of an eye. That was so exceptional. And you know what? I guess having, LGD take that rotate from the evac tower over the top and taking out HKUF, not without some casualties, but my God, that was A versus B. We have such a stacked lobby kicking things off in Storm Point. Elfish, what a great first game.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit disappointed if you're HKUF there, because at the end of the day, you haven't really done anything wrong. It's just kind of been a case of, well, these guys landed on us. They want to fight. We have to fight. And ultimately, you end up getting third-partied, or in fact, they went down, to be fair, but, there's every possibility that LGD lands on Dreamfire, or they land on VK, and then it's a completely different final sort of a fight there for HKUF, but either way, they were kind of doomed as soon as LGD decided that they wanted to land on top of that donut, because they get stuck in that fight. Even if they win that fight, they do get third-partied. So, rough, unfortunate, but still, a top 4 finish is not something to be too disappointed by. How about this, though, from Gugu?
Yeah.
The bow check. The connections were pretty insane. It was No Credit that just kind of got farmed.
Yeah, it's not like shooting fish in a barrel exactly, but this is exactly what we see from Gugu, just absolutely obliterating the whole team. Collecting some nice kills for them was just an exceptional feat from them. I did want to sort of bring up, unfortunate start again for GK. Previously, Boogie Borders, they were falling about 18th out of this lobby. They're not known to do incredibly well on Storm Point, but I was very much hoping that they would have been able to pull something out this week. But, we still have another 5 games for them to sort of turn things around. But, VK Gaming, they held this position so well. They had so much kill points going on into this, and just having, this one from Vitamin C just being able to collect that kill along with a Watson fence being placed there. Watson v. Watson, Elfish. What great entertainment.
Yeah, indeed. But VK Gaming were the ones to walk away with the ultimate victory. Has to be said, though, Dreamfire managing a 2nd place. They are continuing their pretty consistent run today. Whatever they've done from the previous couple of weeks to come back into this week, it seems like they should continue to do that, because it has been much, much better this week from Dreamfire, and another sort of late season run in for a top 20 position and maybe even a top 10. Weibo also, has to be said, wasn't a bad game from them. So take a look at the scoreboard here overall, see where we have ended after game number 1. BK, they started with 23 points in the last lobby, so this wasn't quite as good, but hey, you'll take it.
That's it. You know, they start out strong. This is a team that sort of goes into their matches and they're all prepped and ready to go. But you know what? Then I guess comes in the juggernauts like Dreamfire today and Weber to sort of take those positions. But LGD Gaming, another really fantastic game from them as well. You know, they've had a lot of matches today also. And just to see, I guess, these teams keeping the momentum, you know, against Legends Gaming falling out at 13th. You know, this is such a good thing. Also, Kill Devil have been having a great performance. You know, for Split 2, them falling a little bit short, you know, but no credit. I want to have a little bit of a conversation. Yes, you know, Gugu took them out on their rotate, but, you know, that team, they got, you know, about 5 kill points there in and amongst the chaos. So it's a great thing to see them, you know, in the top 10 positions, Elfish.
Yeah, indeed. Still 5 more games to go, so we've got plenty more to talk about. Let's not get too far ahead of things. I mean, look, at this point, just get me out of here.
You're just getting shorter and shorter. That's it. Just keep. That's it. There we go. It's my show today now, guys. But we're going to take ourselves a short little break, and we will see you shortly. And I'm sure Elfish will be back. See you guys in a moment. And welcome back, everyone. We like to have a little bit of fun here at the Long Shot Production, but not as much fun as VK Gaming taking out the superb win there on Storm Point for our match number 1. They got themselves 22 points in our first game, Elfish, and not following long after them is LGD Gaming in 14 with 14 points.
Yeah, look, it's something that's going to change up quite substantially as we go through the rest of this lobby. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. But Dreamfire
Everything a little bit crazy here, but you know what? We're over halfway into our split 2. things got to go wrong. Things aren't going to go our way. But, you know, VK Gaming, everything seems to be going their way in this first game. You know, it's only the first of this group. So we still have another 5 matches to go with some Legends Gaming in the mix. We do have some really top contenders coming back to play in another 5 matches. Makers as well, being one of those, you know, top teams that have been performing incredibly well through this split, Elfish. So, you know, we still have so much action to unfold. So it's going to be exciting to see if Dreamfire, LGD Gaming can keep momentum going, you know, being their 7th match.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a factor. Like, fatigue is a huge thing. You know, I mean, we can speak to it as well. Like, we've been here since the start of the day, and maybe not such a big factor in Game 7, Game 8, stuff like that. I usually tend to feel pretty tired once we kind of go from Game sort of 10 onwards. Like, Game 10, 11, and 12 of the day is where it's like, I've been here for a few hours now, and I'm getting a bit tired, you know, want to have some food, and maybe you had a little bit of food in the break, but, like, you didn't really have the opportunity to sort of get a whole lot in, so it's one of those things, and I think at the end of the day, you have to have a lot more of a mental investment in the game, right, when you're a player, so you're getting tired a lot faster. So
yeah, well, let's head over
to
our game number 2, everyone. We're going to jump straight back into things. Let's take it away on Storm Point.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see it here. Legend selection yet again. Always about the Bang Blood with the Fuse, with the Catalyst, as well as the Watch One, which has been very much so popular. But game number 2, we're still looking to see if there can be some big games from some big players. You got Legends Gaming will be landing here in Zoo Station, looking for VK Gaming 2 to continue what they started off with here at Sito Station. And that's the thing you were talking about, Elfish, a while ago. VK, sure, they won the first game in the previous set, but it wasn't enough for them to continue on and have a high bearing. This time around, it's the same kind of case, and do they fall off again, or have they learned this time around?
Yeah, look, I'll be hoping to say yes, but I don't know if I can necessarily say that is going to be the case. Didn't really convince me in the first lobby, but look, I mean, 2 wins in a day is not something that most teams get, so I guess that's got to win you some degree of brownie points. But we'll wait and see. We'll take it slow. Not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. VK Gaming hopefully be doing the same, right? They can't be resting on their laurels and just getting happy with like 1 win. Because as far as the overall standings for the split are concerned, like, yeah, sitting in 4th at the moment, but honestly kind of in a position to push for even anywhere up to 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, between 4th to 10th, they're just separated by around, what, 8 points right now. So it's crazy to think there is no real way for some of these teams to be safe. But look at this ring, and what am I looking at? This is pretty similar to what we had in the previous game, but it's a little bit more of the east taken here of Northpad. The 2 compounds, very much so available, but it's a similar rotation for many of these teams. Fruit Salad, Weibo Gaming, those are the squads who are in position already, and Fruit Salad fighting for their lives. It's GK on the opposite end.
I mean, that North Pad could definitely come into play, but I mean, for VK Gaming, looking at this one and thinking, okay, great, we can sort of run it back. Let's just try to set ourselves up, similar position, work with that. Got early rotates coming through from GK Esports. You can see that already coming into effect, and Fruit Salad, they don't have to move. Weibo Gaming probably going to play similarly, quite slow in checkpoint. Although, I mean, if they know that the zone's going to pull a bit further out to Northpad, do they gamble on checkpoint again? I think that would be a big conversation happening inside that camp at the moment.
I mean, they won't know because they start on the Fuse, who doesn't have the Ringmaster, until you have Blues. I also think, if I'm seeing the map correctly, there's no Ring console on checkpoint right now, so it's difficult for Weibo Gaming to make those kind of calls with only a little bit of ring information. But Weibo, they decide to play into down piece where the console is set, and this time around they're gonna have a better lay of the land here, Elfish. At least they know what's going on here.
Yeah, interesting. Still going to have to move, but it'll be a good staging point. Early exchange happening though right now between Outside and GK, and that's not gone very well for Outside at all. Amelia is the last one able to have any kind of an impact on this round, and Outside just a little bit too little too late for them making it into that donut, and they do get punished by GK for it.
Amelia surviving with a sliver of HP, moving over to the Trident, but some good tracking yet again from Kilopause. A standout here for GK Esports. We also see Fruit Salad defending their claim over onto Northpad. That height and some 30-30 action. See Outside now eliminated here by Weibo Gaming, BK Gaming right behind Fruit Salad, and this is going to be interesting for BK. They're taking a more proactive position early on just to try and continue the momentum they had from game number 1.
Most definitely. I'd love to see it.
Let's go there.
You know, let's get another strong team in the mix, right? We've got a lot to say about Weibo and Dreamfire today, and we know Legends at some point are probably going to do a bit of work in this lobby, so if we add BK Gaming to the list as a team that we're really keeping an eye on, then that's like 4 really strong looking teams in this lobby. But they're not there yet.
I wouldn't be surprised because BK has had incredible performances in scrims and in the offseason, but HKUF, a newer team on the block, bit of struggles there. Yao able to go for the res right now, and HKUF fighting against no credit here over at Checkpoint. It's 2 though, still standing for no credit. Same can be said as Yuhang is down yet again. Deja vu, but they should be fine. A little bit of a reset for both of the teams here.
Weibo in an engagement, and you don't want to be in an engagement against Weibo. GK, have they bitten off more than they can chew?
Yeah.
Have to imagine that is the case, and they end up going out in 19th place. So Weibo just continue to run through teams. No stopping them today.
It's been so problematic for the squad formerly known as the Boogie Boarders, right? Always taken out early, struggling to make that kind of impact given you have a star-studded roster.
Ooh.
But that tracking, it's strafing play! And the MNK is ready to do magic again. Prowler out, easy flash there for the cover. And Legends Gaming skill is one. Legendary, that's what they are though. And Weibo falls to their hand there.
Yeah, well, Weibo, they had their moment in the sun, and then it was time for Legends to have theirs, and jeez, that was a clean spray from strafing, but doesn't certainly help Weibo out at all. Dreamfire also having a bit of a look there. Strafing Flame will be confirmed by Pete, I can see in the kill feed. It seems to be a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't type position to go into. If you take that fight, you're probably in trouble. If you don't take that fight, well, you lose control of the position, but either way, losing members anytime you take a fight in that position. So Dreamfire end up in the donut for now, but is it a cursed position? Is this cursed location? If anyone's going to be able to hold on to it at the moment, it will surely be Dreamfire, because they've been good at holding down positions. They've been good at guessing circles as well today. They've had quite a lot of circle luck, so set up, and now it's time to put up another good game for Dreamfire, and I imagine they can do it.
I mean, they've had their best game in the split coming into today, and as of right now, they're in a good position. A while ago, HKUF perhaps a little bit more inexperienced running these kind of locations. Dreamfire, you know the pedigree, we all know the pedigree, and as of right now, they're taking away a little bit of Legends Gaming, who has actually gotten the banner of Strafing Flame back. So if they can get a respawn beacon or Moby along the way, it can be helpful. HKUF though, and MXF this time around, the ones contending for Checkpoint, as this ring will head west yet again.
MXF waiting to see if there's going to be any kind of shenanigans from HKUF, who, to be fair, are on the move. They recognize they got to get a bit of a wriggle on. And there's the zone you're talking about, going again toward the west, so it's actually very, very close to the same circle as the previous that we had. Just a little bit more north, maybe.
Yeah, that's literally just it. Just a smidge towards the top. Get a little bit more for Legends and Dreamfire is, rather than only having the MDY bunker, basically. So it's a bit of deja vu for sure. It's the same thing for many of these teams, and they're going to realize this really quickly. You can already see No Credit has left behind Checkpoint. HKUF doing the same too, heading towards down piece, as Kill Devil will move from the north.
I'm more than happy to hold a little more of a northern position outside of that donut, but also keeping my eyes on BK Gaming. Here's Makers though. coming down from the wall. Kill Devil. They find themselves in a bit of a spot of bother right here. It's a good crossfire setup for Dexter, Ziki, and Asia, who hold the two oranges. Kill Devil want to assault the more northern of the oranges, and so far that's gone okay for them. They got inside. Star up into the roof, but won't really do a huge amount of damage with that.
As soon as they landed, Makers, they went for the scan. They knew that Kill Devil was coming their way, and as of right now, Ziki and the rest looking just from extra loot from the corpses perhaps of Kill Devil. But it's gonna be a big fight. KD is a squad to respect right now. And as it stands, Dexter smoking things out. They do get scanned though. Maker's gonna try and go for a few sky nades here. You got Ziki and Asia still up top the nut, and for the time being, Kill Devil trying to play into cover. So a bit of safety. Makers now just zipping on away to the other orange here. Asia, sure, he does get crapped in the shield. He's fine to reset while this happens. A little bit of slows. Makers will get back into cover as Kill Devil will just watch them try and hide.
Legends just got to respawn. Back to full strength. As close to full strength as you can be this late in the game when you're going for a respawn, but all good. Slowed down a little bit now. Most teams have kind of made their way in to at least the round 2 ring. Round 3 will get a little bit more interesting. It's another 50-50 split between Checkpoint and sort of North Pad. This jostle for position happening over the North Pad side of the circle is definitely more congested. But it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world to be like that last team coming through from Checkpoint.
If you see this ring, it's just touching towards the west and towards down B, so it's more likely to end here by the trenches. And perhaps some confirmation bias from our squads. It happened last time. Guys, please don't play at the Checkpoint. Things can go awry there, but Dreamfire now. We see the chaos unfold, the battlefield, and they're in the middle of things. You got Pete just running on around, looking to regroup with the rest of Dreamfire. He's back into cover, and he's still on his feet. Never mind, though. Savior finds him from afar. Where did that shot come from? HKUF gonna get eliminated there by KPG, but it's Dreamfire we're watching. Look to stay alive as a duo.
This is definitely cause for concern for Dreamfire, but I think I saw a Moby Res Beacon in there for them, so maybe something that they can still work with. Not going to count my chickens before they hatch just yet. Dreamfire's a solid team. I can't imagine they're going to go down without a fight. Makers still being held outside of the ring for the moment, but should have plenty of resources available to them for the foreseeable future. Be able to exist outside the ring for the moment and take their time on their way in.
Legends though, different fight. Easy Flash does get knocked, and Dreamfire making them work for it. No Name still an utter threat so far. Player K playing the distance as per usual. Has a charge rifle in hand. He's always been good with the snipers here for Legends, and it's been instrumental for an anchor here for Legends themselves. With Strafing Play now versus I Hate the World. No Name on the other front. Top 2 damage dealers right now from what we've seen in these lobby runs. And Legends Gaming able to hold off Dreamfire, yes, and regroup with Easy Flash, just shoving him back into cover here. Oh, Player K, he's fine, he's good. And Legends, at least this trio is looking to reset themselves when they can. Oh.
Nope, not gonna happen. This will have to be another respawn for Legends, who, to be fair, make it happen, but they've got teams on top of them now. They're sensing the blood in the water. Strafing Flame's gonna go down. It's Fruit Salad that have decided to rock up, and last member is on the run. Another point for Fruit Salad. Yummy, yummy. Extra one. Happy days.
Yeah, just they had a little bit of glove into that one, but Fruit Salad has had enough of waiting for this 2v2 to finish, and they took matters into their own hands. MDY though finding KPG. Guild gonna be gone too, and it's BK Gaming. The back-to-back looking unlikely with QQ the only one in a good spot here. Great movement to get back into cover. Casa also finding cover right now to stay on the live. And Dreamfire, as well as Kill Devil, unable to find these 2 targets. So VK Gaming, they can breathe a sigh of relief as they're still alive as a duo here.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be the back-to-back dub, like you say, but find another point or 2, even some placement points on their way through as a duo. It'll go a long way in maintaining first place. This lobby, at least. It's still very early days. Any more matches to be played. or more after this one. Here's MXF.
Still more to come here at Checkpoint. LGD trying to play the long game yet again, but this time around, they're the ones losing out against MXF, who are in position. A jump in, a leap for SRun. And truly, MXF going out of their bounds and moving forward for even more points. That's a good wipe. Now they're the only ones here by Checkpoint that they can safely find perhaps an evac tower or quick rotation to make their way into the next ring.
They've still got a bit of time to play with, so they don't need to panic too much just yet. Yeah, that is going to be a hefty rotate that they'll have to make. No credit. Moving along quite fine. Might catch who that respawn was going to be. I think it might have been Legends Gaming, though.
It's not.
Perhaps I'm wrong.
Yeah,
it was it no credit?
I mean, I'm trying to check things out. But I do feel like Legends Gaming, they have the banners in their hands. Just can't find a way to safely bring back the two alive. No credit, those struggles now as everyone's looking at them. We still keep an eye out on Player K. Looking to build some placement points here for Legends Gaming, but very cheeky indeed. He's already been down. The MDY have set their sights onto no credit. Action afoot also between Bearclaw and Makers. Makers trying to make a push happen. They are fended off for the time being by BCG, who have such a good setup inside.
Yeah, Makers holding behind the smoke for the moment. Even Beast of the Hunt not revealing any opponents. VK Gaming do get eliminated. The back-to-back once again will be denied. From one lobby to the next. Chip damage from Bearclaw as they try to lock down their bunker. Makers might be about to meet their Makers. It's just Dexter, which, you know, he can get a bit of damage done. Like, he can get some chip damage there, but he's never going to be able to win that fight. Even if he were, there was enough teams around to cause problems, so he'll try to make it on his own now as a solo.
Very far found here by the Vegas Inferno. It was a struggle though for Makers. They tried to push into the Otten setup. They're left with a single Dexter. They'll look to find a few kills elsewhere, but Vegas Inferno pinging now, noticing BCG setup. They go for the scan. They realize Bearclaw has already left them behind. And the Rolling Thunder gonna be the call here for Flow. You also hear the Beast of the Hunt. YR wanting to go for the push. And Accepto from up top. A fight versus MDY. XX and Bebe doing some great damage so far. Asarin tried to use his teammates for cover, but to no avail. MDY ready to bring into pain, and they're looking for more here as they move forward.
Too many options for MXF there, you can see, just trying to figure out who to shoot at what time, and then you end up splitting your damage 50-50 between two players. It's not the way to go. Focus more important, and that's what we're getting from, well, against maybe even Bearclaw Gaming. It's just heck alive, and they are swept aside. MDY again doing that damage. Vegas Inferno in the mix.
Oh no, they're next.
End of the day, down to just the one player, and they also will fall at the hands of Kill Devil.
Fruit Salad was thinking about it. Could have been a wait, there's more moment. But he said it, Kill Devil, good in the spots. And they will take all the loot there nearby. MDY, though, in a very good position. It's been a few adjustments for MDY. You can see Augustern now on the Bangalore roll. They built in XX from formerly of AGL. It's a new look without the catalyst that they have been focusing on for most of the season. But MDY leaping onto no credits now. They have the height. They're dropping down into the pylon. XX gets mowed down, though. Doesn't expect it's a Peacekeeper nearby. And MDY, there's trouble afoot, but they still wipe away no credit there.
Yeah, that Havoc doing some real work in Bebe's hands. MDY up to second for the lobby now, and honestly going to be making a run in for first. They shouldn't be too far away from VK Gaming, who got knocked out a little earlier on. And if they keep fragging the way that they are, then I think they're going to run away with this game, the way things are looking. Legends, to be fair, very happy with how things are progressing given the circumstances. Player K has been a solo for a while now, but has been locked down, hunkering in the bunker. Getting placement points.
Armazafar, but has been trying to fumigate Player K for so long already. Fruit Saldo with the spot. The Quatus has the Beast of the Hunt. And beautiful beams there. Looking for the final one with a 30-30. And it's Bebe who goes bye-bye so far. Fruit Salado, they're in a bit of danger. Quatus needs to get the reset going. Bayuler and Scholar trying to provide cover, but Kill Devil is on the hunt. Fruit Salad now eliminated. Bolin bringing in the lead. Levy also with the Beast of the Hunt here. And it's perfect for Kill Devil. Opportunity knocks, and it's Kill Devil who answers. And here comes
Might have spoken
more.
too soon. Yeah, MDY down out of the picture pretty early on in the piece. The final 3, Kill Devil looking for it with Beast of the Hunt. 13 seconds to go. Bolin will drop early. Almost a Firebird. The quick trade comes back through onto them. Havoc out. Big spray. That's the end of one.
Whoa!
And it's down to just one more left. But Legends Gaming walk away as the champions out of nowhere. Player K's like, sup, I'm on the roof. How did that happen?
Player K just sat there, watched that all unfold, and once the children started behaving, it was his win. The Rat will take it. Legends will get a huge haul of placement points because of that.
There, Legends Gaming, the masters of the clutch, losing a teammate only strengthens their power. They eliminated Weibo in their sights. They managed to get a respawn, and then shortly after, I think they had a tough tango with Dreamfire and Fruit Salad, which made Player K a solo. But look at that little Watson go, Dax. The little Watson that could just sitting idly by for Kill Devil just to be able to, I guess, just wait and buy the time. But Kill Devil, they were going full force, Dax.
Yeah, I wonder though if we could actually hear what Legends had to say about that moment, because they just sat there. No one really expected them to take that dub after everything was said and done, because like Player K was just sitting so pretty. But I guess you mentioned it, Lace. I'm looking around, of course, with how the teams did perform. It was such a good fight from the following: MDY, Kill Devil, War Monster, Firebird. It's insane to think after everything is said and done, though, that those 3 teams that really performed in that lobby, they still couldn't get the dub because they were too busy fighting one another.
Yeah, it was just insane. Like, this fight from them, it was a little bit of a tough situation, Legends Gaming, going into this fight. But, they're holding off a dear life. Easy Flash, just pulling out the goods, eliminating Weibo was just the start of things, Dax. They shortly after had to have a little bit of a fight, like I said, with Dreamfire and Fruit Salad. And then, Player K getting away as a solo, and we see what happens there.
I wonder if we'll actually get the POV. It's one of those, huh? Oh! Time to win kind of moments, right? It's like, wait a minute, I can take this. And exactly what just happened there, I think really the biggest consideration is MDY was such a monster in that lobby. 14 KP to them, some immense damage done, especially by XX, the new member to the only MDY roster. And you can see that they were just so confident, XX and the rest, taking the fight to any kind of squad. They don't rely on the Catalyst setup anymore. They're just willing to send it, especially with the fuse in tow. But Kill Devil, opportunity, especially courtesy of Bolin, War Monster, Firebird, biding their time well. And look at this shot from Shark. Bang! Hits the marker, and then Player K says, oh cool, mine.
I thought it was over with that excellent shot with the charged up Senti, but you know what? Legends Gaming were just waiting for their time, and there we go at the tippity top, with kills along the way. They did an exceptional rotate from, the top of the map into all that chaos, but War Monster, Firebird, Kill Devil, MDY, Dax, look at that, 14 kills. They were unstoppable. Everything in their path, they would just take down. I want to give a commendable effort to No Credit. They were a duo when MDY decided to, I guess take their spot as well. But, they had such a great feat as well, taking down and making it a 2v2, but it just wasn't enough. But that brings them with all those kills right to the top.
Yeah, and with that being said, they did take the most points from that game with 19. Legends Gaming, though, just because of that victory from Player K, within the top 3, they go 18 points as a whole. And they are going to be tied up with War Monster Firebird at VK Gaming, though. Same kind of story, Lace, and Elfish was really talking about it in that last set. Where does VK Gaming go after map number 1? They have faded on away again. Hopefully, this time they're going to recover even better because they're in still a good spot here.
Yeah, usually they sort of tinker down a little bit of the leaderboard, but, they're always winning that first match, and then it is, I guess, a wonder as to why they're not backing it up as much, but, it's paving the way for all these other teams to sort of come forth. But, yeah, Legends Gaming just moved up 10 spots. Their first game wasn't the best, but as we, have seen from previous weeks, this is the steamroll effect they have. It just keeps going and going and going, so I'm sure we're going to see more from them as well. But we're going to take a short little little break. That was an exciting match from us, but don't go anywhere because we're going to have more after the break.
Surprise.
Welcome back, everyone. What a thrilling game number 2 for our groups A versus B. We saw the flick of the wrist from Kill Devil, but what a jaw-dropping moment where player K, the little Watson that could, peeking from height, taking the clutch Dax. Holy guacamole.
Oh, man. It's just, you thought you'd have the highlight reel there for MDY, for Kill Devil, and especially War Monster Firebird with Shark's incredible shot. But then, who just removes the record from the player, right? Who's the one that wins it when the dust settles? It's Legends Gaming, who had a solo to take it. Player K, you're great at what you do, and it's just so amazing to see again Legends Gaming eking out the maximum amount of points that they can get in bad situations or in close situations by just using a lot more of perhaps their pedigree, their game sense, and really some of the smartest decisions coming into the lobbies we've seen here in APAC South.
Yeah, speaking of highlight reels, you know their game last week where they're just farming some more kills to push them to that first position to get them another 25 series points. And then again, Player K just clutching the win as a solo because he'd left all his teammates behind, you know. But I've got to commend MDY. A huge 14-kill game has pushed them way to the top, up about 5 spots above VK Gaming at 24 points. So it is incredibly close going into game number 3.
Yeah, anything can really happen here. Can Legends take it away from MDY? Will MDY still have that kind of performance, or will VK show one up? I do wonder who can get it.
Well, let's find out right now, Dax, as we head over to back to Storm Point for game number 3.
We're ready for another bout of action. Well, stay tuned, stick around, keep it on your seats, just because that's exactly what Player K did a while ago. Welcome back here to game number 3. And if you're just tuning on in, Legends Gaming, they're in the top 3 right now, not because of their usual big performance, but by the ratting antics of Player K to take that last game.
Yeah, gotta take it though, take it as it comes. It's not the kind of opportunity that rolls around all that often, and you feel like a bit of a hero when you win a round like that. You know, everyone's been there, everyone's had their, you know, one little game like that, but to do it in an ALGS match is a bit of a different story. And speaking of different stories, well, I don't know, it's not really too much of a different story when it actually comes to those zone shifts. Again, we're going pretty hard north, obviously this time quite a bit further out toward the west, over toward Down Beast, but by and large, it's still the same kind of rotations for a lot of teams.
Yeah, so no trenches this time, not as much as before, but it's like we had a pin during map number 1, and the ring decided we're gonna go north once, and we're gonna go south once from there. So a little bit more of Down Beast. I do see outside already getting in position. I wonder how Weibo's gonna move, and actually Weibo, oh, Gugu's actually disconnected, so a little bit unfortunate. They're not going to be able to rotate into Down Beast to find that ring console information the way that they would like.
Yeah, but that'll be something that hopefully gets rectified sooner rather than later. In an ideal world. Outside the ring. In a bit of a spot of bother there, copping a few shots on their little rotate. It's actually Fruit Salad that are going to head in their direction, so I wonder if looking at this outside are going to get the, you know, little spider sense in the back of their mind saying, well, they're rotating here, and HKUF are coming up from the south as well, who they might be able to see in a moment. Perhaps zone's going to be ending on Down Beast, but the problem is outside have moved away from their drop location, and they've given up, well, as what would essentially be Godspot on top of Down Beast.
Yeah, I mean, if it ends there, right, and as soon as they realize, oh, Fruit Salad's going the other way, something has to be up, especially since they came from a ring console error. Just to correct myself, Weibo do have a ring console now in checkpoint. It's Down Beast that doesn't have the ring console here, and that's why you see outside move on away. HKUF though, BK Gaming all moving on forward. Guild Esports still always loving to run this kind of rotation past the trenches. They're gonna go for the tower though, move even further. They're gonna be going past GK, who's scanning as much as they can, get that intel from Norpad here.
It's a very fast rotation, though, from Guild Esports, isn't it? They're much quicker in this time than the previous couple of rounds. Outside the ring, they're going to feel pretty hard done by when they figure out how this zone has actually pulled away from them. Well, they've pulled away from the zone, really, I guess is the big takeaway. Guild have been able to leapfrog them, gotten into that donut, which caused so many shenanigans in the previous game.
GK2, they've died so many times here on the outskirts in the past few matchups. Raki here, really trying to embrace the fuse roll for this roster. That adjustment coming into last week. A few changes with Pana on who's going to play what. But GK have struggled to find impact into the lobby. Only 2 points for the team that used to be Boogie Borders. And that's been the case for them for so much of the past few weeks. An awful start in the first 2-3 games. And an incredible effort to rally to get placements within series points in the last few. I do wonder if they can do it, given that we've changed the rotation and World's Edge becomes next year after this Storm Point map.
Potentially. It's going to be a super late rotate in from Legends. They're still up at the wall. Got away with some cheeky shenanigans back end of last map. Good damage. 118 Evo required for Fenfu. Those triple take shots going a long way in assisting with that one.
Yeah, it's so popular. Sniper rifles, especially when you have these more northern rings. Fenfu and the rest have been willing to embrace the longer scope. And here we go. Outside on one side, Bear Claw on the other. Seems like Weibo all good to go now. MDY, though, our lobby leader so far. And it's so interesting, really, the story of MDY. Now, they used to be MDY Black here, Elfish. And then they realize, hey guys, we're the only MDY left. We can take the name now. And that they did,
Yeah.
but it's such a big shift too with Augenstern really on the Bangalore. It's a lot more proactive here from MDY and a lot more aggressive compared to before.
It's crazy from MDY because it hasn't exactly been like any out of this world gameplay so far for game 1 and 2. But consistency getting the job done. Makers again on the rotate in on a Trident. But are definitely on Guild Esports at the moment. They failed in game 1, they failed in game 2. They failed in the 6 games of Lobby 1 of the day. So this is kind of just what we've come to expect now. And another early engagement that they're going to get themselves stuck into. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that.
That's why they're going to back away, and it's so hesitant here for Guild. Usually there's confidence from Legacy, Bugi, as well as Jesco, but today it just isn't clicking, and even the initiates hasn't really come up to stuff. So Guild, he will go back to where they started, outside on the opposite end, looking at them. And interesting enough, an evac tower being set by outside, so they do want to re-rotate back. Speaking of rotations though, Legends Gaming have made their way into checkpoint, and Weibo's the one still there.
Yeah, this could be a pretty spicy fight. Yeah, underneath them. What am I looking
Jackie
at?
Chan's still on whites. They don't have console information yet because he hasn't gotten the blue Evo. And Legends might surprise Weibo if they decide to head on up here.
I wonder if Legends are going to do that, or if they're just going to rotate down underneath them to the north side.
They pinged them.
They did. They're definitely having a bit of a look. They're thinking about it. Thinking above. But it's a hard thing to contest the high ground. Looks like they're going to take the stairs, if anything, but maybe electing otherwise. Zone shift continues to head in the direction of down beast. There's no surprise about that. It's one of the way, I would say, the most common zones I think actually we see in the game just in general. So very readable.
Very much so. Once you see half of the ring within the cliff, you know where it's gonna head. But it's just crazy that then 3 north zones today, and they're all within the same sphere of one another. Final Dream, though, finally see a bit of barometer for today, and the last time we're gonna see it for the rest of today. Legends, though, on the other hand, have decided to play away from Weibo, look to get into better position, and they're the ones in the chokehold here between Down Beast and Checkpoint to see if No Credit, MXF, or Weibo will head their way here.
Patience of virtue right now for Legends Gaming. Stuck sort of between a rock and a hard place, right? You don't really want to go too much further forward in toward Down Beast because there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to have an angle on you, but similarly, if you wait too long, it's going to be teams rotating out of Checkpoint that are going to cause the problems for you. You set up a few electric fences, but it's not going to slow anyone down too substantially. Over by the mill. Green Fire back over there. It's comfort territory for them.
That spot's calling to us.
APG also nearby. Dreamfire here looking for the fight, but we go to Vegas Inferno instead. Inside the Down Beast, the ready downed 2 members. GK have found some targets, but by Euler actually catching out Raki. More difficult now for Pana to stay on alive. Nade's getting lobbed too. It seems like a flow has found Killapause there. And Vegas Inferno and GK Esports, some signings here, struggling to stay alive against the threat that is Fruit Salad. The scan comes online by Euler, and the rest are on the hunt. And the final remaining member of GK, ready, set, perhaps to die. They lose him though. Eventually Panda's found, as well as Raki, and that is it. GK gone again.
Yeah. The hands of Fruit Salad, no less. Well, Fruit Salad on the backside of Down Beast are going to have a little bit more work to do. Yes, they get some points off the board, on the board off of that, but there's so many teams floating around here that now it's difficult to get yourself into a strong position for the end game without at least having to fight for it, and just absolutely demolished. That might have been a 3-2-1 going on there.
Absolutely. The fight is non-existent for Fruit Salad right now. The elevation, that height, making it so difficult for them to pivot from. And they have to use the mother load just to provide a bit of cover, but Amelia's and the rest of outside angling the area. Fruit Salad is at HKUF, also watching from above. And if you hang in the rest of the side to push this, it's their chance to pick up some KP here to ping it, but they're unable to actually close the distance. Fruit Salad instead, the duo have made their way back inside the down piece here.
I like the position again for HKUF. They had a strong spot for the end game of game number 2.
Game number 1.
Was it game 1? Man, time flies.
Yeah. I mean, if it's all the same zone, it's all the same game.
LGD just landing on top of them on top of that donut, and you know, if HKUF get themselves in another good spot here, right? Like you're doing everything right. You can't really control what someone else is going to do all the time, but you can control getting yourself into a good position. And you know, not every time are you going to be able to convert on that, but sometimes you will, and that's what matters. Fruit Salad, in the meanwhile, we talked about them having a bit of a tough game going forward, and turns out it was very tough because they don't have a game going forward anymore.
Yeah, well, see you in World's Edge, man. And I just do want to echo some of your thoughts about HKUF. So, oh, come on, let me see that shot. No credit was zoomed in there. But the ring has pulled away from the down piece within the areas of VK and Legends Gaming, actually. Just to echo what I was saying a while ago, HKUF, a team with a few roster swaps within the past few weeks. Notably, very good at making those decisions, but the fights have been left to be desired. Kill Devil, though, they have their own kind of fight right now. This is one door that will try to open. KD playing utter gatekeeper here versus War Monster Firebird. Luhan already setting up the fences, and who's gonna go for the push? Levy quite low already, needs to get back into cover. Can't force the issue though. War Monster Firebird tempted to head in there, but with the pylon and the fences, Azu and the rest find an angle instead. They're cracking the shields, but the pylon doing work. Eventually KZ finding Luhan. A chance here for War Monster Firebird with the advantage. Azu and the rest with the push now. Eventually they're just shoving away Kill Devil. One left standing in a 2v1. Kill Devil has been exercised here.
Yeah, very clean from War Monster Firebird. Azu's got to get a lot of the credit, got the clean shots through, or it really opened up and eventually opened the door for the team to push their way in as well. Outside the ring, now in an engagement through that smoke, you can see the damage being done. Not enough to keep the opponents at bay. And it is Amelia who will eventually depart from the round for the moment. There might be a res on offer. That'll be a question that we get the answer to later on in the piece. And if things continue to go this way, Nolsan getting knocked, perhaps not going to happen for outside the ring. They might still stay on the 0 points for the day so far.
There's been struggles here for outside the ring, especially when it could have been fortunate for them. MDY is such a tough cookie to fight. Dreamfire also taking the fight now. KPG on the opposite end, and Tree Cleaner and the rest have found an angle versus Dreamfire. It's LGD though in action here too. They're playing the third party. Good angle versus Keep Going Gaming elsewhere now. Final Dream versus Makers. It's all about the side of the ring right now. Everyone transiting from the mill have found one another, and it's LGD looking for that third party, but they're fighting both squads at the same time. KPG now gonna get eliminated. Dreamfire still gonna be around too. Ming Yue getting the crack going, but it's LGD who falls. 3MZ standing tall, and a chance for Dreamfire to reset here.
Yeah, it's getting messy now. There's going to be fights towards the southern side of the zone. War Monster Firebird here as well, in toward Countdown. So out toward the east, out toward the south. That's where it's going to get busy. Still waiting to see Legends kind of get involved in this checkpoint engagement. We've also got Rainbow Gaming on the other side of it, but Final Dream in the meanwhile are getting dealt with by MXF. That was the fight down south that I was referring to.
Yeah.
Didn't really end up being much. It was kind of stand and deliver from MXF, and the shooting gallery was more than enough.
I mean, Final Dream was so busy with Makers too, and they did eliminate Makers, preventing them from racking up some good points coming into this game. But this is just where everything gets so chaotic, right? You're mentioning Legends Gaming, watching out for WFFB as well as Weibo. The ring yet again pulling closer and closer to the head of the down piece, just right under it effectively. This means VK Gaming, they're gonna have to move. Vegas Inferno, MDY. It's gonna be so interesting about how the drop for teams like HKUF will be if they land in front, theoretically, of a squad like MDY who's playing inside the beast itself.
Yep, it's definitely a question. My biggest concern right now is how this fight between those teams out towards checkpoint go. Because that's like the quieter side of the zone. Like, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be chaos at Down Beast. There's no doubt about that. But if you get through that engagement over on Down Beast, there's a chance you're probably going to be pretty wounded. On the other side of the coin, checkpoint side, not as busy. You can see Weibo there.
Oh,
going to take the aerial route instead. Where do you land now, though? This is a hard question to answer.
They risk it. Oh, the cannon's the problem. There's just not much cover. They instead go around Legends Gaming with blue armor and whatever loot they had from checkpoint. It is risky, but of course Weibo willing to dare do so. It's Lob, you see the Rolling Thunder too. Beacon and the rest trying to find cover here towards the rocks, and Player K actually in danger. Not the safest spot here for Legends. Same can be said for Weibo. The elevation, good damn MXF gonna get eliminated though by Dreamfire too, but Weibo want the fight. Legends, Kraber shot from Azu. War Monster Firebird also with a pitch into the fight. Still a big battle between two contenders. Weibo on one side, Legends on the other. Peacock, the only one still standing. Shark has found some more stellar shots. Legends Gaming gonna get eliminated. Will Weibo be next?
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Peacock is gonna be the last one standing, and on that cliff, it really feels like he'll be, a nice bright little target for pretty much everyone involved. Although War Monster Firebird are on the receiving end of the shots coming through from the Down Beast. MTY go out. Coda's killed. This is becoming an absolute mess, which is what was expected. Down Beast, when you have that many teams having to push their way out, it's going to be an absolute cooker of a situation. DK Gaming still alive.
Man, smoke the pylon doesn't work out, but in any case, Bearclaw Gaming, they got the knock on the War Monster Firebird, and that's the go signal for them to get out there. Problem is, though, right behind, Weibo and BK taking some good pot shots, and interesting enough, Weibo, they still have a chance here with Peacock 2 already down yet again. Ben Fuzo of Bearclaw, busy shooting his teammate. Beyond that, they're ready now to push even further. Quick little smoke, Bearclaw, making it a top 3 situation, but while this happens, Elfish, Dreamfire sitting pretty after winning all the fights from the south.
Yeah, I mean, it's another opportunity for Dreamfire. They just keep putting themselves in winning positions today. This one definitely looking like a lock-in for them. VK Gaming could make a run in, though, has to be said. Not really sure that I'm going to be backing Bearclaw Gaming. It seems like they're between a rock and a hard place. And that crossfire between Dreamfire and VK should be too much to deal with.
Absolutely greedy, right? Jumping into War Monster Firebird like that. There's still a pylon to work with. BK also not the best armor here right now, especially with the Watson. Pylon breaks, QQ moves, and BK Gaming perhaps running into Dreamfire here. Heck, actually get down though here by No Name. Dreamfire putting themselves in such a perfect position to look to get the dub. Smoke's the only cover here for Bearclaw right now, but they're left to 2, and Dreamfire commanding the presence of many coming into this one.
Slow and steady wins the race as far as Dreamfire is concerned. They want to see their two opponents fighting, but in fact, maybe spoken too soon. They want to get on top. They want to get as many points as they can. Pete already getting a knock onto QQ of VK Gaming, and it's just surely nothing here for VK. Look at the struggle that they've got themselves into. It's fish in a barrel for Dreamfire to finish off this game, and down to the one last member. Dreamfire will make it look easy. It was, I think, a very foregone conclusion. Dreamfire happy with that.
Hook, line, and sinker. Dreamfire will take it. That one scan told them everything they needed. They knew that game was theirs.
What an exceptional game. I think that is finally the win. Dreamfire, you know, we're really itching to get to make their mark in this competition. Elfish, I want to have a little conversation about Weibo. They were flying. They flew over from checkpoint, and then they caused such chaos for Legends Gaming. You know, they were in such an open position. War Monster Firebird was there rotating out of checkpoint. But, you know, Weibo were, I think, able to get 4th place over War Monster Firebird, which had most of their team up as Bearclaw came to take them out. They just absolutely did such a good job to get out of the position that they were in.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting choice from Weibo. I think there was a couple of schools of thought. Like, obviously they can go through, take the fight, but it's always going to be like a bit of a 50-50 when you're coming out of checkpoint and you're pushing in toward down beast. There's every possibility that there's going to be third parties coming through from the down beast. So not only are you having to deal with the team in front of you, you're just having to deal with hot shots from across the ways. So instead of that, they prefer to take the aerial route, try to wrap in behind, and that in itself kind of comes with a lot of concerns, right? There's always going to be people shooting at you when you're flying through the air, and you know, you oftentimes don't expect to receive a knock or something like that, but you certainly will be chipped on your way through. And for Weibo, they go for might have been the percentage play. I feel like it's a bit more of a percentage play to take the aerial route rather than try and take the fight. But end of the day, neither was really like a winning play necessarily. Like there's no right choice for Weibo. They've just got to work hard to do as much as they can, and they obviously, you know, place quite highly. They're happy with that. I think overall, bad situation gets turned into something not too bad, right? You get given lemonade. What's the word? You don't get given lemons, you make lemonade. I mean, maybe you get given lemonade sometimes as well. That might not be too bad, lemonade. But yeah, off you go. So Weibo top 4. I don't think they'll be mad about that.
No, I think, you know, all odds were against them and they did what they could with what they had. But let's talk about Dreamfire. They started out this split just in the trenches and they managed to come out with a win today. 11 kills along the way. They are playing so well going into the first 6 matches we had today and then another 6 matches. They are on a roll and it's so good to see this coming out of their team. I think, Elfish, you brought the good juju for them because, you know, until you joined us, they weren't doing so well. So I reckon you've got the Dreamfire pep in your step, and that's so good to see them on top with 39 points, but tied with MDY.
Yeah, good though to see as well VK Gaming being able to do what they were not able to do in the first lobby they played today, right? They started both lobbies with a win, but lobby 1 from today, VK kind of just disappeared after that. Here though, managing to keep that scoreboard ticking over. They're only 4 points behind Dreamfire and MDY, so very much have kept themselves in that discussion, and interested to see what they can do going forward, but it does seem like a pretty solid day today for VK.
Yeah, and War Monster Firebird as well. They are coming to play today and just showing exactly how far they have come with their team composition going into these games. You know, being just above Legends Gaming is just a great feat for them. You know, they're definitely on a roll today. But, you know, we still have another 3 games for them to be able to, you know, do a little something. You know, we seen it last week from Legends Gaming where they, you know, they were looking like it was going to be difficult, and then the last couple of matches, they just absolutely took out the win. And now, speaking of Legends Gaming, I want to give a nice little shout out to our wonderful watch parties, you know, cheering us on here for APAC South. We obviously saw it in the previous game. We have hopefully a nice little clip to show you, you know, about all of these watch parties that have been cheering on this region. But let's head over to a break and we will see you back shortly.
An insane push.
Yeah, MDY down out of the picture pretty early on in the piece. The final 3 killed.
Oh, but that Bangalore all catches him out. It gets knocked. Oh my god, he's non-stop.
Oh my
the
god.
Movement.
Oh,
but he cleans him up.
That's the end of one.
Oh my god, what was that? What was that?
What was it?
What?
Play a case like sup. I'm on the.
Welcome back, everyone, where the passion is real here in Apex South. Not just from us, not from the players, but all the beautiful people watching here today. You just witnessed Dreamfire finally get a win. It is so good to see them at the top. They did an excellent job in our first 6 matches, then to get the win coming into our next lot of matches, Elfish. We're going to flip the script. We're going to head over to World's Edge and see a lot of different teams, I guess, maybe rise up from the trenches. So let's take a look at our POI draft and see exactly where all our teams will be landing.
Yeah, indeed. Let's obviously keep a bit of an eye on teams like Dreamfire, who seem to really be making a run through things today. They'll be out toward Overlook here for the second map of this lobby. I'm also kind of eager to see what LGD is going to be able to do. I think they're a team that's kind of been bubbling away under the surface. It hasn't really come together too much here in this second lobby, but maybe for them a change in map is going to be a change in fortunes as well. Climatizer East, not sure that's really going to help Guild out too much. They've been having a rough day. It's not a particularly highly sought after drop location, so could be a rough one to continue things forward here on World's Edge.
Yeah, you know what we love about this draft system is we've got GK Esports, previously known as Boogie Borders. You know, they're taking a spot where Legends Gaming would traditionally go, and vice versa. Legends Gaming over on a Mirage Etoile, that it was such a Boogie Borders GK Esports, landing spot. They would always choose that. But to see, I guess, these changes is absolutely incredible. It makes, I guess, these players just really have to think about their rotations. We always get like Overlook, I guess, ring pull, so Legends Gaming might have quite a bit of a distance to go, which could then open things up for Dreamfire. But I don't know what you think, Elfish. We've had a fair few Skyhawk pulls, so it could be over the side. That's generally what we see going into World's Edge.
Well, yeah, I mean, at least in the previous lobby, we got quite a lot up towards Skyhook. That's for sure something we'll keep an eye on. But, I mean, right now, Dreamfire doing very well for themselves. MDY right up there, and VK Gaming kind of kicking around. But honestly, like, even War Monster Firebird, who I feel like have kind of been flying under the radar a little bit so far for those first 3 maps. Keep an eye on them. They'll definitely be in the ring, in the mix as well. So, still plenty to play for. And I guess, Weibo, they've fallen off a little bit. It's definitely not been quite as clean from them here in the second lobby of the day. Maybe that fatigue starting to shine through. But as we've seen, they can just pull off, a 30-point game, for example. And that would get them right back into the top of the pack. So let's not count them out just yet, because they were able to do a bit of work on World's Edge in that first lobby as well.
Yeah, it's just, a lot of people don't think about that, and going into their 8th game, it's going to be a little bit difficult. It's something that a lot of people don't think about. Having to play these 6 to 12 matches. Sometimes it can be a good momentum, as we say, for a lot of teams, and then sometimes it sets in. It's a little bit, I guess, difficult in that sense. But I think we're going to have ourselves a quick little short break, just because we've got a little bit of a reset happening. Everything works here, we promise you. So don't go anywhere. We're just going to take a short break, and we'll see you in a moment.
locked and loaded. Drop shocked and rocked. Say hello to the 4-0 first.
For Arbiter.
Get ready for a world of hurt. Kill confirmed. Gonna add you to the list.
Cool. Welcome back, everybody. And it's good to have all three of us on the desk again as we go through all this passion that Apex South has to offer for us today. You know, Dax, we've seen some exceptional games going in. And, you know, obviously we just had a look at the POI drafts and exactly where all our teams will be landing. I'd love to get your sort of thoughts on what teams you feel like have a really strong position.
I think it's wild. Honestly, I was looking at this a few times, blinking my eyes and saying, who's where? What? What's going on? And I think really some of the most notable ones here, I'm looking at Legends all the way at Mirage Trois. You have GK there taking stacks, as well as MXF taking Fisher, which means Makers now has to go big mod. Landslide and Geyser taken, so the two other options for Legends Gaming not gonna be available. Weibo at Tree, like, what are these wild POIs because of the draft? I think really the most stable spots that I see here for the teams that are comfy at it, Lace, LGD, at least they get Monument, Dreamfire, they're gonna get Overlook, so that's a few teams to watch out for that they have at least familiar paths to work with.
Yeah, and another team that I want to keep an eye at, you know, this is a team that's not shy to composition. You know, they've been on the main stage at LAN before. It's none other than Makers. You know, they were previously known as Tom Young Kun. This is a dynamic trio from Thailand. You know, their mechanical skill is exemplary, like demonstrating precise aim and, you know, fluid movement mechanics. They excel in high pressure situations. A little bit struggling today going into some games, but, you know, they're consistently being in the top stats for damage and kill points. You know, I think they're currently sitting second in the series leaderboard, and that's underneath Legends gamers. So Dexter, Ziki, and Asia's, you know, their standout traits is their game sense and decision-making ability. They actually really possess like a deep understanding of map dynamics, positioning, and timing. You know, they often have to make split-second decisions that give their team like a strategic advantage, whether, you know, it's choosing when to engage or disengage. Makers' decisions are calculated, well executed. You know, they're having this sort of fight with Kill Devil and being able to clutch those 1v1 situations. You know, the pressure is always on for this team, but they just kind of keep cool, calm, and collected. You know, they're a very aggressive team that utilize, you know, each meta they're sort of handed with, but, you know, they have improved at making it to final zones, you know, knowing to focus on that in the rotate. You know, they used to be so kill hungry that I guess they sort of not forget, but they struggle to make those rotates. So I'm really hoping, Elfish, that if they can keep the composure, you know, that they had in the last couple of, you know, the last week's matches, no doubt I think they can make another LAN appearance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've got faith in them, right? They've been a competitive team for probably longer than anyone else that is even still competing in APAC South, right? They go all the way back to when Reignite was around. Obviously, there's been roster changes for this team as well, and we follow the transition of players and stuff like that, but you can trace that lineage all the way back, and I'd say they're, I guess in theory, kind of like the longest lasting team. Maybe Dreamfire is kind of in that discussion as well, but a lot of these teams that were towards the top end of things are not necessarily around anymore, either because they've moved overseas or because they've split apart or whatever. But generally speaking, this team, you know, they've been kicking around the players themselves, definitely. So no reason to imagine that they're not going to remain competitive going through into, you know, yet another split.
Yeah, they've been a trio for quite a long time too. So, you know, their cohesion as a team is just exceptional. And the funny thing, they also like to have fun. When we get to have like the listen-ins with them, it's just absolute, you know, fun and chaos going through their communication. But I think it was 2021, Dax, where I think they actually had a second place at LAN.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say about Makers especially right now is I'm looking more forward to how they're going to do good coming into perhaps LAN if they do make it. But I think we're playing out the upcoming game here, so let's see how this is all gonna pan out. This is game number 4, guys. World's Edge is the place to be. And unfortunately, it looks like Dreamfire only gonna be a duo right now. Most of these teams moving on in already, as you can see that this ring very familiar right outside the Overlook. A shift perhaps into the Gotan. We've seen multiple rings here, Elfish, right outside. Fragment happened within APAC South.
And this is exactly what Lace was saying during that pre-match segment, saying, you know, we do get a lot of Overlook circles, and there's another Overlook pull. Funnily enough, as you've sort of touched on there, Dreamfire are going to be just a duo for this game. There was a bit of confusion around that, but looks like we're going to go ahead and play it out. And for Legends, well, as Lace was touching on, a long rotate for them to make if this ends up being an Overlook circle. So they're going to be on the move pretty early on in the piece. Now, they don't actually have the information that this is going to pull out toward Overlook, but they'll be making an educated guess, and they've already decided to start backfilling into Landslide, which is where Fruit Salad are going to have to get evicted from.
And it's most likely their rotation path for any Eastern Circle. They've been so familiar with the Landslide rotate ever since they were during the days of Black Hand. And you gotta understand why they picked Lava Fisher based on that proximity. But they do have to run into Fruit Salad for a strafing flame. It's a little bit of danger here. Uses the smoke to get back into cover. You also see Easy Flash yet again taking point and moving forward. Fruit Salad refused to continue the fight. And Legends Gaming will be able to reposition and reset themselves on Landslide itself.
Yeah, I was going to say, surely you're conceding some territory here as Fruit Salad. Like, there's no reason to be fighting over Landslide. They got their time to pretty much run through and loot it all up. They don't need to be sticking around there at all. They should be getting on their rotate as well and making space. Play that leapfrog game, allowing Legends to jump into their position. And then they move into the teams that are moving away from Fragment's positions. So, fair enough. That's just how it goes. Usually a bit of a traffic jam. But everyone walks away pretty unscathed. In the meanwhile, though, it is getting busy over toward Overlook already. It's a fast rotate out of a lot of teams.
Yeah, and especially LGD, they're going to want to take point in that. They realized Dreamfire was a duo. They effectively bullied Dreamfire away from their POI, but Bearclaw, on the other hand, they are monsters on World's Edge. Most of their points as a whole have come from this map, and some incredible calls from the likes of Heck, Fenfu, and Limo to put themselves in a good position in many of these rings. They're just so good at reading the rings coming into World's Edge, and that's one of the strengths BCG has coming into the second half of the lobby here.
Fruit Salad. Bit of a back and forth kind of a day for them. They've had some pretty good moments, but those have been marred by some quite early exits as well, and inconsistency is showing. 13th place at the moment for the lobby after the first 3 games, 12 points only. Not a great day for them, and it's been a horrible day for Guild Esports. I just kind of got to question what has gone wrong for Guild. You know, they had some really consistent games over the last few weeks, and then, you know, okay, one lobby goes poorly, you know, maybe you can say, okay, they started slow, they didn't get it together, but you'd think normally after a bit of a break, they come back, they finish stronger, and that hasn't happened either. It's now been 9 games of pain for Guild, and doesn't seem to be changing tonight. I think it's just going to end the way it began.
Look, if I was superstitious, I would put it on you, because you highlighted them a while ago in the scouting report and blessed Dreamfire instead. But truthfully, I agree with you. It's just, they're just not finding the form that they're accustomed to. I don't know if I'm accurate about this, but we listened into them for a while in the series prior, and it did feel like it's a little bit more defeated in the way. Yes, it's still calm. You expect that from a squad formerly known as Serenity, but it was a struggle for them multiple times. Even more struggles. Look at GK. First one gone. VK Gaming continuing their run and eliminating the first squad here.
Yeah, good spot to set up in as well for VK Gaming, right? Fairly central inside of the zone. Generally a pretty safe position to hold on to as well. Could be another strong game from VK, who are inside the top 3 this time around. They're having much more consistent run in the second lobby than they did in the first. But a couple of wins on the board from them today. It's not been a shabby day at the office. On the other hand, Weibo, well, you can say a lot of positives about this team, but maybe not for the latter half of the night so far. It hasn't been awful, but it's definitely not been up to those same highs.
It's like a roller coaster when you support Weibo. We're getting the highest of highs so far, but some of the lowest of lows. And Weibo need to find their form, that consistency that was able to bring them that win last split. But out of the ring over at Epicenter, it will be RXM into the front line. A new addition here to outside the ring right now. Amelia's in the resto. Look for any kind of opportunity. We have an evac tower available. Can easily lob the Motherlord towards it and get the intel, but it's Legends Gaming already fighting within this sphere. Strafing Flame up close. Noel Sang the first of all. 99 on that shot. The choke's in, and it will just be asphyxiating towards outside. Choke them out, kill them all. Strafing Flame has found 2.
Yeah, Peacekeeper doing a lot of work, but One Monster Firebird jumping their way through. Let's listen in how this fight played.
Cracked one.
Net again,
careful. Cracked another.
40.
Sending.
What's 100?
We have the heal. So.
Yeah.
We're good, we're good. Relax. That's another team. We're good. Relax.
Popping silence.
I'm popping ulti so.
It's a full team. It's a full team.
Just chill. We're fine. You can rest me, player. My res. You have to fight them. I'm gonna die here. They're not fighting each other. It's just one team left.
50.
It's 2v3 somehow.
Rest.
I dropped my arm for flame, alright?
No, don't!
Okay.
I'm selling.
15 seconds.
I'm gonna climb. I'm good.
Yeah.
They haven't rinsed yet. I'm dropping medkit.
Safe scan. We're gonna see you on res.
3 seconds. I didn't see them though.
Nothing in the box.
I'm good.
They're gonna take the...
You need to scan northwest, Mark.
Yeah,
Scan northwest.
I can't see.
Cannot see it also. It's a duo.
I have his right run up here.
They run high.
Oh, he ran left.
Yeah, he ran left.
There's someone else on that. We have to leave. I think.
We got access.
I got it first.
Is there someone on the height here? I think we just leave.
Yeah, come.
Okay.
Oh,
go careful on the right height.
You heard the voice, just chill, but also authority when need be. Legends Gaming there, Elfish, keeping calm under pressure from KPG, and they're gonna get out of there safely.
Yeah, you're right about that. There was a lot of pressure, but they bunkered down and they weathered the storm really nicely. So, able to survive. Epicenter no longer quite the hotspot that it was. It's still quite a rotation to make for Legends, and they are going to be coming in pretty late to ward Overlook, so they won't be getting any of the premium positions, but the fact that they managed to get through that is already a positive note.
It's just great to hear Legends Gaming that they actually listen so well to Strafing Flame and his calls. He knows exactly what needs to be done. There's a reason why Legends is as great as they are. KPG, though, did get the res going. They're back to a 3-0. Warm on Firebird also going to be nearby as a rat, the team that Legends did bully. But Guild, again, spotlights on them. We've seen them succeed, actually, from this position outside the camp here. They know how to play from the north, but Heat God, here we go. It's his final dream, saying goodnight early on here in World's Edge.
Yeah, that turns into a bit of a nightmare for them. They didn't even really get the chance to fight at all. God, as usual, causing quite a ruckus. Make things short work of them, I guess, at the end of the day is kind of where we're going to go with that one. And Weibo, there's no one around to really harass them all that much. Legend was close by, but more interested in making their own rotation in. And honestly, fair enough at this point. They were harassed on their way through. As you know, too much already as it is, so they had to get a bit of a wriggle on, and they did, and they've ended up actually not in a bad spot. The train car on the tracks can be a little bit difficult to lock down, but it's better than nothing.
They have the Watson anyways, so like other squads who have tried to play train car and they're running a fuse, they just get peppered by nades. This is going to be good for Legends Gaming, but MDY, sharp shots truly today. And Fruit Salad will lose one because of it. Another one bites the dust. XX making sure that just crosses on the eyes of Fruit Salad right now. I do want to point out though, I said a while ago, Guild was good in their position, even better with how the ring's pulled. It's somewhere familiar as Fruit Salad, eliminated here by MDY, overrun.
That was a long time coming, I feel, for Fruit Salad. They've been struggling a little bit today. Aircore Gaming out on the western flank. It wasn't really for them to deal with here in Fragment. Although lots of util headed in their direction. Wonton, not Wonton Dumpling, Weibo. I keep baited.
Don't worry, it starts with a W.
Jackie Chan still holding on it.
Yo, first day I saw Weibo was like, where's my dumpling? Where are my food names? What's going on?
I mean, he's still got WTD in the name, which is the biggest problem for me. So I just see that on the map. I'm like, oh, Wonton Dumpling.
He has WTD and WBG. So you gotta choose one, Jackie Chan. Come on.
It happens. But either way, moving on with a little bit of harassment. Keep going gaming to the north side. It's pretty chill up there actually at the moment. But south side, it cannot be said to be the same. Legends Gaming will hold themselves up inside the caravan. They moved on from the train cart. But once we get a bit of a look at what's going to happen on the south, that's where it's really going to get busy. You've got 4 or 5 teams trying to work their way up into the zone, and probably 3 or 4 providing a blockade. Guild Esports, they need a big game here.
Eliminated there by Weibo. Vegas Inferno might be next. Afloat, desperately trying to survive, begging his teammates to keep him alive with the shields, but to no avail. Rolling Thunder from HKUF, that's goodbye already. MDY next on the list, and HKUF performing well so far. They still stabilize on the south side, and MXF angling at them, but HKUF have the caravan, and they're good to go for the rest of this run.
Funny, I've just been watching Legends going back and forth on the minimap. They went from the train cart to the caravan. Now they've gone back from the caravan to the train cart. So, ended up where they began.
Pick one.
Choose one. And I think they won't be moving too much more now. Zone's shrunk enough that they should have a pretty good understanding of where things are going to end up now. Makers are one of the lucky teams to get through the shenanigans on the southern side of the zone. Pretty unscathed so far. And we've been keeping an eye on VK Gaming. They're actually into first place overall for the lobby now, up to 43 points. Plugging away nicely.
I mean, not surprised. Dreamfire still, the duo doing well to play into the zone, but you can already see difficulty for them. Zikido, on the other hand, finding a first player of Kill Devil. Next will be Luhan and Makers, of course. We saw Lace talk about them, how much of a well-balanced carry team they can be. You said the legacy of Makers, no matter what banner, they go back to the TYK stable. Bolin, the only one still standing. The smokes now to try and get out of danger. Makers desperately looking for them. They also go for the evac tower here. But Makers, they're a duo right now, and they would love to bring Asians back to life. They have to leave them, though, because of that ring, and Dexter can't even get away.
Yeah, that ring causing way too much of a problem. Ziki's going to end up on the tower, which is still not inside of the next zone. It's going to be only a position he can jump forward from. Bolin trying to escape, but there's no getting away from Kill Devil at this point in time.
Makers went for Kill Devil, and Bolin made Makers pay the price for it. Ziki left to a solo. Makers didn't expect that this would be the situation moving forward, and not only that, this tower isn't in the next ring. Dreamfire now eliminated. They made it to 10th at least, so a few points for them to work with. No credit on the other hand. Moving forward, VK Gaming nearby, but within the smoke screen now. Very cheeky, searching away to see anyone here, but VK right below them. The train tracks have been their friend throughout this game.
So far, so good. VK Gaming in a pretty consistent run from them. Makers do get eliminated in 9th place at the hands of LGD. I am really keeping my eye on the proximity of Legends and Weibo. They're like so close to one another.
And they're the ones in the ring for the next one. Weibo will have one side, Legends is gonna have the other. And for the third position there, it's KPG, but Guild Esports, they unfortunately do not get the ring pull that they would like, and instead, they're going to have to just carve a path of destruction to make their way in. LGD, their first target, inside the caravan. But LGD is such a patient team. Guild, same can be said, and 2 teams who have been built on discipline. Let's see who flinches first.
No credit. Taking it nice and slow at the moment. They do have HKUF right underneath them, and those shots reminding them of that fact. It's not a whole lot of room to actually work with here for no credit. One false step and either side they're actually getting shot. They're just going to take it slow. LGD rolling up.
LGD's in position. They're the ones who decide to head on out first. Guild will mirror that on the opposite end, but LGD have action in front of them. No credit, and they're set up looking pesky. VK as well as HKUF also nearby, but very cheeky, already finding the first. Scan comes on out. Savior also with a chip in there. Guild, all this happens, just staying away from the fight, but eventually they're creeping up now to look for opportunity. Jesco and the rest, this is their chance. LGD gonna get eliminated here, but the push from Guild will give him opportunity.
This has got to be a big one from Guild, but I just don't see that that's going to happen. This is an absolute mess. It's a cluster of fun, might be a word to use. And how do you get through this without losing players? Well, answer is you don't. Legacy already on the floor. Bugi down to half, below half. Jesco trying to survive, but ultimately Guild will fall as well. Top 4 finish.
Elfish.
Probably the best they can ask for.
My man, look who's remaining. Everyone who tried to make their way to the ring is dead. And Keep Going Gaming was the ones who watched that. We go back to the 3 in position. KPG move on away from the train cars themselves. Legends there. Yet again in the middle of the action. Weibo gonna be nearby, but I do believe let's listen in to Legends Gaming and see how they handle things.
We can't.
We got Murnet.
Yeah, heaps of ops.
They play high.
Did we just go here? I don't know. I don't think so.
No need.
I think we got fucked. Yeah. We have to
outside.
Okay.
These guys are gonna play above us.
Which guys?
They don't have a bloodhound.
Okay.
I swear.
Yeah,
We can like.
no, they do. They do have hound player. They do have hound. We're getting back.
I'm moving. What? Almost cracked. Oh, 1-1.
Blood dead. I'm chilling. But care this. I'm batting.
Yeah.
So. I'm banging ulti the other team. Just slow. Play safe. Play on me. Play safe. We're fine. Give me triple swing the back here. Just kill them. 1, 2, 3. Swing.
Yeah.
I stunned all of them.
Here's one.
I fight. Swap.
Stopping. I'm looking more.
They're on left. They're fire. I'm nading that.
I'm nading as well.
Nading.
We're all playing roof.
Behind wall. Just play safe. We win this game.
I'm playing under. I have heaps of nades again.
Playing cover.
Skin.
I'm nading in.
Yeah. I'm gonna swing around here for an angle.
That's done.
Swing.
Oh
my fucking god.
Oh my god! Let's go!
Good day!
Let's go, boys!
Went fucking perfectly, boys! Oh my god!
Coordination is one thing, Legends is another. You heard it from them. We win this thing, they take the dub, and what a show again from Legends.
Perfectly, boys, indeed. Coming out of the words from, the wonderful Legends Gaming. Their skill is just unmatched, Dax. What cohesion and communication this team has to take that swing. They're right in the center of the action, playing, in the only, building that is available in that space. And then to just take that swing, out and just take out Weibo Gaming and then just decimate the Keep Going Gaming. With that Vivo, nonetheless, Dax is just exceptional from them.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Legends Gaming. We heard from them twice within the game, and it was always about the calls courtesy of Strafing Flame. The first one, to calm down, keep everyone alive in Epicenter. And the second one, the 1, 2, 3 swing on Weibo allowed them to cascade that victory. So immediately, such a good call to make their way to the train tracks. Yet again, I was pointing out having that Watson so helpful to actually play in those positions when you will just be hampered by nades and nades alone. It's so unfortunate for all the other squads who didn't play the zone there, Lace. Everyone who tried to make their way in, they just died when the dust settled. It was KPG taking them down, and within that top 3 fights, Legends Gaming in command. Easy flash, player K just listening to the calls from Straight Flame.
Yeah, that chaos sure did unfold in Zone 5, leaving only Legends Gaming, Keep Going Gaming, and Weibo left alive just to fight it out. But, you know, it's exactly what Legends Gaming say, you know, it's their win. Once they say they win, they've got it locked in, and as you can see, 9 kills and a first place. That is going to absolutely skyrocket them up the leaderboard. But a great game, again, from Weibo with the 8 kills in 3rd place. They are staying in like those top 5 spots, so getting these placement points is huge for them, especially having such a tough start to the split. They're really showcasing their skill today.
Yeah, but look who's monstrous also here, Lace. In 6th place, VK Gaming with 11 kills, and QQ has been instrumental again to keep the success of VK alive. I'm honestly saying that many of the players from that old AGL roster, they're so helpful to the teams that they're in now. MDY having one of them, VK Gaming having one of them, and with that being said, it's still VK on top of Legends here.
Yeah, that huge game from VK Gaming with all those kill points still keeps them in the lead, but coming on close, Legends Gaming and MDY still tied at those 43 points. We obviously still have 2 more games to go, so, you know, we've only just swapped over to World's Edge. Sometimes, you know, we're going to see teams slip a little, but we're seeing the same teams in these top positions. They are just steamrolling the competition. No credit, again, I've touched on them today, doing so well this week, really getting to those top spots. You know, they were amongst that, I guess, chaotic move in from Zone 5. So there was only a matter of time until they sort of dipped down. But, you know, it's doing awesome stuff. Savior, you know, leading the pack, staying on that Watson. I guess Saviour's probably super excited having Watson, you know, as a higher pick rate.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. And I really feel like we look at no credit, and they're a team, sure, they're a little bit in the middle of the pack, yes, but there's always a team that you have to respect. It's a team that you can't just run into and say, oh, easy 3KP right here. No, they're gonna make you work for it. We've seen them set up so well when they get the zone, and Savior and the rest have made sure every single fight is contested, and that's a big reason why they made it within the top 5, one of the final remaining members of that big kerfuffle within that cliffside before they got taken down by Guild as well as KPG. So good showing there. I think really, Lace, the other side of the coin is the struggling teams here. Not only is GK still unable to string the performance that they would like, but Makers, what happened to them too? It's like that one time that they struggled in a set, it's carrying over now, and even though they're winning some good fights here and there, they're usually poisoned by other squads. In example, that last fight against Kill Devil, they thought they were safe, but Bolin shows on up, takes one more down while Makers was flying by, and the solo was found by LGD. Those kind of moments are what have caused the collapse of Makers in this set.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Makers are taking good fights, but it seems like they're not really having the awareness about what teams are surrounding them whilst they take these fights, and that's sort of being their downfall. But I guess let's have a look at some stats. We love seeing exactly, you know, how our teams take this meta and control it. You know, Bangalore. Wait, is that the first? Bangalore is, we're usually having Bloodhound at the top there, Dax. But, you know, it's such a very big pick having Bangalore, that covering the smoke. We're seeing more aggression from teams, and Bangalore, Bloodhound, even with the Fuse picks, are really getting these teams these kill points. And then, you know, we're seeing the Watsons obviously come in to keep that defense and keep that momentum going. So, yeah, I'm really enjoying, I guess, the meta this season.
So the only reason why Bloodhound has one less pick than Bangalore is because Dreamfire played as a duo a while ago, and they played Bangalore and Watson together. Beyond that, though, I think it's like what we saw during the first time we went into split number 2, Lace. A versus B is the most meta-based matchup. They will play Bang Blood plus the controller of choice. I'm going to add Fuse as a controller in essence since he has Ringmaster as a perk, right? And with that being said, those 2 picks will never move. But we've seen really APAC-S out. They love to play Watson. We know notable players like Player K, like Savior, and so many others have run that as their main legend. And it's just really showing up today of all days as per usual.
Yeah, well, I guess with the more Fuse picks, the more Watsons need to combat that because, you know, the nades come flying and sometimes that can absolutely cost you your placement, your points because, you know, a lot of these teams have to move into final zone. They've already got so much space to play with, and if you get a bit of Fuse action in there, it might be make or break for you. Speaking of break, we're going to take another short break. Don't go anywhere. We will see you back shortly for game number 5.
Alert 5, Valkyrie actual. Ready for burn.
Welcome back, Apex Legends. We just witnessed a passionate win from Legends Gaming, strafing for lame, calling the win before they even secured it with a swift swing to take down Weibo and a devastating Devo push on KPG. It's not enough to take the lead against VK Gaming, who got 11 kills, Dax, but they are moving on up.
Well, Legends Gaming, it's 2 wins already for them. And from how dominant they have been already here, Lace, I wonder if they can continue on. I was really looking to see if Legends can replicate their second half success coming into World's Edge being that second map. But apparently, they were so convincing in that last game. And yet again, everyone's looking at them right now to be the standard.
I know we're still looking for this team to get 3 wins in a match so we can get that bonus series points. And, you know, Legends Gaming could do it with the momentum that they're having. So, you know, we're itching to see if that can happen again. You know, Dreamfire could also take another win. You know, VK Gaming might need to do something like that to be able to keep themselves at the top. But again, they had such a big game, and I think it was only 5th or 6th that they placed, but they had 11 kills to sort of back that up. So it's going to be exciting to see, you know, if they can sort of do that now. But let's take it away. We're going to head back to World's Edge for game number 5 and see exactly how this unfolds.
It's getting close here at the top. Legends Gaming rallying yet again. They're in second place right now, right behind VK Gaming, who has showed up also here for today. We are back here, ladies and gents. 2 more games to go in the A and B set. If you guys are tuning on in, this is already the 3rd outing this month between groups A and B. The last time they're going to see each other before we make it to the regional finals themselves. But in any case, I'm Dax here with Elfish one more time. And Legends Gaming, man, I think everyone is convinced to see them at the top of the APAC South pecking order. For them, though, they want to make it to the top of the leaderboard today, too.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they've got a very good chance of doing that. That would make 5 out of 6 series played that they would win. Or was it 4 out of 5? It's
4 out of 5, yeah.
4 out of 5. I get a little bit ahead of myself, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. 4 out of 5 is still a pretty good conversion rate. So, yeah, we'll take that one. Though, they are sitting in second at the moment, so bit of work to do. But, look, in saying that, as you say, it's been a very competitive lobby so far. 49 points for VK, 43 for Legends and MDY respectively, 41 for Dreamfire. It's a lot tighter than the first lobby that we got to watch today. So that means we get a bit more of an interesting finish. You know, it's not really a foregone conclusion quite in the same way as where it was like, oh, well, it's either Weibo or Dreamfire. Here, it could really be any of those 4 teams. And quite frankly, like Weibo, War Monster, Firebird, they're not really out of the discussion just yet either on like just above 30 points. If they have a good game right here, then maybe it's a 5-horse race in the last game of the day.
Yeah, gotta agree with you. And honestly, Genome likes to make this point when he's around. If you haven't made it to 50 points, it's still very doable for all the other teams, even in the 10s and 20s. So with that being said, I'm excited to see if someone like Makers can pop off. War Monster, Firebird, a lot of hype around them right now with the performance here today, especially from Shark. That 6 shot from Stormpoint still being remembered, still being clipped and shipped by many other people. But War Monster, Firebird, they're within the top 6. They're moving in now to perhaps where the next ring can be, as we can see with how the pull has been towards the southeast near Big Mod, near Geyser. Considerations for both of those POIs to be part of the endgame here.
Well, don't know if I want to be seeing Dreamfire get into an early fight. VK Gaming also on the receiving end of quite some spam. Kasa has been knocked by Fenfu. There is a trade back, but VK Gaming down to 2 in the penultimate game. Not going to come through very nicely for them if they want to hold on to first place.
Yeah, and no support legend means they can't actually craft that banner if need be. Dreamfire have decided to just go for an evac tower. Good to see them as a trio now. Hopefully any issues they had a while ago have been resolved. They are going to be looking to get in position. Thing is though, they're going to have to call towards Geyser rather than outside Big Mod, since War Monster Firebird is in that position. And not only that, already No Name getting knocked down there by a prank. It's a duo also for Dreamfire, so they're back to square one from what we saw a while ago.
Yeah, a couple of the top teams already being put through their paces. Bearclaw Gaming continuing to stick around. And LGD this time are the ones that are copping front of the shot. They should get out okay, although this is where VKG might actually come back in for a little bit of revenge. They're hearing those shots and they're taking a look back in the other direction. LGD down a member, and certainly this will be a problem now for them. They are the meat in the sandwich between a couple of teams. Never a fun place to be.
Yeah. Oh no, Legends Gaming though, they've been hounded here by Final Dream, and Legends is gone in 20th place. The rally for first will end here for now. Final Dream silencing Legends Gaming, and that is very unfortunate for the team still looking for that 4 out of 5 that you mentioned.
Yeah, okay. Hang on. Let's just hold our horses for a moment. This could still get exciting.
Think about it. I think VK is down a member. Dreamfire is down a member. Some notable teams within the top 5 are crippled right now coming into this game. Dreamfire's also gone to the hand of VK. Some more of these top place spots are up for grabs given how the teams are bowing out early on here.
Yes, Inferno. They can lock down this building setup. It's going to give them a nice place to rotate in from. I'm not sure that it's going to be an endgame position, but pretty comfortable where they are at the moment. I can hear a respawn happening as well. That'll be some more points on offer. Those players flying through the air. Easy pickups, you'd think, but won't end up being the case. And LGD are back to 3.
Ooh! What just happened to XX there? That is so sad. Actually getting the knock along the way. HKUF continuing on. MDY also. The pain train continues for our top spot teams. And with that being said here, Elfish, there is a chance for the teams from 6th onwards to rally in this game from the way it's going so far. VK Sure is still alive. MDY is left to effectively one still standing. HKUF collecting some kills along the way. Augenstern has been confirmed, and while QQ will answer back, it's still VK right now. The ones to watch out for at the top, everyone else rallying for some points here.
Yeah, I mean, HKUF aren't really like in a position where they're going to really challenge for a top spot, but they can definitely still jump up into the top 7 or 8 if they have a good game here. So worth keeping an eye on. Vegas Inferno as well, a team that have been neither here nor there really, I feel, for this lobby so far. They've definitely had good moments, but it's been few and far between. Doors opening a little bit for them though to make a late stage run into things, and they're not in a bad spot in that zone. Let's see where the next pull is going to go. Haven't got that information just yet. That does come through to the northern side, which sort of splits the difference between Geyser and Lava Siphon.
Yep. Budget Siphon, if I remember correctly. A little bit of a compound there outside. But this is what it's talking about. There is that consideration for this ring to pull north. And that will be surprising for both Weibo and GK, who have set themselves up for that big mod ring instead. So far, VK Gaming in a good spot. Unfortunately for them though, they're only a duo, and what they can do is find a few picks from afar, keep the placement points going, and look to build on the lead when many of their usual contenders are already crippled or gone from the lobby here.
Take it slow and steady though. You're getting too far ahead of yourselves. Final Dream with a bit of work to do. You have to get past MXF, which is just not going to be an easy task at all. MXF have been really competitive today.
Papa, Beast of the Hunt, sees the target already. And that will be MXF just right under their noses. Papa still through the smoke right now. An angle here to bring the damage, and Artorias doesn't even see that one coming. A good start here for Final Dream. They've been menacing all throughout this round so far. And with this pressure looking to pile on AIO, the only one still standing. Never mind, he has been KO'd instead by Final Dream. They can get aimbot back to life anyway. There's a beacon nearby, and this is looking good for Final Dream here.
Certainly is. I mean, they've got to get that revive, that's for sure, but they're out on a pretty quiet side of the zone, so give them the benefit of the doubt for now. Kill Devil, can't necessarily say the same for them. It's very busy up on that northern side. Kill leaders for this series so far. XX of MDY. 18 kills. Has really been putting in those numbers. QQ in there for VK Gaming. So, these individuals working hard.
Yep. You know, if you change your name to 2 letters in a row, you will be good at Apex Legends.
What letters would you choose?
I mean, probably like DD, man. Come on. Would you go for like EE or FF or what?
I think before I had Elfish Guy, I used to go, like, sometimes when I had to make it like a gamer name on a game or whatever, I used to be JJ Man.
Whoa.
So my name's Jordan, so JJ might be the way I'd go with.
Okay, so from this point on, you are the JJ Man. You have exposed yourself, and we'll keep on referring to you as such. I do have to say again, though, more on topic about the kill leaders themselves. Both of these players coming from AGL, and they were always a team to watch out for with an APAC-S out. Just the disband happening after split number 1, making their own paths in different teams, and it's been so good to see, especially for MDY, such a strong pickup just for today and moving forward. So that adjustment, really, some of these mid-season additions, I have to say, Elfish, have been very helpful for the teams who have decided to go for it.
Always fun. Love to see it. New blood playing in ALGS is always a good sign, right? Like when you get these new players, new teams, then you know that the ecosystem is healthy. Outside the ring, I'm going to try and get a revive going on here, but we'll keep an eye on things happening for Makers, because that was a very clean beam from Asia onto Amelia, and ends up getting the reward for it as well. It's another kill point in the back pocket. It's not been the day today for Makers that they would have wanted it to be honest. I mean, Teak Inc. overall, this was a lobby that they won the last time they played it. It's just not it, really. Kill Devil getting absolutely wiped by LGD in the blink of an eye. Be happy with that, to take that position away from Kill Devil and clear out their side of the zone.
Yeah, but Makers have been in a situation like this before. that they're within the bottom 20 positions, just suddenly monstrous games when they feel that kind of momentum. And that's the reason why they took that win within the set that you mentioned to begin with. I think Lace was really hammering point home, where they were within the bottom 5. Suddenly, one big game, top 6. One more big game, top 1, and held off Bearclaw Gaming at the very end. The chance is still there, but the chances for some of these other teams to make their way into the ring becoming even more difficult. Guys are truly being the place to be, and no credit is smack dab in the middle of things.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to necessarily be smack dab in the middle of things right here, though, because there's just not that much cover to play with. So ultimately, if you're already one of the teams that's in the center early, kind of means you're going to get sent. There's nowhere else for teams to go. They do just move a little further north. Hedge their bets a little bit. Take their time, that is for sure. GK out there by Big Maud, who've been a little bit slow to start today. Are going to hope to finish strong. Final Dream still hanging around in Lava Side. Playing it slow. Had some success, but might have to get off the roof now.
Salad right under them. Rolling Thunder connects onto aimbots. And as you said, GK, they do need to move away from Big Mud. Make their way through the paths into Geyser. So GK, 19th place, 4 points. Don't see this too often from Raki and the rest. But as the ring closes on in, Final Dreams the one in trouble. Papa and 7ed already low. Heck, actually getting that kill there. HKUF also in the crossfire between multiple squads will send Final Dream packing. Vegas Inferno also backing on away, but that was just so unfortunate for Final Dream there.
They're going to have to continue to push forward here, Fruit Salad. And on the other side of things, it is Weibo who rock up right behind them. Initial shots aren't super clean there from Gugu, but still going to be a problem. To be honest, Weibo can't really be affording to spend too much time focusing on what's happening down on the ground. They're going to have to go sky high because they have a big rotation to make. Smokes down early from Gugu. And he still wants to do a bit of chip damage to Fruit Salad, who are all hiding behind that bin. But honestly, it's a no-win scenario for Weibo, so they'll just get out of dodge, up onto the height. Now they've got almost a Firebird in front of them. Oh my word!
He's gone. Azu tries to fight against Weibo and learns the lesson that he needs to take moving forward. Don't fight Weibo like that. Don't swing into them, because they'll just mow you down so very quickly. Peacock, he was searching for KP a while ago. Now he gets it at the elevated angle. KZ next on the list. What else can Shark do here? Pretty much nothing. Weibo looking for confirmation for even more. Wonder Monster Firebird. They'll get away with Shark being a rat, but Weibo Gaming stamping their authority on that spot as War Monster Firebird has been found.
Yeah, they missed out on the dub in the first lobby of the day by, well, really one game. Got beaten to the punch by Dreamfire in the last game of the day, and perhaps they might do the same back here in lobby number 2. HKUF, the better Fruit Salad, but now under the pump themselves, and Weibo, again, the team that is causing a problem.
All I've noticed here is if you slide swing, you die. As soon as you get into the field of view of many, you just get hit by multiple crossfires. And Weibo Gaming, learning that lesson, they're still keeping on versus Bearclaw. LGD though will be eliminated, but now down to 10 as Vegas Inferno have some cover to work with. But right above, nice crack there, courtesy of YR. Maybe a chance to climb, but Weibo still fighting versus Bearclaw here. They got the first knock already. Continue on with Peacock. Peacock destroys them all! And you always go goo goo gaga. Oh, so exceptional by Peacock there.
Weibo into the top 4. They were 5th coming into this game. 43 points right now. Homing in on 49. That was where VK Gaming came into this lobby on. To be fair, VK might be doing a little better than that. MDY eliminated. Yes, VK are doing a lot better than that. They're up to 58.
And
2 players alive only.
That's the thing. They lost Casa so early on, and they've done so well from their position with MDY eliminated there. it does mean they should stay in first place for a while unless Weibo Gaming have a monstrous game moving forward.
Vegas playing it slow for the moment, trying to keep their heads down underneath this cliff. That's perhaps the way to be. Nice to see Guild Esports still with a trio. I wonder, is there still some magic to happen? Guild Esports, it's just been such a bad day. 2 good games to close it out would leave you with a bit of a sweeter taste in your mouth.
Not only that, the ring is favored here for Weibo Gaming moving forward. Makers taking no credits position and wiping out that squad. So there are some heavy contenders right now. Weibo is in form. Makers, they're in form too. Same can be said, honestly, here from the likes of Gildan. It can be any one of these titans right now. These top teams looking to find a win here.
They're just chilling. They're just chilling. They're not doing anything. But they're going to have to move now. Zone will push them out of their small pocket of safety, and that's not a fun situation to be in. Oh, the spray through the smoke is pretty good there. They might actually think about pushing off the back of that. They know that they've done some decent damage. The scan's going to come through. Is it a solo? No, it's a duo. It's not worked out too kindly for them. VK Gaming, they're giving as good as they're getting. In fact, they're probably giving better than they're getting. VK Gaming do get eliminated, but it's only after they take down Vegas Inferno as well. Yeah, it was mutually assured destruction.
Did you see that? One nade from Jackie Chan. It just proves to be superior, but Makers now looking to climb. Gil gonna get eliminated here, but the pylon in the way of Ziki and Dexter Asia's already on the floor. It's getting dicey versus PK, and while this happened, looks who's in position. Weibo Gaming are ready to pounce and ready to win. This is easy pickings for Weibo here, and sure, one gets knocked, but Weibo will still take the dub. Weibo Gaming, they needed that one.
Definitely did, but you know, today is not yet done. Obviously, a bit of work still to be had, and I think for me, obviously that really opens the door up a little bit for a few more of these teams now to have a bit of a discussion. We saw, you know, VK, they did pretty well for themselves, definitely, but Legends went a little bit missing. Dreamfire went a little bit missing. DY were okay. Weibo's back in the discussion, so heading into this last game of the day, I mean, anyone's guess as to who walks away with the dub.
I'm going to say Weibo's collecting kills like Pokemon. Gugu playing peekaboo on the top there of Makers being able to take them out, but Makers doing such an incredible fight there just to stay alive, having to sort of, I guess, climb the cliff and take a little peek just to be able to get a couple of kills. But, you know, having someone just sit there on height and just pepper them with some thermites, there's only a matter of time before you sort of got to go down. But, you know, it's awesome to see that they've finally, like, Makers have finally turned it a little bit around. I think they might have heard us on the broadcast, Elfish, because they were like, all right, we're sick of being at the bottom, let's rise on up to the top. And you know, they did an incredible I guess game in that 5th match. It, you know, obviously isn't enough to probably push them far to the top, but at least, you know, they did something.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you kind of just got to keep that ball rolling. And man, how about this from Weibo, and in particular from Gugu, just so crisp and so sharp. The tracking as well, like, it's not even just about the initial shots, it's about the tracking. Just look at how clean that is.
This is why Gugu has big
misses.
Damage. This is exactly why. You know, we see Gugu on those high damage stats, Elfish.
Might not be the only big thing he's got, to be quite honest with you. I'm starting to wonder. But Weibo Gaming, man, just so damn strong when they get going. It's not always that they get going, that's the thing, but like, when they're on, I feel like they're kind of... Am I wrong in saying this, but are they the scariest team? Like, when they're on, they look really scary.
Well, yeah, if we come out of, like, anything that we saw in split number 1, Elfish, they just I called it the steamroll effect, or a snowball effect. Once they sort of get that momentum, you just can't stop them. It just becomes, like, a bit of a fun game for them just to be able to take down team after team after team. And as we can see, they collected 15 kills and the win, Elfish. And this is exactly what they showed us in split 1. You know, we have been touching on that the start of this split, they've been, you know, hanging around the bottom a little bit, but today's matches have brought them back.
Yeah, most definitely. And you love to see that, right? Because this is a team that it would have been kind of a bit disappointing to maybe not see make it through. And I think the results today have probably done enough to get them to that spot where we can say, well, they're probably pretty safe to at least make it into the final lobby, let alone potentially even be quite competitive in that lobby if things kind of continue in this capacity. A little bit of a better performance from Makers. I'm happy to see that as well. They kind of needed something. They've been a little bit slow in the overall leaderboard for this series, but up into the top 7 now, 29 points. It does keep them out of the race for first, but Weibo, VK, definitely up there, 61 points apiece. MTY or Legends would need a win. Dreamfire would need a win, probably, to be part of that discussion, but yeah, realistically, 5 teams that could be our eventual winner for the BNC groups.
Yeah, and Weibo currently they're sitting 18th overall in the series board. So having a win today is going to skyrocket them above a fair few teams even Grape Soda, War Monster Firebird. It will take them to the top, so they just need to keep this momentum going into the next game, and it could be a great day for Weibo. Legends Gaming still performing incredibly well going throughout that match, but not getting another win like we've seen them before. We were hoping for a third win, Elfish, but that's fine. We still have one more game to go. Maybe they can do it again. But yeah, looking at the series standings, Legends Gaming are still out in front, taking their games away for today, sitting in 4th position currently at 43 points. If they can just, I guess, have another amazing game like they have in the past couple of matches, then, they could also go back to the top and win yet another 25 series points. This is what I love about APAC South, Elfish, is that our leaderboard is always so close, and there's winners, that are a couple of points ahead, but sometimes people just pull the cat out of the bag and absolutely obliterate and take that first place. So we never know going into game number 6. That's the fun.
Let me put that old man hat on again. It didn't used to always be like that. It didn't always used to be like that. We used to have teams that were like, yeah, we're just going to win 3 games in a row, and yeah, all right, that's not that interesting anymore. You've kind of already won the day. So I am glad with the way that the region has evolved. We get some much more competitive games, and it's more exciting to watch, definitely. At this point in 2024. So it's been fun to follow that journey.
That's it. It makes you want to stick around for the last match because you don't know who's going to overtake. But let's have ourselves another short little break, and we will see you in a moment for match number 6.
tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will flower.
Shh. And match number 5 out of the way. Only one more to go, Elfish. But what a huge game from Weibo. Our ultimate steamrollers for today. Placing first. Finally, we've been waiting for them to do something. We've just said that they just were amazing in Split 1. They were going toe-to-toe with Legends Gaming. And, the start of the split's been very difficult for them. But here they are. They are back.
Yeah, well, here's where they've got to do it one better than what they did in the first lobby of the day, right? They were pretty much leading that entire lobby, and then come the final game, they let it slip. In fact, it was actually the final 2 games. Like, they finished really poorly. Here it maybe is going in the opposite direction, where Weibo have been a little bit slow throughout this lobby, but they potentially can finish strong. Dub in match 5. Who knows what happens in match 6? match 5 and 6 in that first lobby, it was like out in like 15th and 20th or something like that. And so they got 0 points basically off those last 2 games. And they got overtaken by Dreamfire. But now they have an opportunity to make amends for that. If they would take a second for the overall in that first lobby, that's pretty good. But, you know, maybe you missed out on first, you're a bit disappointed. And then finished with the first in this lobby. Yeah, you know, you do make amends for it. So that's kind of the goal here for Weibo Gaming. They look like they're in form enough to be able to do it. So I'm going to back him. I'll say it's Weibo for me.
When you have the shots like Gugu does, Elfish, so you definitely have to back him. You know, we witnessed firsthand, not a single shot is missed. And, you know, to control, you know, the recoil that the Havoc emits and just be able to clean follow someone, especially if they're strafing right in front of your face. It's just an example of the skill that comes from Gugu, which it's just exceptional to see. But here we have Weibo. We've seen their journey throughout today. Obviously, they played 6 matches before this. So they're, you know, running off of fumes probably at this moment. But those fumes, Elfish, are keeping them going.
Yeah, indeed. Look, it was a bit of a slow start, you see there, especially with the 18th place in map 2. But the thing is, like, they're still getting some kill points on the board. They're still getting some placement points in the vast majority of those early games. And ultimately, you know, you eventually do get that one big game that puts it over the line and puts it into first place for Weibo. And yeah, I think the important thing is, like, look, any team can have one really good game. That is certainly for sure. At this level of competition, if things go right for you, you're going to be able to get some points on the board. You're going to be able to convert. You know, everyone's a good enough team to do that. But when things aren't going well, when the zones are shifting away from you and you're having to run through multiple teams and, you know, things are, you know, maybe I don't know, like just life's difficult, let's just say, in the server. The important thing is to be getting those 3 to 5 placement points, those 2 to 3 kills, or, you know, maybe 5 kills a game. And that's what separates, I think, the best teams from the teams that are sort of sitting more often than not down towards the bottom end of the table. You will, a lot of the time, see those teams that are, you know, like your Legends, like your Weibos. They're very rarely going to have a 0-point game. If ever do you almost see them have a 0-point game. Whereas teams that, you know, are new to ALGS, aren't necessarily used to this kind of level of competition, they're getting 0-point games on multiple occasions throughout the day. And yeah, they'll have their good games, but that's, you know, only one piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, you know, and I guess one of those sort of, I guess GK Gaming is one of those ones that, you know, we've been itching to sort of get some, I guess, momentum. But yeah, they seem to be getting knocked out, you know, 18th, 19th, each match they sort of go into. And, you know, they were over at LAN. They're struggling this split to find their footing. And, you know, hopefully they can get some kills, but they just seem to be sort of, I guess, losing their fights or at least winning a couple of points, but, you know, not seeing what team is around them at this point in time. So, it's going to be really difficult to tell if they're even going to move anywhere from here. It's a little bit, I guess, of a sad moment for them, but I guess I want to touch on Makers. They had a really cracking game, I guess, you know, just coming out of that. So they moved up 8 points. But let's touch on Legends Gaming. We've been following them for quite some time. They've won a fair few of their 6 matches. I think it's been about 3 wins so far, Elfish. You know, and that's 25 series points for them. Will they be able to do it again?
Yeah, 3 out of the 4 that they've played so far. This would be 4 out of 5 if they could get it done here as well today. As to whether or not they can get it done again, it's a bold assumption that they'll be able to do that, right? Like, Weibo in pretty good form, VK in pretty good form as well. Those 2 teams you think will be finishing strong, but then again, you know, who can deny that smile? Legends, you'd probably need, like, a 25-plus point game here to really even be in with a chance, and that's also under the assumption that both Weibo and VK would miss out in this last game of the day. So, to be honest, they've kind of maybe given themselves a little bit too much to do, but it's not impossible.
Can I just jog your memory real quick, Elfish? Last week we saw Legends Gaming wait for the respawn just to farm those extra kill points to then push themselves above, I think it was Makers, to get the win. So, you know, They have 43 points at this moment. They have MDY, VK Gaming, and Weibo obviously in front of them. But, you know, we did see that last week. They are an incredibly smart team. So, you know, they could potentially do it going into match number 6. This is what I guess makes it super exciting to see Legends Gaming, you know, with Strafing Flame leading the charge and the communication that he has for his team. I definitely feel like we could see something crazy like that happen again. Or at least I'm praying for the entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, obviously it's possible. I would love to see it. It would be a great storyline. It would be a very fun finish, but I am always the realist in these kinds of situations, so I'm going to be the one that's always boring and like, well, you know, mathematically it can happen, but it's like a 1% chance. And you probably would need to see something like, yeah, camping and waiting for the respawns to get extra points on the board to get it done. Speaking of which, lots of damage being dealt there. VK Gaming being helped out by QQ, 7.7k. I think it was 10k today, earlier in that first lobby. From... who was it from? It was from one of the Dreamfire players. I hate the world, that's right. 10k, not going to see that one beaten, I dare say. 2.3k out of the last game would be tough to beat if you're QQ and Ugu and No Name in there as well. So, solid stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the first time I've sort of seen QQ up in this damage ranks. You know, we always see, I guess, Gugu leading the charge, or, you know, Easy Flash, Player K, you know, from Legends Gaming. So I guess it's good to see VK Gaming really performing. You know, they're tied, they're neck and neck with Weibo at the moment. So I know we've been, you know, having this conversation about Weibo, but like, just for everyone at home, they are tied 61 points. So, you know, VK Gaming are very much in the running to take over the top going into match number 6. You know, we're obviously going to see if Legends Gaming can pull something out of the bag, but don't forget about MDY as well. Elfish, 40, they're sitting 45 points, sorry. There could be them as well. It's just always so close for Apex South.
Yeah, I mean, who else is maybe there? Like Dreamfire, you could potentially say. Take a look at the ratting time. This is often not a stat that you really want to be on, but give some shout out to Player K, because the ratting time actually ended up being quite successful, getting that dub, 6 minutes and 5 seconds, and that actually is, I think, a big reason why Legends are still part of the discussion. If they would lose out on, you know, a couple more points, 4 or 5 more points, they probably are just completely out of the race. But here, at least that extra couple of placement points that Player K was able to get them, you know, that keeps them close enough to maybe be within striking distance.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that these, I guess, spent time ratting is actually some of our top teams. So, you know, MDY, you know, they're third, 45 points at the moment. Legends Gaming, obviously, you know, we saw Player K rat as a solo to the win to take out Kill Devil. So, you know, even though they've lost the team, their passion still holds strong. And just to see these stats, I guess, is really exceptional, because, you know, I, as a player, Elfish, if I'm ratting by myself, I feel the pressure is on, and sometimes you just can't think straight. But then to see someone like Player K just be able to take a win from losing the team is just crazy skill.
Yeah, most definitely. I tell you what, though, I mean, it's not the kind of thing that happens every day, but when you do get it, it makes you feel like a hero.
That's it. So we are just going to take ourselves a short little break. I hope you enjoyed those stats. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're about to have match number 6. Who will take over? It's got to be Weibo. VK Gaming. We'll find out shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We just witnessed Weibo's take out the win in match number 5. They are currently tied with VK Gaming for 61 points. You know, Elfish, we had a discussion about Legends Gaming before the break, and I know you're a stats man and you think it's a 1% chance that, you know, Legends Gaming can take the win. I'm going to be an optimist and say I believe that they can because I've seen it before. Dax, what do you think?
Sure.
Which team are you on?
Whoever wins. Honestly, I'm just really excited to get game number 6 going.
I'm on Team Start the Game.
He's so excited to see who is gonna jump, and I think really the question right now has to be who can still keep the performance going. I think I do want to point out, guys, though, that today has been a very good game for our Chinese teams actually in both of the sets. It's been so consistent for Weibo, for Dreamfire, for VK actually finding even more form right now. MDY also looking like a powerhouse. And it's so interesting to see because we were discussing coming into the day that does Legends Gaming run away with APAC South? Yes, the score in terms of the stats, in terms of the standings, they are saying yes. But if we see Weibo and the rest bridge that gap, the finals for the region, it can get even more exciting if one of these other teams can usurp Legends Gaming by that point.
And I'm just going to say here, guys, are you guys casters or are you part of the viewers with Start the Game? Start the Game.
I'm a viewer at this point. Well, actually, the thing is, though, like, none of us are viewers right now. Like, we're all just waiters. We're all in the waiting room. So no one gets to watch. It's just not fair, you know? I sign up for 6 games. I only get 5. I want my money back. What can you do?
You know, it is a crazy time for a lot of our viewers as well, you know, being here at APAC South. Some people are just waking up to all the chaos that's unfolding. But I guess I'll quickly take you through a couple of the stats here. You know, Weibo Gaming at 61 points. We have VK tied with them at 61. MDY doing exceptionally well at 45 points. Legends Gaming, where I'm being optimistic and I think they could even potentially take that top spot because I've seen it with my own eyes. They're at 43 points. Dreamfire, though, Dax, I'm so thrilled to see them 5th place with 41 points currently. They are back, baby.
Yeah, Lace, feel free to keep asking me the questions. Let's let Elfish here rest for a while while we're getting ready for game number 6. And truth be told, it's so doable here for Dreamfire. It's unfortunate that the momentum did get stopped since they had to play as a duo for a while, but 20 points is so possible for a team like Dreamfire. Same can be said for Legends Gaming, 18 points, and it really has to go back to how No Name or I Hate the World has been performing so well, especially today. In their first lobby, he got 10k damage and was just a big component to why Dreamfire was so successful. On the other hand, coming into this top 5 placing right now, 5k damage, 6 kills, 7 knockdowns, and just that extra bit of aggression, very much so helpful for Dreamfire when it looked like that they did plateau when they had Roy, Pete's, and 3MC stay too long as a roster together.
Yes, Dax, you are absolutely so right. Now, we have a little bit of a throwback, and we're not calling, you know, Elfish, I guess, the grandfather of Apex, but who better to take you back to back in your day than Elfish? You know, we've been through such a journey with Apex, and it's been super excited, you know, to see how far it's sort of come and, you know, what's been happening with everything. But, you know, Elfish, you've been, I guess, sort of casting for so long. You've probably seen so many changes throughout, you know, Apex history.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right? And I think for me in particular, like the highlight moment was obviously when Reignite first won an international LAN event. We were all there, you know, myself, Genome, and Xenox, the sort of OG caster crew. And what was exciting about this event, and I think it's not even just like Apex specifically, but Australian esports in general has always been like considered a bit of an underdog. But we had Sutaraiku there. They actually played really well going into that final day. A lot of people were quite excited to see how they were going to go. And what was really funny was like they had just literally changed up their composition from one day to the next. They had an awful day 1, and then they had a really good day 2 and day 3, and they managed to make it into the final lobby as like one of the best looking teams. So they played really well. The expectations were not necessarily that they were going to win the event. I don't think anyone really expected an APAC South team, let alone an ANZ team, to win the event. But ultimately, as we all know, at this point, what ended up happening was, in the end, we got to see Reignite walk away with the victory. And I just remember because I was in the green room watching these games play out, and I don't know how you guys feel being from this region, but I've been involved in esports for almost 10 years now from this region, and I've gotten to the point where, like, I kind of never really believe it's going to happen. You know, I always have in the back of my mind, I've seen so many times a team from our region get so close, whether it's, you know, from Asia or from ANZ, get so close and then just fumble the bag, you know, choke it. And I thought that was going to happen again. And then I was watching that game and I was thinking, they're actually doing this. They're actually going to win this game. And then I was like, nah, they're not going to win this game. They're not going to be able to do it. You know, it's going to be another choke. But, ultimately they went on to win it. And it was, I guess, the start of like what ended up being a very, very long sort of era almost for Apex Legends, where like Reignite into Dark Zero into now, the Falcons roster that has been put together is kind of like one of the best teams in the world. So this event here, right, that we're watching right now, like in the midst of COVID, you know, it was kind of the start of it all. And it was such a crazy event because first of all, yeah, they were playing with a sub. And then second of all, like, you've got to imagine like the pressure that we were under at that event, right? We all flew from Australia to Sweden. And, you know, obviously all the other players came from all over the place. We were in Stockholm. We were in this hotel. And like to even get into the venue, we had to do a COVID test every day. So every day you go in, you sit down in the morning, you put the thing up your nose, and then you sit there for 15 minutes and you think, God, I might have flown halfway across the world, or actually across the world, to literally sit in my hotel room because I've now got COVID and I don't know it. And that is exactly what happened to a few people. I mean, Jen was obviously one of them. He flew all the way here and didn't even get to play. He had to watch on the sidelines as his team wins this game. But watching this moment right here, I remember it so vividly. Standing next to Genome in that green room, and you can see, like, you can look at it from right on this spot. You freeze frame it here, and you know that they've already won because no one's even looking at them. And then they go on and obviously end up finishing, and then Zero throwing his headset off. Iconic. I really, really appreciated this moment being here. I mean, it was the start of something special for, not just for Apex Legends, but for Australian esports, because how often do you see a team from our region, from our country, and being able to do this? It's, yeah, not happens not something that happens every day, and I don't think it's really ever happened since, quite honestly. Like, this team is something special. Zero, obviously, there as the initial key focal point of it, but then Jen Burden comes in alongside Sharky, and Zero heading into the Dark Zero era of things. And yeah, it was just a very special moment. And just to prove it to you all that I was there, you're just watching the background. This guy, he just starts walking in. That's me. There he is, with the brown jacket on, ready to take some selfies with the winning moment, because this is the moment where, like, Reignite are actually walking to the stage, and I'm like, I'm actually here. This is crazy. I didn't even think this was going to happen, but it was like, yeah, a bit of a fever dream kind of a moment. But yeah, that's the start of it all, and now here we are with potentially the best team in the world coming from this region.
Wow.
You get a bit emotional, I think, Dax,
I'm gonna
watching
cry.
that. You know, I know. It's just crazy to see, you know, the likes of, I guess, Zero and Jen, you know, they moved over to Dark Zero. And like you said, Elfish, it's so exciting to see our players really take to the stage and perform, and then get picked up by, you know, these massive organizations, so much so that they move out of the country over, you know, I guess to NA, where esports is, you know, massive. It just, I guess it makes you a little bit emotional, Dax, I must say, like, just to see our players. It's like our little babies. They're growing up so big.
Yeah, all I gotta say is I'm just happy to be here. All we have to give the JJ man here his rocking chair, like something to hold in his hand, and just ask him about the memories of when APAC South used to rule the Apex world.
Yeah, and you know, we may have, at the playoffs that just happened, I guess, in LA, you know, it was good, I guess, to see our neighboring team, you know, APAC North, you know, they're taking out a win. It's always good to see, you know, amongst our regions sort of get those wins and, you know, really do well for, you know, our regions here, you know, China, Thailand, Australia, and then to see, you know, Japan teams and stuff. You just really come forth. So super excited. I know that I'm so hoping there is a LAN in Japan. I know that, you know, everyone at home and, you know, all the players have been itching to hope for that as well. So just to give, like, our region, I guess, more recognition, we have, you know, lost a little spot there for Apex South, only down to 7 instead of 8, but, you know, not a massive difference. Like, we still got this. I think we're still going to send through some exceptional players, Dax. So, you know, there's going to be so much room for our region to blossom.
Yeah, I do feel like for some of these teams, right, who are making a case that they're going to make it to LAN again, they're looking forward to how they're going to do even better here in LAN. Because let's face it, it was a weaker performance here from APAC South this time around compared to all the other outings we've had ever since those Sutoraiku days. And I dare say a team like Tomyunkong or Makers now, they want to try and make sure that they're better than ever. Let's see if LGD can make it. Let's see if Weibo can make it. And let's see if Elfish can make it right there.
I'm just going to say, by the way, it's not fair. Like, what? It's an actual scam, by the way, how this works. Because what happens is we go, wow, our teams are really good. They go and play overseas. You get those 8 slots. And then it's like, wow, these Apex South's awesome. And then, well, you think about, okay, where's... All of our best players now have gone and started playing in North America, and they start counting towards North America slots. So it's like, hang on a minute. Those guys should count for slots for APAC South still. It's not fair because they've come from this bloody region, you know? And then the best players are moving away. It's like, how are we supposed to continue to compete when our players and teams go in and play from, you know, another region? That's just, you know, like, give us some slack, you know what I mean? Like, you can't take the best players out of our region and then keep saying, well, they need to keep performing to that same level without those teams, without those players. It doesn't work like that, guys.
It's okay. It's
anyway,
okay, Elfish.
I'm not mad.
It's okay. We're going to get those teams back. We're going to have a good team again in LAN. It's going to happen. It's a cycle that APAC South always provides NA some good talent.
Well, I've got a little something special for you. We love a little bit of backroom footage to see what goes on behind the scenes. You know, we've seen the setup for, I guess, Long Shot. Now we're going to take you back again for a winning moment for Reignite. So let's take a look at this footage before we head into a break.
Oh my god.
Yes! Let's fucking go!
Oh my god. champions. Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series.
And welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being so patient for us as we gear up for our final game here in APAC South Pro League. Who will win it? Weibo, MDY, Legends Gaming, VK Gaming. Do Dreamfire do something absolutely crazy, Dax? I am just itching to get into game number 6.
Not gonna lie, I kind of want to bounce that question back to you guys. Like, if you could pick one of the top 5 to win right now, no need for any reasoning, who do you think is gonna take it? For me,
Legends Gaming.
Okay, fine, you're Legends, it's pretty obvious. But I kind of really want to put my hat on MDY right now. I'm really impressed with how they put XX in, and he's just done so well for the team. I've always been impressed to see how Argenstern and Baby have been playing this game, and maybe this can be their chance to shoot themselves all the way up to the ladder.
Elfish, who are you rooting for this last game? You know, I know it's not Legends game. You said it's a 1% chance, but, you know, I'm optimistic and I want to see them be able to do it. Who are you going for?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, if Legends is a 1% chance, I think MDY is probably a 1.5% chance. They've only got the 2 extra points over Legends, so both of you are sort of backing the outside horse here. I'll be going with Weibo. I think for me, obviously, it's between Weibo and VK. Like, that's the easy choice.
Smart picks.
Smart.
Yeah, Weibo looks a little bit stronger towards the back end of the day for me, so I'll go with Weibo. I think they finished strong, but in saying that, you know, like, after such a long break, after a bit of downtime, you know, are these players like warmed up? Are they feeling comfortable? Who knows what's really going on in their minds? So it's really hard to like actually make an educated opinion at this point in time.
Yeah, it's. I guess it's interesting you say that because, you know, I say Weibo is a steamrolling kind of team. So, you know, having these sort of longer breaks, will they be able to keep that momentum going into it? You know, it happened, I guess, earlier today, and we saw them not drop off completely, but they did sort of fall behind a little bit, taking that longer, you know, waiting time, not getting, you know, to have that snowball effect we've seen them do. But, you know, Legends Gaming might be planning some sort of strategic scheme to be able to take out the win again. You know, I've touched on it before. I said they did it last week. I'm super excited, Dax, just to see how this game unfolds. So, you know, let's see how I guess it unfolds. But like you said, MDY, they are in contention for this as well. They have been doing exceptional today.
Yeah, and I gotta go back to how the core has been really uplifted here by XX. We're gonna get into the game though. It's finally here. And guys, the wait is over. We walked through memory lane. We've seen 11 incredible games. And we waited with such a fun lobby. But we finally gotten into World's Edge. Confirmation on your screen that the 60 players that are going to be playing today, they're in the lobby. We're going to see these 20 teams fight and look to dub.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. It's been a wait.
6, 5,
Do it.
4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, Elfish and Dax!
Thank you, Barrelace. I love it. Oh, even Prawn is hyped up. Oh, the zoom, the effects, and now the compositions. To no surprise, you got Bloodhound, you got Bangalore, and you got your pick of the Watson, the Catalyst, or the Fuse. We have big contenders though here, Elfish. Who can take it? We had our own personal opinions while waiting for this game, but right now we're gonna see who will take it. Drop spots are still the same. It's the usual draft that we have had, and as of right now, there are many eyes on the likes of Weibo as well as VK as they are within the top spots here.
Well, let's take it away. We are game number 6 here for 8 versus B. This is APAC South Pro League, where we've been waiting for so damn long to see this game unfold. So let's get right on into it. Everybody cheering at home. Let's take it away, Elfish and Dax, and see how this unfolds.
Good game into this one. Everyone's hungry for some food and, of course, for some great Apex. Now, with that being said, though, let's look at this ring pull real quick. Looking to be within the center of the map, actually, here, Elfish. You see LGD. They always love to play it a bit from the middle. You have Dreamfire so far away in Overlook, but in a relatively safe angle. But Weibo, eyes are on them if they can continue what they did in the last game.
Yeah, look, they say patience is a virtue. I think we've been very patient today, so we should be treated to something nice at the end of the evening. It will be a more northern shift inevitably. And look, that's a lot of unplayable terrain in that second phase. There's just not a huge amount of cover there, so this could get pretty messy.
Like, if you look at the first part of it, maybe it's angling towards Skyhook East, but we've seen a ring like this before wherein Dreamfire was in a good spot, Weibo still took the win anyway, and it might just be towards the train tracks or right under Survey Camp if that will be the shift there. And even our observers are pointing it out. It can end within an area like this if this is going to be the ring pull, and that is good signs for teams like Kill Devil and especially VK Gaming, tied with Weibo with 61, and they're the first ones with ring priority as they move towards Survey Camp here and look for a beacon to utilize.
Gaming could be a big final finish from them. And as far as Weibo are concerned, still got a bit of a rotation to be making on their behalf. All right. Well,
what?
Is there an Octane in this lobby?
I've just been wondering, why am I getting screamed at in my ear? You guys can't hear it on the stream.
Is there a jumpy boy in this
Apparently
lobby?
there's an Octane somewhere.
Yep, and I hope we did get Lace on the mic there, but no credit. There is action afoot, and it's MXF on the opposite end. Savior already down. Very cheeky. He's going to be gone, and Lux will have to play for a solo as MXF will surprise. No credit there.
But I'm still trying to figure out who has the Octane.
There's an Octane.
Where?
Kill Devil.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, Kill Devil. There you go. There we go. All right, let's have a look and see how that's going to go. But for now, we'll go back over to LGD over at Epicenter. And this will very quickly become a bit of a hot spot already. A bunch of teams rotating in, one of which is Legends Gaming.
All eyes on Legends Gaming. Look at Fruit Salad, they're already in position into the House of Legends wanted to run into, and that's been the case for Legends Gaming with a different drop spot to begin with. The rotations aren't as fast as they would like. Kill Devil though, to the excitement of Lace especially. You got Bolin here ready to show her how it's done. And with the Octane, that extra bit of speed, that's him. It's time to go, go, go. Luhan and Levy will send it. Kill Devil want to fight immediately, but Benfu makes them work for it.
Octane
Legends Gaming eliminated by the Octane squad here.
Well, the Octane might not last much longer beyond that, but it was a moment of excitement for 5 seconds or so. That's fun. We'll take it. The problem is, you know, Lace will be happy that Octane got a few kills there, but maybe not happy that Legends are out. So,
yeah,
seems like the 99% ended up winning out over the 1% in this case today. Unfortunate.
That's so sad. Lace's favorite Legend has killed the team that she was rooting for. But with that being said, we also noticed Barracks while playing such a strong third, and coming into World's Edge, we've noticed that they're really good at making those opportunities on this map. No credit also gone. 4 of these teams, they waited so long for this map to happen, and they're eliminated this early?
Let's be real, they just wanted to go to bed at this point. Live by the sword, die by the sword. That's all I'll say to you, Lace, if you're still listening. But moving forward...
Like someone. Oh, this corner.
100%. Yeah, 100% pick rate for the Blood Round Bangalore. I think that has more or less been the case for the entire day. No real surprises there. And it's been a tough one for outside the ring. Have a look at that. Only the 3 points over the 5 games, and into the 6th game, they're down to 2 as well. MXF making a very late rotate. They're going to jump in with Guild Esports, but you can't just send this building this late in the game and expect it to be empty. There's just no world where it's going to be empty. So they do get punished for that, and that's good to see, courtesy of Guild Esports, who are putting together a bit of a better lobby, but still nothing to get too excited about.
Yeah, I think you gotta tell MXF that directly. Right now, outside the lobby, as they're eliminated there by VK Gaming. But you said it, Guild Esports and teams like Fruit Salad, they've been so pivotal at making their way into the ring as soon as possible. We did see Fruit Salad eliminated there too, but Guild have had a good rally so far. VK, though, in a better position opposite of Guild. and within the ring. The big question now is, where is Weibo in all of this?
Yeah, great question. They've been just chilling around the southern part of the map. You know, came up from Tree toward Thermal Station. They're in staging now, playing a little bit of a slower game than quite a number of teams, and that may be as a result of where this zone has shifted. We highlighted that there's really not a whole lot of room to kind of play in ring number 2. And I think that's well, first of all, part of the reason I think that there's a lot of teams that are already out is because most people are tired and they've mentally checked out. But on top of that, I think there's a few teams that would go, well, there's not that many options as far as this ring is concerned. We're just going to send and hope for the best. And that may be what it comes down to for a team like Weibo. But in saying that, Weibo's probably one of, if not the best, send teams when push comes to shove. So I will still keep their name in the ring. But it's definitely looking better for VK at the moment.
I mean, it's a good vouch. You have those 2 buildings where VK and Guild will know exactly where the ring's gonna be. So they're in position. And then you compare it to other squads who are hedging their bets, playing towards the south. War Monster Firebird, Bear Claw Gaming, Vegas Inferno. They have cover, yes, but they're gonna need to run into the positions the VK and Guild have established moving forward. So it's very reminiscent to one of the rings that we had a while ago. Weibo, they figured it out, took that job then. I do wonder if they can continue to succeed in that vein. Dreamfire also can't make their way in as per usual. They're stuck at Epicenter and will look to move through LGD coming into this one.
KPG flying through the air at Skyhook. Are they low-key chasing outside the ring? I think they might be. At least they're following in their footsteps, and
yeah, they are.
I definitely think they're trying to chase this one down.
They
would know that they're a duo. That'll probably be the reason that they're going for this, because the 3-on-2 is definitely going to be favorable, but outside, really wasting a lot of their time, and they do have to kind of be a little bit aware of Final Dream, who are sort of floating around outside of Countdown as well, and come through for the third party if things get a bit awkward. Surely this is a bit too much. You can't keep pushing as Keep Going Gaming, and I think they've recognized that, so they'll just back off.
Yeah, it felt a little bit personal even there at the end, but you mentioned it. Final Dream was pinging Countdown because of all the noise being made, and effectively, Final Dream will be waiting for KPG to come their way. Bear Claw, though, also close to this angle. You got Heck ready with the Sentinel. He's been strong with this gun, too. And for now, Bear Claw, it's a different kind of call for them. They would love to play into the zone, but they're just unable to push towards the north with Guild, and now Final Dream blocking their path.
Bear Claw Gaming playing nice and patiently at the moment. But this is the team to keep an eye on. VK Gaming pretty much smack bang dead center of the zone. Where the next ring will pull as well. It's going to be favorable enough for VK Gaming. And that could be enough to get them the chance to hold on for a first place in this lobby, and deny it away from Weibo Gaming. 2 second places in a row would be a little bit sad. Then again, you know, I look at Weibo out on the edge, and I think they tend to do their best work from the edge. You know, they sweep through, they clean up teams on their way in, and there's always a lot more points on offer when you're an edge team rather than a center team. So, could be a double-edged sword here for VK Gaming, that they do get those placement points a little bit easier, but as far as skill points are concerned, it's going to leave them a little worse for wear.
No, that's the perfect term right now. Look at where Weibo is at and who's nearby. 2 very strong edge teams might collide here with Weibo on one side and MDY actually on the other. So it's going to get dangerous there. LGD also in the way of Weibo. But as you mentioned, with the armor advantage that Weibo has, they can send it onto a squad like LGD, who loves to bide their time. Final Dream also still here. They've had some strong 3v3s within this lobby. Points, not the best, but at least they found impact. LGD's just emoting. Okay, sure. Might as well. A little bit of stretch.
You know, sitting down. Oh man, I could do with a stretch at this point in time. A long day. But Keep Going Gaming are trying to force their way into Train Tunnel. HKUF on the other side of this exchange. Held at bay at the moment by the Catalyst Wall, but sooner or later that drops, and then it's off to the races.
Yeah, Thermal thrown on over. A little bit of a wall jump there for Train 2. But eventually he's going to need to get into cover. The Catwall still providing a bit of space to work with. But HKUF now looking to take the fight towards KPG here. Tree Cleaner cornered. and he will just be felled by Vic Liao. Next on the list might be the rest of KPG through the smoke. HKUF will push, and they're fighting really well today. Bible Short making them work for it, but Keep Going Gaming will be sent home packing. 14 squads remain here.
Yeah, and Crane should have enough time to get these revives as well. There's no issue with that. No one pushing their way into the tunnels either. Zone's pushing in that direction too, so this could be, again, another spot that HKUF get themselves in and think, well, we're actually on for a pretty good end game. I've got to say that's been their biggest asset today. HKUF have multiple times found themselves in a decent late game position, but they haven't really converted on any of those. Maybe the final game of the day could be the one.
I agree with you. They've been a big what if, either make a good call for the zone or make a good call for the fight itself. It hasn't been a complete package for them, but you can see the improvements for HKUF as a whole. Ring, though, now looking to go towards Guild. It really is just that Dreamfire wave of gaming on repeat. And I guess that's the case when we had to wait for this lobby. Speaking of, though, look what's happening towards Epicenter here. Dreamfire, LGD, and Weibo ready to collide soon.
Yeah, and the pool goes over to Guild Esports, and it might be a final little gift from the gods of Apex Legends, who have been quite mean to them today, just to say, we're sorry. How far up that would push Guild if they would win this game. They've got to try and give it a crack, and here's the points on offer for Weibo. Talk about it, Pete has been finished off. Dreamfire in the sightlines, no doubt about that. 63, DK on 64 or 65, so not too far ahead of Weibo at the moment. There it is, 64, top of your screens. Weibo are not shying away from this engagement at all. Beast of the Hunt has been popped, and that shows the intentions of Weibo.
They're gonna jump on Dreamfire right here, right now, and Gugu is on it like a bullet. Same could be said here for Bobo. A quick little scan though. Weibo here with elevation. They're just hugging the outside of the ring right now. Weibo watching for any target to come their way. 2 squads eliminated off screen now, but here comes Bobo yet again. Sees everything going on. He does get traded. Weibo Gaming now gonna get eliminated here by LGD. And this means BK is gonna have an easier time for the rest of the lobby. Bearclaw Gaming now have wormed their way in. Also, Makers, Dreamfire, LGD having a clash elsewhere. But as we see it, Dreamfire still alive, still fighting. 45 points for them. But right behind them, Makers looking to barrel down.
Oh, it's an absolute mess out on the eastern side of the map. The snowy hills outside of Epicenter have become bathed in blood. Makers perhaps going to be making a late game resurgence. 1 game to go, and they are trying to make the most of it. They're out their side of the zone. Dreamfire below them. They will know a duo. But they're not pushing off the back of that. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that more or less confirms VK Gaming as first. I don't believe Weibo overtook them, and they didn't. You can see VK Gaming 65. MDY down to 1 player. Not sure they're going to be making that kind of a deficit back. So yeah, VK Gaming have, you know, maybe let it slip a little bit in the first lobby after that win to start the day. They didn't really see too much there, but here in the second lobby, they have really made amends for that.
Yeah, in first lobby, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish, and now they're showing that they can start and finish well too. So good on VK, unless we see a massive game from the solo of MDY or the duo of Dreamfire. It's not gonna happen. Final Dream though, in trouble. Throw an Arc Star for a little bit of cover. Smoke's there too. Aimbot actually getting the shield bat off. And while this happens, it's still Bearclaw nearby. They've been having a stalemate for so long already. The scan confirms their position. Knuckle Cluster can get thrown on over. Vegas Inferno, on the other hand, coming out from the north. And they're facing off against HKUF. Y already confirms the first with the flatline. A flow goes for shield cells too. But Vegas Inferno have the numbers advantage, and they can be safe and stabilized before they send it. Dreamfire, though, they have a different battle. Bearclaw Gaming gonna be the ones they're trying to declaw here. Dreamfire, though, getting dropped to a single. I hate the world, has the whole world to fight in front of him. He's searching for a target. He finds it in front, and Bearclaw Gaming will be eliminated by the hand of Dreamfire.
Dreamfire doing pretty well for themselves, but they are now down to 1 player left. GK Esports with the 3, although that might not last too long at all. They are in a real stoush at the moment. It is Vegas Inferno that are taking that fight to them, and they are winning it quite handedly. Rampage out in the hands of A-Flow. HKUF get eliminated as well in the meanwhile. Vegas Inferno have been given time to reset. They want to push further forward. Dreamfire finish off in the meanwhile too, alongside HKUF. So it is really starting to dwindle now, down to 6 squads remaining. who is sitting there unscathed. It is Guild Esports inside of the house that they set up in at the start of the game. They haven't had to do too much. They are being rewarded for their efforts today. They've worked, toiled really, I think is a good way to phrase it.
Yeah.
And it hasn't really been for much reward, but maybe just at the end of the day they get something to be excited about.
I mean, they're pushing themselves into the top 10 with this performance. Geeky also, if you notice, they've changed over to a Watson-based comp. It still struggles here for the Boogie border score. So unfortunate, really, for Geeky so far. Baker's now making a run too. They're in 7th place. They want KP. They're looking to feast on the opposition, and they kill VK Gaming. So that stops VK Gaming in their tracks. From what we've seen, though, so far, their performance should be enough to keep them at top 1 here.
More than enough. We want to catch up to them. Makers, 28 points here, 6th place. They can definitely go up a couple if they were to get the win. Up to the North Vegas Inferno, also looking for a solid final game. And Final Dream making their cross into the Guild building. Late in the game, the players duo have to try to make it work. This is a rough cross for Vegas Inferno as well. They are getting harassed by all the spray damage. Nexa Asia in there. And Vegas Inferno get rid of UK Esports. And Guild not looking to try to get aggressive. They're not dropping down off of their roof just yet. They're playing this one incredibly safe.
There's no need. I mean, Serenity has always been a smart core under Guild Esports. It's a recovery game that they're looking for. A little bit of a 1v1 there from Vegas Inferno and Geeky, with, of course, Vegas Inferno winning it to keep themselves within the top 4. Right now, that's one rat is just down below. Yugi now popping the Beast of the Hunt. Knows there is contact nearby. Final Dream a duo. And while this happens, it's Makers actually just watching all of this chaos. It's a house party that Makers isn't invited to, but they're happy to stay on the sidelines here.
Oh, big spam from this Devotion. Damage is good from Bugi in the end. Gets that final knock. We've got a bit more work to do here. Spotting a couple of members out. Beast of the Hunt helping in that respect. And Bugi just holding down the left click. Can't quite find the last bullet or two that was required. Eventually, I think he'll get it done. Vegas Inferno taken out.
Makers taking the roof though. Ready now to crash this party. 3 squads left. Makers taking immense damage. And it's Guild Esports looking for a victory here. They drop the mother load. They still have the interior with them. Asia's now gonna get taken down. Final Dream eliminated too. And it's Makers still standing with 2. But Siki low on the HP. Dexter gonna be nearby also. Makers trying to find the fight. They want to push this one in. Guild Esports on the other front. And now, a slide in through the doorway. Legacy still alive somehow. Jesco and Bugi providing cover. Guild have backed away inside the house. And the number's still in favor of Guild here.
Yeah, Guild, you can see though, they are just so passive. They're trying to play this one so safe. And it is Makers that is really pushing the issue. Surely that will come to a head at the moment. And Guild will get themselves a strong finish at the end of the day. They worked so hard, so long, and finally they get some success. It will be a bit of a bittersweet feeling, to be quite honest with you, because it's not enough to really salvage the day, but it is something at least.
Yeah, awesome stuff by Guild. You know, they were just biding their time to finally get themselves a win. You know, previously known as Serenity. They've been to LAN before. They know exactly what to do under pressure, and it was just wonderful to see them finally, you know, put that, I guess, that LAN experience into practice today. And it was the last game, of course, but you know what? A great game from them. I'm having a look at this scoreboard, and I know that everybody's itching to see it, but we've got to take a look and have a little bit of a replay back at what happened to that game. A lot of our Juggernaut teams, Dax, sort of fell out early. I was obviously super passionate to see an Octane here, by Bolan being able just to swing in and get a couple of kills. But what Octanes do best is they full send, get kills, and then die shortly after.
Yeah, and not only that, Legends was also trapped by the nades of Bearclaw there. It smiles for Lace to see it. Octane KPG also having an incredible fight versus HKUF. It felt like it was a game of skirmishes, but you said it. You look at where some of these big names ended up in. Legends Gaming, first eliminated in 20th. Weibo Gaming, 12th place, 1 KP. Dreamfire, 7th place, 5 KP at the very least. MDY 9th place, none, but VK Gaming was ahead of them there with 6th place and 2 kills. So at the very least, it solidifies that VK's day is today. Breaks again the records here that Legends is trying to look for those dubs. But in the last fight, it's Guild. Very calm and collected. I do feel like it was so melancholic. And for Guild, in a way, they played the waiting game to get this game started to begin with. And they played the waiting game by the house to take the dub.
Yeah, Makers here as well. Elfish just having an exceptional game, just being able to, I guess, get themselves quite, snuggled into that building and collecting a bit of kill points along the way actually might move them up a couple of positions in today's leaderboard. So, they haven't done too much at the start, but this game definitely, gave them a bit of pep in their step, we'll say.
Yeah, you got to take it as it comes, definitely. Obviously, we've still got next week to kind of discuss and see how things do play out. The teams in Group C will have a couple of bites of the cherry, which will help them to make a good kind of a run in. I don't know. I mean, at this point, Guild, it's workable still for sure. That win helps them out quite a lot. VK Gaming, a bit of a bump for them too. So I don't know. It's still pretty early days, I think, as far as those teams towards the top end of the scoreboard are concerned. Outside of Legends, it really feels like it could still be anyone inside of maybe the top 2, but really at the end of the day, if you make it into that final lobby, like we've said plenty of times before, anything can happen. So, don't get too far ahead of yourselves.
Yeah, exactly. But look at Makers. Look at those kills. 10 kills for them and a 2nd place. I guess too bad it's like our last game of the day. Good for us, good for everyone at home. I know we're tired and, we're ready to go to bed after all this exciting passion that APAC South has been happening. But, I guess, Makers, we're going to move up a couple of positions because of that 10 kill 2nd place. So, we're going to be super excited to see the scoreboard. It's itching so close, guys. We are going to shortly show you who has come out on top after today's chaos. And who is it? It's VK Gaming. Absolutely exceptional from them, Dax.
Yeah, I was been waiting all day to see this from VK. Just game 1 dubs, they're one thing. But going on a run, making sure that you stay consistently ahead of some incredible teams right below you, it is such a good showing here from VK. Because look who they just beat here, Lace. Weibo, Dreamfire, Makers, MDY, Legends Gaming, all right behind them. Guild Esports also recovering well, at least to make it to 7th. That is a big statement made here by VK that I put them as a dark horse perhaps to make it to LAN with their performance within the offseason. And right now they're proving that they can hang with the best of them.
Not only that, QQ with 8,363 damage. We saw QQ, take over Gugu in the damage leaderboard, but goddamn, he's absolutely put in the work today for his team, Elfish.
Yeah, but in saying that, VK Gaming, they come out on top. Pretty incredible consistency outside of that 2nd map for the Group A and B lobbies. They were inside the top 6 every other time and decent kill points on the board for the vast majority of those games. A 10 and 11 kill game is pretty impressive. 8 kills in one there as well. So very, very solid stuff. And VK Gaming, I feel like they kind of fly under the radar a little bit when we're talking about a lot of these big name teams, like Legends and Makers and Guild Esports and stuff like that. But they are plugging away pretty nicely. And look, their consistency has been good today in terms of the performance in this lobby is concerned, but just in general, in terms of their results across the board, on the overall lobby results, they're actually doing a pretty good number over this season. So be very happy with that, and I think they will be greatly rewarded for that going into the final couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's nice to see, I guess, someone else taking out the victory. And let's take a look at our overall standings, where Legends Gaming have, been doing extremely well thus far, with Makers following in shortly behind. But Dax, they are still on the tippity top. There is just not much to catch them at the moment. 99 points in the overall series. They're almost hitting those triple digits.
I can't believe they're 1 away from 100 to begin with. So it just means pretty much any kind of placing besides 20th, they're gonna be breaking that 3-digit run. But look at the tail end of the top 7 here, guys. This is such a big deal because we didn't expect a recovery like this. Weibo's intent with 56, but Dreamfire, 64 points. They missed out on land last split for the first time in forever. They don't want that to repeat again.
Yeah, all their efforts, I guess, today and from, the previous 6 matches have really come into clutch for them because they were nowhere near this top couple of spots, Elfish. So, I said this before, I think you've given them the magic today to bring them to such a great position.
Yeah, we back. And I'll be back next week as well. So, I don't know. I'm just going to say there's a potential run in here for Dreamfire, but look, I don't think they're going to end up in first. That's probably a stretch too far. But if they can repeat their heroics from today, they're going to lock themselves in for that final lobby. And that's really all they can ask for right now.
Yeah, and we still got one more week to go. This is I guess the second last week for our triple round robin. We still have one more week to see what our teams can do before we move on to the the finals, the regional finals. So there is still some more exciting action to see this scoreboard interchange. And Legends Gaming have just had such a good run with Makers following in behind there. So we still are going to see a couple of shuffles there. But yeah, exciting stuff to see. I guess Dreamfire sort of make their way up. Even Weibo coming back into clutch as well. They did so well in Split 1, Weibo. So, it's been awesome to see. But a big thank you to everybody here at Longshot today. It's been a grueling one, but we got through it. Elfish, a pleasure to have you back. We'll definitely see you next week. Dax as well, pleasure to have you back with us again. We have been the Longshot production. Big thank you to Play Apex for broadcasting this Apex South region. But don't worry, everyone. We'll see you next week. But for now, we will take ourselves off the show. And thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you soon.